Peril in Paradise. Chapter 1. Hatts Mill, Oregon. No, I haven't told Mom yet. It's going to kill her, and I don't know how to bring it up. Hearing her son's deep voice coming around the front of the house, Jerria stood. What's he up to now? I've got everything lined up. On-campus housing is confirmed for fall semester, and they'll announce that full-ride scholarship at graduation next week. It won't cost my folks a thing. Cornell's vet school is awesome, but I know it's going to break my mom's heart going so far from home. She thinks I'm planning to go to college here in town, like my sisters did. But I'm not them. You know how Cornell? Jerria's heart dropped to her knees. Peeking through the butterfly bush, she saw her son nodding and brushing his wavy hair out of his eyes. Jeff paced, gesturing with one hand on the cell phone, like he did when he was speaking to someone in person. She didn't mean to listen in, but she did anyway, knowing she'd deal better with any new situation if she had some warning. Since when had Jeff been accepted at Cornell? I can't stand it when she gets that look in her eyes, you know? Mom's been all moody lately, like she's keeping up a happy act for me and Dad. He sees right through it, too. I gotta make my own way. My folks say that all the time, but I know all that, Terry. I'm hoping Dad can think of something to get Mom to come around. He said he has an idea to take her mind off me leaving. Dad understands why I want to go to New York, but Mom, you know how she is. Jerria moved toward her garden as Jeff's voice grew louder. Although she wanted to hear more, it wouldn't do to be caught listening. No, better to let Jeff tell her in his own time. It sounded like he'd already talked things over with his father. Hearing him round the corner on the deck, Jerria quickly shook off the dark thoughts swirling through her mind. Bending, she lifted the small wicker basket of ripe tomatoes and basil, hoping he hadn't seen her hurrying across the lawn. Act calm, she told herself sternly. Don't let him suspect. The kids always told her more if she didn't pressure them. She'd learned that from raising 4 of them. Mom, you in the garden? Hi, Jeff. Yes, I'll be right in. Never mind, I'm just going to grab my bag. I'm meeting Terry at 5. Don't worry about dinner. Tall blonde Jeff waved down to his mother from the deck. Love you, Mom. Bye, son. Love you, too. Jerria smiled and waved up at her 17-year-old son. She cherished the closeness she had with her youngest. The thought of him leaving the nest 2 years before she had expected made her heartstrings ache. Heartstrings. Funny body part, those. They weren't on any anatomy chart she knew of, but Jerria had felt them straining in her heart many times over the years. They were real, just as surely as the eyes in the back of her head her kids had believed she had when they were little. Mothers have different body parts as the occasion demands. Hearing his car door slam, she stooped to pick up another banana slug with her gloved hand. This close to the Oregon coast, they'd been really bad this year. Tossing it under a blackberry bush, Jerria rested her hand on the marble sundial she and Will brought back from Greece last autumn. Trying to shake off the feeling of discontent that had been with her for days, now magnified by overhearing Jeff's phone call, Jerria reconsidered dinner, wanting to finish it before her husband came home. Both she and Will were real estate brokers. He gravitated toward commercial properties, whereas her talents lay in residential. Jerria enjoyed her job and took pride in helping clients find the perfect house. Every year she received Christmas cards from smiling families in their new homes. Lately, though, even meeting new people seeking homes brought her no pleasure. Jerria planned to work with her current clients again tomorrow. But for now, the afternoon was hers. Even digging in the garden hadn't raised her spirits today. Will was finishing up the contract for that warehouse complex across the valley. What was taking him so long to get home? As if he'd heard her thoughts, the cell phone in her pocket vibrated as Ode to Joy broke the silence. Jerria walked toward the deck as she spoke into the phone. Will, where are you? I thought you'd be home by now.
Sorry, honey. Ran into a snag with this contract. Delayed a couple of hours at least. Go ahead and eat without me. Taking these clients out to grab a quick dinner after the last faxes come through from the lender.
Will, I need to talk to you about Jeff. Jerria heard voices on the other end of the line as if someone entered the room.
Love you. Gotta go. Talk when I get home, okay?
The line went dead. So much for dinner with the men she loved. Jerria plopped the basket on the counter in the spacious kitchen, passing slowly through the sunken living room, not even noticing the loud ticking of the grandfather clock, out onto the front porch. Lately, no matter what she did, she still felt out of sorts, at loose ends, as if something was about to happen to shake her routine. Feeling oddly stuck, she felt both unneeded and overwhelmed. Cornell! Jerria slumped into her favorite piece of furniture, the rustic bentwood rocker she had purchased in Central Oregon 3 summers ago. Still a few hours from their home in Hattsmill, she and Will had stopped in John Day for pie and a chance to stretch their legs on the way back from the Bitterroots. Next door to the old diner was a hand-lettered sign that read simply, "Wood chairs for sale." While Will used the restroom, Jerria wandered across the parking lot. An old man limped slowly out of the little house to greet her. Jerria was immediately taken in by his face, struck by his gemstone-colored eyes surrounded by fine lines like a topographical map. She recognized a storyteller when she saw one. Coming out a few minutes later, Will found her perched on a rocker, so engrossed in what the old man was saying she didn't notice her husband at all. This was not the first time she had found someone who looked like he fell off a charm bracelet. Resigned, Will took a seat on a straight-back chair with the take-out box of pie on his knee. By the time they resumed their journey with one of the old man's handmade chairs strapped on the back of the car, Jerria had a new friend. Most days, sitting in her chair in the corner of the porch, Jerria felt a sense of serenity. Today, even the scent of the honeysuckle climbing the side of the porch didn't penetrate her mood. Shaking herself mentally, she stopped to take stock of her family. What was weighing on her anyway? As far as she could tell, the family was all doing well. Rissa and her husband had started an interior design place 8 months ago, and by all indications, they were thriving. Their eldest had always had that artistic streak. Jerria couldn't wait to see how that influenced the baby, due around Thanksgiving. Sierra, in her 2nd year working as a biologist for the Oregon State Fisheries Department, lived a few miles west. She and Matthew talked about having children within the next couple of years. In their own time, of course. Jerria was not the kind to pressure her kids. Amy was in her last year of law school at the University of Oregon, down in Eugene, and dating that nice young man. They talked about getting married next summer after they both graduated. What was his name? Trap? Trace? Track? Oh well, she would remember it if it turned serious. Amy had been in the sure he's the one stage a few times before. She was smart, but unfortunately not level-headed when it came to men. And then there was Jeff. Animals had consumed his childhood. Jeff often had a wounded creature in his bedroom, nurturing it back to health. Jerria knew from an early age Jeff wanted to be a veterinarian. Endlessly curious, bright from the start, his sharp memory often startled his mother. The scholarship had been rumored, but she wouldn't congratulate him until it was formally announced. She knew Jeff loved surprising her. Vaguely aware her son had been looking at other universities, she'd hoped he'd come to his senses and follow the tracks of his sisters. Smithson University was just 15 minutes from Hattsmill. The girls had all attended Smithson, commuting from home for the first 2 years, then moving off campus into apartments, living lives that moved along smoothly as planned. Jerria and Will tried to be hands-off while teaching them life skills along the way. They went to great lengths in encouraging the 4 kids to be strong adults, to live on their own terms, to make their own decisions and find their own resources. And she, for one, didn't want any of them to be dependent on her. Not like Sherry's kids. Jerria shook her head at the thought of Sherry, who worked in the real estate office, bragging about her college-aged children who couldn't even wash their own clothes or make macaroni and cheese from a box. Why on earth would anyone boast about having failed as a mother? Jerria knew Jeff would thrive wherever he chose to go. But Cornell, of all places. Yes, the veterinary school was one of the best, but Cornell was clear across the country, 4,000 miles from their home at least. She wished she'd paid more attention to the thick envelopes that had come from the various universities, strewn on the coffee table months ago. Of course, she would do nothing to stop her son, but the very idea of him leaving early hurt her heart. With his high school graduation only days away, it would be a matter of a few weeks, one summer left, before she and Will would be alone in the big house, an empty nest. Absent-mindedly, Jerria pulled a dead leaf off the trailing silver licorice plant in a pot by her foot. Her eye-catching movement down the quiet street, she saw the newspaper delivery boy making his rounds. The kid was on time, as usual. He was reliable. But it was apparent his mind was elsewhere today. A boy about his same age tagged along, dragging an aluminum bat and carrying 2 gloves, while the paper boy ran up and down the walkways, tossing rolled papers on each porch, obviously anxious to get to the ballpark. The paper boy didn't notice Jerria, partly hidden behind the carved pillar, until he was almost halfway up the steps. Startled, he tossed the newspaper on the doormat wordlessly, then ran back down to the street. Jerria heard him calling to his buddy, "There was an old lady on the porch. Kind of scared me." Laughing, the boys ran off to the next house. "That's not true. I'm the only one on the porch, and I don't see any—" Oh. Indignant, Jerria stood up and opened the screen door into the house. Her eyes fell on the cruise brochures Will left on the coffee table yesterday morning. Although she tried to hide her feelings from him, she knew he was concerned about her. No wonder he and Jeff had hesitated in telling her about Cornell. Jerria had slept poorly again last night, waking up tangled in the bed sheets. Over breakfast, Will had again urged his wife to look at the cruise brochures he'd picked up from the travel agent near the office. Insisting a change of scenery would help clear her mind, he petitioned for somewhere sunny and warm, but he was willing to go anywhere that interested her. Will often teased her about having a gypsy gene. If a plan included a backpack, a suitcase, or better yet, a passport, count her in. He marveled at his wife's ability to plan a vacation down to the last hour, researching until she knew as much about the place as most locals. When they visited a place, she made sure they didn't miss anything worthwhile. She loved traveling, and the fact that he hadn't been able to tempt her with the glossy cruise brochures worried him even more. Idly thumbing through the brochure's tantalizing photographs, she found a cruise to Hawaii that left Los Angeles the end of September. That would be a few weeks after Smithson began its fall semester classes. Cornell's schedule wouldn't be much different, she figured. With Will's big contract on the warehouse, on top of the 4 houses she'd sold here in town last month, they could certainly afford it. Well, they could afford it even if they never sold another building, truth be told. Jerria made up her mind then and there. She'd spend the summer making sure she had taught her youngest everything she wanted him to know before he went out into the big wide world. And then she and Will would go on this cruise. She didn't feel like planning any trip, but she knew if she made the effort to act excited, it would ease Will's mind. The paper boy was the last straw. Old lady, indeed. Chapter 2. Long Beach, California. 3 months later. Will, how about you go call a cab, and I'll track down our luggage when we reach the baggage carousel. Whew, it's hot here. Here, can you take my carry-on? Why was Will grinning? What had gotten into him? He'd been acting suspiciously happy for days. Taking her bag, he nodded at the sign held aloft by a uniformed man at the bottom of the escalator. Danson. What on earth? Is he waiting for us? Hired a limo, honey. Ours until we board the ship tomorrow morning. Pull up to the Queen Mary in style. Good thing we flew into John Wayne Airport instead of LAX. Driver would never have found us in that mess. Let him find the luggage. Love you, you know? I know, Will, and I love you too, but this is costing a lot of money. Why can't we just take a taxi? No way. Want this vacation to be special. First one is empty nesters of sorts. Time of our lives. Following their driver, Jerria took her husband's hand. He was a good man. She knew he wanted to make this trip wonderful for her, and she was not going to let him down. She wished, however, that she could shake the feeling of impending doom as if something was about to fall on her. Climbing into the white stretch limousine, Jerria accepted an icy glass of frozen lemonade from the driver. Will had thought of everything, even her favorite beverage. She settled back into his arms. A tropical cruise. What could go wrong? Before long, the Queen Mary came into view. Jerria would have been content staying at the Holiday Inn in Long Beach, but Will had insisted this would be better. A cruise before our cruise. As they stepped out of the limo, a bellhop rushed to take their luggage. She could get used to this. The uniformed desk clerk greeted them warmly. Welcome to the Queen Mary. A loud clanging rang through the ship. Red lights flashed in the lobby, and the clerk's smile went out like a light. Now, get out, he barked. Hotel guests ran past. The desk clerk shouted, Fire! Fire! Everybody out! Will and Jerria hurried out with the crowd onto the concrete mezzanine by the exterior elevators. Moments later, 4 fire trucks with lights and sirens on screeched into the parking lot. Firefighters dressed in heavy gear streamed out, some unrolling hoses, others jogging into the hotel. Will nudged his wife, indicating a man in a white uniform with captain's bars standing some 15 feet away. Hey, isn't the captain supposed to go down with the ship? Jerria took his hand. Will, you didn't have to plan this much excitement just for me. As abruptly as it began, the emergency was over. Guests and staff slowly scattered as firefighters rolled up their hoses and drove away, minus lights and sirens. Walking down the ramp onto the ship, Jerria and Will approached the desk to finish checking in. A different desk clerk greeted them crisply, as though nothing had happened at all, and within moments handed them an old-fashioned room key. Eager to explore the old ship, Will and Jerria followed as a bellhop dressed in period costume wheeled their luggage to their suite. Costing just a little more than an inside cabin, the suite boasted 3 rooms, and most importantly, portholes. Jerria would have hated not having natural light. They quickly changed their shoes and headed back out into the dim corridor, intent on exploring every deck of the old ship. The Queen Mary had a storied past, transforming from luxury liner to troop carrier during World War II, and now into a hotel, permanently docked in Long Beach. Jerria admired the fine details of the ship as they explored, peeking into open doors, peering over railings. She wondered what they did to make the hardwood floors that shiny. The ones at home certainly never looked that good. They passed black and white photographs, celebrities of generations past who had honored the ship in one way or another. Will was interested in the remnants of the military, the big guns still mounted on the top deck from its stint in the war. The Queen Mary was reputed to be one of the most haunted places in California, due to a boiler explosion decades ago. Jerria wasn't sure if she believed in ghosts exactly, but both she and Will agreed there was something decidedly spooky about the infirmary. Reaching the upper deck, Jerria headed for a vintage teak deck chair, stretching lazily as she sprawled in the sunshine. I'm getting hungry. Looks like civilization is over that way, across the harbor, past the tall palm trees. We should probably head over there and see about getting some dinner. I want to be back before it gets full-on dark. This place is haunted, you know. No, just the spot for dinner. Did my homework. Going to love it. She was a little concerned about Will wanting to go somewhere expensive after the extravagance of the stretch limousine. No, Will knew her better than that. 25 minutes later, she smiled as the limo pulled up to Famous Dave's. Oh, barbecue, my favorite. You really are spoiling me. As soon as they were seated at a round table on the patio, she reached for a warm cornbread muffin with one hand and the menu with the other. Will grinned at his wife. He was sure she had no idea of what else he had planned. Enjoying her happy chatter, he thought the sorrowful expression in her eyes seemed to be subsiding after the emotional roller coaster of summer. Will had worried, once they'd finalized the cruise, that maybe he had made a mistake in insisting they go. For the first couple of weeks after they booked it, Jerria couldn't seem to muster any enthusiasm for the trip. She said she felt uneasy. That was odd after all the traveling they'd done. Within a couple of weeks, however, he'd seen dog-eared travel books and brochures on her desks, both at the office and at home. That was a good sign. Typically, when they traveled, Jerria was the one that did the day-to-day planning, couching it as a fear of missing something wonderful. Their usual vacations were scheduled right down to the spreadsheet tacked on the wall with the plan for the day, color-coded in her precise, round handwriting. Personally, he was a more laid-back traveler, but seeing his wife's enthusiasm made him happier than just about anything. The itinerary looked intense. A few sea days, then island after island, including overnights at Oahu, Maui, and Kauai. Expecting this trip to be their usual breakneck pace, Will figured he could rest up once they returned home. Will directed the driver to stop at a drugstore after dinner. Jerria always teased him about not having a packing list. Sure enough, he had forgotten his antiperspirant again. The last time he forgot it, a hotel desk clerk had given him some, a sample size. He hated it. It went on like a glue stick, and every time he moved his arms he felt a ripping sensation, like Velcro. No, he was better off buying his favorite brand. Through the store's wide windows he saw Jerria having an animated conversation with the limousine driver in the parking lot. At the last moment, he added a caramel bar to his purchase. Jerria loved candy. After all these years, he sometimes still wondered why such a spunky young woman had ever been attracted to him. They met in a national business competition in college, taking first and second place in every event. Will admired Jerria's ability to connect with just about anyone, a trait she kept to this day. Her sharp mind made him determined never to play chess with her. Of course, her bouncy brown curls and ready laughter drew him to her even more. She teased him endlessly about his habit of staccato speech. Her confidence had served her well over the years. Before the competition week was over, Will had made plans to transfer to Oregon State just to be close to Jerria. Ever since Jeff had told her about his plan to move to New York and attend Cornell, he had hardly seen her laugh at all. A luxury cruise ship. Maybe this trip would help her get it back. Acutely aware of an eerie feeling permeating the Queen Mary, as if the spirits of those who had occupied the ship years ago had not entirely gone away, Jerria hoped she'd be able to sleep tonight. On top of that, it felt like being in a museum. At any moment, she expected the docent to knock on the door and tell them it was past closing time and they'd have to leave. She cuddled closer to Will. The last thing she heard was the hoot of a nearby owl through the open porthole. Shivering, she remembered her grandmother's belief that an owl hooting by the ocean meant someone would die soon. She fell into an uneasy sleep. Chapter 3. Long Beach, California. Will was still in bed the next morning when Jerria came out of the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and giggling. He loved her laugh. It reminded him of Bubbles. He hadn't heard it much lately. Will rolled up onto one elbow and smiled at his wife. "What's so funny, beautiful lady?" "I've never seen a bathtub like this before. This place is like a museum. The tub is narrow and round on the bottom, and there are 4 faucets. There's hot, cold, and hot and cold salt water. Can you imagine what it was like back in the day, crossing the ocean on this ship? The Holiday Inn doesn't have bathtubs like this, guaranteed." Will watched appreciatively as Jerria dropped the towel and slipped on her white capris, buttoning the blue striped blouse she had laid out last night. More than 2.5 decades after meeting her, he still admired how well put together she was. She was the only woman he knew who not only dressed for breakfast, but even checked the mirror before going to get the mail. It came naturally to her. Jerria clasped her beaded necklace, arranging the strands in the mirror. "Get up, sleepyhead. The boarding documents say we can check in at the ship starting at about 11 o'clock. It's a half-hour drive to the San Pedro Pier. Drag your bones out of bed and I'll show you the bakery I found on deck 8. I wandered a little in the night. I didn't see any ghosts, and I scouted out a perfect spot on the deck for us to eat some fresh pastries." She pelted him with a pillow. "If you get moving, we'll have time for a walk this beautiful morning, and maybe a quick tour of the Soviet submarine parked right next door to the ship. Get up already." Will rolled out of bed, heading for the bathroom. "Already ordering me around, are you? Don't think I didn't see the spreadsheet on the table at home," he joked. "Curious about the Scorpion, too. Not many Soviet subs in Oregon." By the time Will stepped out of the shower 10 minutes later, Jerria had already packed up her suitcase. His bag lay open on the bed. She'd left out a cambric shirt and Bermuda shorts for him to wear. "Move it," she ordered with a grin. Will was happy to see her enthusiasm, more like her old self than she'd been in weeks. Buttoning his shirt, Will congratulated himself on not having given Jerria even a glimmer of suspicion about the surprise awaiting her at the cruise terminal. Fortified with fresh ham croissants, they had enjoyed a walkthrough of the Cold War-era submarine, parked nose-to-nose with the Queen Mary. Will studied history extensively, and Jerria was interested in anything new to her. Walking along the jetty by the Queen Mary, hand in hand in the warm Southern California sunshine, Jerria glanced at her watch. Will scowled. Couldn't she part with the darn thing even on vacation? "It's 10:35 already. Let's head over to the pier. I can't wait to see the Ocean Haven." More anxious to see her reaction to his planned surprise than the ship itself, Will followed her back into the Queen Mary. Passing the front desk, the clerk called a pleasant greeting, and Will asked her to phone their limo driver. When they emerged 6 minutes later, a bellhop hurried to take their luggage, wheeling it to the waiting limousine. "Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Danson." Opening the door, the driver offered a hand to Jerria. Jerria tossed her head, beaming. "Look at us, traveling in style. Anyone seeing us now would never suspect we're two real estate brokers from a small town in Oregon." The uniformed driver set the couple's suitcases into the trunk. "Welcome to Southern California, ma'am. Around here, nobody is who they appear to be. Champagne?" Chapter 4. Day 1. Embarkation Day. Jerria's heart beat faster as the limo drew near to the moored ship. Only 4 years old, the Ocean Haven had already been outclassed by more modern vessels. Carrying only 806 passengers, Jerria and Will had decided it would be just the right size for a journey across the Pacific, disdaining the bigger, newer vessels. Some of those ships hold 4,000 passengers, more than double the population of Hat's Mill. Usually frugal, she had asked Will to book a balcony cabin instead of the ocean view category they frequently reserved. In Hawaii, the weather would be ideal for sitting out on a balcony. It wasn't too much of a splurge. The Ocean Haven was set to sail at 5 o'clock. Even though it was not yet noon, passengers with luggage already milled about the pier. Every one of them seemed to be smiling, eagerly anticipating their cruise to Hawaii. A few stragglers from the previous trip waited by the curb for a taxi. "I love this part when we see the ship for the first time. Will, isn't it beautiful? It looks like a big city building. I think our cabin is on the port side. Which one is it, do you suppose? Let's see, deck 8, wasn't it?" Murmuring unintelligibly, Will smiled. Good, she doesn't suspect. As the stretch limo eased up to the curb, people stared, wondering if there was a celebrity inside. The limo really hadn't cost much more than a taxi. Plus, it made Jerria happy. That was worth a lot to Will. The limo driver handed their suitcases off to a porter. Tipping them both, Will took Jerria's hand. "Come on, honey. Adventure ahead." Hand in hand, they entered the controlled chaos of the terminal. Grateful he had remembered to wear his running shoes, Will and Jerria made their way through security without any problems. His walking shoes had a steel shank in them, and he had set off metal detectors all over Europe during their trip there last year. Glancing at the boarding documents in Will's hand, a smiling agent directed them to a priority line with only 3 people ahead of them. Will and Jerria were familiar with this cruise line, having taken at least 24 cruises previously on its other ships. Craning her head, Jerria frowned, surveying the swarming passengers. Where is that noise coming from? It must be someone dropping off a passenger, but this is no place for a barking dog. Do you see anything, Will? I think if it was a security animal, it'd be better trained. Besides, they just use those for sniffing luggage, don't they? Jerria had a long-standing dislike of dogs, all sizes, all breeds. She couldn't bear their smell, and the fluffy perfumed ones were almost worse. She hated their fur, their glassy eyes, and the way they wiggled and licked, and their tendency to jump on people, especially her. Sensing Jerria's unease, dogs made every effort to win her over. In a room of dog lovers who would welcome nuzzling, they invariably made a beeline to her, begging, love me, just give me a chance." It was one more reason she enjoyed cruises. Pets were not allowed. As the lines of passengers moved forward, Jerria spotted the offending noisemaker toward the middle of the terminal. While she had a great respect for service dogs, the current fad of comfort animals irked her no end, and this was obviously one of those. A real guide dog would be on its own 4 feet, not in a neon pink carrier with fake gemstones all over the sides. One of those overly fluffy animals, primped within an inch of its life, it had a ridiculous big bow on its head. In another setting, Jerria would have pitied the creature. Surely even dogs deserve some dignity and a purpose in life. This one looked like a fancy, frantic fashion accessory. What kind of an adult carries a live dog around like a teddy bear in a box? Looking closer, Jerria spotted the dog's owner. Appearing to be in her late 30s, the woman could have been much older under that thick makeup. Or younger. Her clothing was certainly too youthful for an adult. On second glance, perhaps she'd borrowed it from her sister, her preteen sister. Exposing the woman's midriff, the white shirt was straining at the seams. To Jerria's practiced eye, there was a real risk of that blouse failing to contain its contents if the woman so much as leaned forward. And there was no way those were God-given attributes. Red satin shorts, as tight as tattoos, and very high heels, bejeweled, of course, completed the look. The woman's shrill, demanding voice rose over the din. Something about the Disabilities Act. Surely that pampered pet was not a certified service animal. Hearing its owner's high-pitched voice had the unfortunate effect of increasing the dog's volume. Other passengers turned to stare. Was there going to be a full-on scene? Honestly, Will, do you hear that? You don't think they'll let her on the ship, do you? Let it go. Even if they do, it's a big ship. Never see her again. Got your passport in hand? Anticipating his wife's reaction, Will nudged Jerria forward to the check-in agent's desk, handing over the boarding documents. He'd been careful to keep the freshly printed copies in his own hand, away from his wife's view. The agent scanned their passports and took their credit card for onboard purchases. Please excuse me, Mr. and Mrs. Danson, while I get your exclusive key cards, and then I will escort you to the VIP lounge, where a concierge will show you to your ultra suite. As the agent stepped away, Jerria turned to Will. What is she talking about? We booked a balcony cabin, not a suite. There must be a mix-up. Surprise, honey. Upgraded the cabin. Didn't tell you, but the city okayed the purchase of that property down by the river last month. Plan to tear down the old house on it, not safe anymore, and convert it to a city park. Substantial payout. Will caught his wife in a bear hug. You've been so down lately. Really wanted to surprise you. Want this to be the trip of a lifetime. By the way, an ultra suite is the best there is. Only 5 on the ship. Private pool and courtyard. Going to love it." Before Jerria could protest, the agent was back with the key cards in white envelopes with gold edging. She led them to the terminal's VIP lounge and handed them off to a slim woman in a white dress uniform, obviously a senior staff member. "Mr. and Mrs. Danson, welcome to the Ocean Haven. I am your concierge, Tensa. Follow me, please." Still stunned, Jerria followed Will and Tensa onto the ship. The familiar bubble of excitement as their keycards slid through the scanner at the top of the gangway magnified. That twangy bonk marked the beginning of a vacation. A smiling staff member handed each of them orange juice in a fluted glass. Careful not to get separated from the concierge in the press of passengers, Jerria and Will made their way along the burl wood and brass promenade, through the spacious atrium to a glass elevator. As the elevator rose, Jerria and Will toasted each other. "I love you, Will, but I can't believe you pulled this off without me knowing." "So busy making sure Jeff had everything he needed before he left for New York. Too distracted to even notice. Last-minute deal. Cruise line said they don't usually sell out the ultra suites. Cost a lot less than you'd think. This will be our best trip ever, Jerria. Want you to relax and regroup this trip, not think about kids or home or worry about anything at all. Ordered our daughters to keep in touch with Jeff. All of them have been freshmen at university, and they know what the boy will need to hear. Off duty, my dear, for the duration of this cruise." Chapter 5. On Board the Ocean Haven. Jerria squeezed Will's hand as they followed the concierge through frosted glass doors and down a corridor with sea turtle motif carpet. She'd never seen a corridor this wide on a cruise ship on any of their previous trips. Gone was the commotion of the excited passengers on the lower decks. Jerria admired the gleaming brass and marble and the trailing vines draped on a white trellis over the private swimming pool, sunshine streaming through the retractable glass roof onto potted palm trees. Designed to be a ship within a ship, the exclusive Ultra Suite's private courtyard was a space set apart. Stopping at a wide double door, the concierge inserted her master keycard. "Welcome to the Parrotfish Suite. I hope all is to your satisfaction." Tensa led Will and Jerria into the suite and gave them a quick tour of the wide living space, the 3 bedrooms, the spacious bathroom, and the wraparound deck complete with hot tub. "Here is my personal card. I will make contact with you a couple of times a day, but please do not hesitate to get in touch with me if there's anything I can do to make your voyage more special. I make things happen. Please let me do my job. We are very grateful to welcome you to the Ocean Haven." Tensa nodded formally, pulling the oak-trimmed door closed behind her. "Jerria, come look at this bathroom. Big as our whole master bedroom at home. No hot and cold running salt water, but tub is big enough for both of us. And a couple of friends if we packed any. Will, there's a baby grand piano. I've only ever seen them in the atrium on cruise ships. I love this tile. Come see, it has gold leaf threading through it. Oh, I found another closet. This suite is huge. Any idea what the square footage is?" "Just under 4,000 square feet, including the balcony," the brochure said. "Not much smaller than our house." Putting his arm around his wife's waist, Will pulled her onto the white sectional sofa. "Brochure also said it sleeps 8, but it's just you and me for the whole cruise. Love you, Jerria. Don't forget it." A pleasant chime sounded. "What is that?" A discreet tap at the wooden door made it clear. Making his way to the door, Will shook his head. "Doorbell. Can you beat that?" Carrying a gold-edged china plate in his hand, a round man stepped in, dressed head to toe in white. With a small bow, he extended the 8 little canapes. "I am Jeremy, the executive chef on the Ocean Haven. I take this opportunity to welcome you on board. I trust the cuisine will be to your liking, and I encourage you to let me know of any preferences." He nodded to Jerria. "Your husband has already notified me of your love of chilled fruit soup. I will ensure you have many varieties during your stay with us." With another bow, the man was gone as quickly as he had arrived. Will chuckled. Never seen a chef's toque that high. What do they say about not trusting a skinny chef? In good hands, seems to me. I've never met an executive chef before. Bring that plate over here, Will. Dibs on that smoked salmon. Smiling, Will sank down onto the soft sofa. He knew she preferred fancy little appetizers and finger foods over any dinner. Taking a one-bite steak and tomato skewer, he pointed out a bite-sized crab cake, passing the plate to Jerria. Crab was her favorite food, and she could eat an embarrassing amount of it. Even living so close to the coast at home, Will disliked seafood in any form. She didn't know he had filled out a detailed food preference survey when he upgraded to the Ultra Suite. Her favorite kind of pillow, overstuffed, was on the bed, and her favorite scented bath products waited in the spacious bathroom. Maybe she'd relax on this vacation. Perhaps the dark circles under her eyes would subside. This vacation was going to be perfect. Chapter 6. The doorbell chimed again. "My turn." Jerria's feet sank into the deep carpet pile. Kicking her sandals to the side, she reached for the shiny doorknob. Another senior officer stepped in. Jerria knew they always wore dress whites on embarkation day. Beaming, the tall black man grasped her by the hand, nodding at Will. "A pleasure to meet you, Miss Danson, Mr. Danson. I am the hotel director, Mason. I have here your luggage." Jerria instantly identified his accent as Jamaican. Mason stepped aside as a uniformed crew member wheeled in their 3 emerald green suitcases. "Your butler will be along soon to unpack for you. Have you had a minute to look around your suite yet? If you lack anything, merely let your stateroom steward, your butler, the concierge, or myself know. I won't have my ultra suite passengers going without, and I mean anything. You have only to ask. I offer my card with my personal telephone number." "I will unpack my own," Jerria broke off, interrupted by the doorbell chiming again. Mason reached for the brass door handle, smiling warmly, as a slim woman in a cobalt blue cocktail dress and preposterously high heels stepped in, both hands outstretched. An enormous yellow hibiscus tucked casually behind one ear set off the gleaming highlights in her hair. "May I introduce Cincy?" Mason began. He knew the Dansons would be taken in by the cruise director's enthusiasm. Everyone loved Cincy once they caught their breath. Stepping forward, the woman tossed her shoulder-length auburn hair, interrupting the hotel director in a broad Midwest twang. "Welcome! Welcome to my ship. Don't let Captain Storkman know, but I'm really in charge around here, and I aim to make your cruise awesome. I'm Cincy, the cruise director. Everyone always asks, is that my real name? So let's clear that up right now, shall we? My name is Liesel, rhymes with weasel, and obviously that doesn't work with a public relations job, so I'm Cincy from Cincinnati. Now, since we're going to be great friends, tell me all about yourselves, will you? Mr. and Mrs. Danson, where are you from? Can you dance? And do you love Hawaii as much as I do?" Will and Jerria exchanged a glance, overwhelmed by the woman's high-energy introduction. Cincy folded herself into a side chair and kicked off her high heels. She rubbed one slim ankle ruefully. "These things are killer, but I gotta keep up the image. Oh, I see Chef Jeremy has been by. Pass me one of those caviar toasts, will you? That man's got an eye for plating, I tell you. Hold that canapé with the cream cheese twist on it up to the light. Did you know a thin slice of red grape looks like stained glass? It does, doesn't it?" Opening his mouth to speak, Will wasn't any more successful than Mason had been. Will noticed the hotel director had slipped out when Cincy sat down. He guessed if the hotel director had had any more to say, he'd pick a quieter time to try again. Bouncing out of the chair, Cincy made it to the French provincial sideboard in only 3 steps. She swept up a stack of papers on top and moved to sit on the glass coffee table in front of Jerria and Will, folding her long legs. Cincy casually rifled through the papers. "Looks like you've got mail, folks. Let's see. You don't mind, do you? Invitation to captain's reception. Oh, that's this afternoon. Don't miss that. It's for Ultra Suite passengers only. Ads for the specialty restaurants on board. Oh, you're going to like that. The Porterhouse Steakhouse has the best steaks on the open sea. I'm from the Midwest. I know a great steak when I see one. The French place gets rave reviews. But as far as I'm concerned, food is better without gloppy butter sauce all over it. She wrinkled her nose. Francisco the butler will try to talk you into eating at this big shiny table here, but you're better off getting out and about the ship. That's why you're here, am I right? 4 cocktail party invitations. Land sakes, I hope you people like cocktail parties. Here's your letter about the exclusive VIP-type breakfast in the Woolly Wizard Bar every morning. Take advantage of that. Biggest berries I've ever seen. Plus, you'll get to avoid the zoo, otherwise known as the buffet. Are you ready to have a fabulous, awesome, incredible cruise? Leaning forward, she dropped the papers on the table beside her. We get a string of sea days all in a row to start. We're going to get to know each other really well. Hawaii is awesome. This will be the best trip of your life if I have any say in it. Don't miss the shows every night, if you're not too tired from acting like tourists. I'm not the headliner anymore. I'm just the cruise director. But hey, I can still sing. May I? Moving swiftly to the baby grand piano, Cincy's manicured fingers flew as she played a ragtime medley. The woman obviously had a flair for music. That's from our production show. Don't miss it. We have incredible talent on the ship. Glad to meet you two. I'm off to greet some more passengers. Awesome cabin. You have the best suite on board. Captain Storkman should be jealous. Cincy bent to retrieve her heels. The doorbell rang again. Grand Central Station around here, isn't it? She grinned as she moved to open the door. Oh, it's the workhorses. This is Francisco, your butler, and this is the room steward. Let me see your name tag again. Man, I forget every time. Mr. and Mrs. Danson, may I introduce Granby? You're on your own pronouncing his last name, right? Pretty sure I slaughtered it, yet again. Cincy slipped through the open door as the 2 men moved forward. As Granby looked around the suite with a practiced eye, Francisco set down a crystal pitcher of lemonade on the table and moved to the suitcases. May I unpack for you, madam? Do you have preferences on where I shall arrange your things? Hearing Will asking for fresh ice a couple of times daily, he and Jerria both favored very cold drinks. Jerria turned her attention back to the waiting butler. Look, she confided, I'm not really sure I know what to do with a butler. How about you let me do my own unpacking so I can find our stuff later on? As you wish, of course, madam. How else may I assist you? May I plan on serving your dinner on the balcony nightly, or do you wish to try other dining venues on board? Dinner hadn't even crossed her mind. If you don't mind, let me discuss that with my husband. Yes, of course, madam, at your service. Do you require anything at this time? No, thank you. Go. I know embarkation days are very busy for you, and we don't need anything. Closing the door behind the 2 men, Jerria hugged her husband. Will, this time you've outdone yourself. Happy, sweetheart? Reaching for the last canapé, Jerry winked. Go ahead. Pamper me. I can take it. Chapter 7. A few minutes later, Jerria called. Will, come see this. Is that Granby down there talking to the forklift driver? Stepping onto their suite's teak balcony, Will moved to the railing next to Jerria. She was watching the cruise ship's supplies being loaded on board. For her, seeing the vast quantities of foodstuffs added to the excitement of the trip. Where, honey? Oh, beside that pillar. The flurry of activity below reminded him of an anthill, a recently kicked one. Sure looks like him. How did a cabin steward wrangle free time on embarkation day? Look there. Whole pallet of cream cheese. Enough to fill this hot tub here, though don't know why anybody'd do that. What's with the horns honking? See, the choreography is off because that forklift driver is standing over there with Granby. What's he doing? Can you see? It's his turn to pick up that pallet of carrots, and it's putting everything else behind. Are they arguing, do you think? Jerria strained to hear, or at least read their lips, but from their suite on deck 9, she couldn't make out the words. Guess so. Driver looks angry, waving his fist like that, shouting. Odd, that. Can you see what's in his hand, that black thing he passed him? Will frowned. His wife's curiosity was the stuff of family lore, but he wanted her to simply relax during this trip, not get caught up in any drama between workers. Watching Granby run back to the ship toward the crew gangway, he rubbed his arm. Good. Drama over. Interested in lunch yet, Jerria? Bet the butler would bring us room service. Or want to try out the dining room? Jerria leaned farther over the rail. I'm not hungry yet. That pastry on the Queen Mary was huge, on top of the snacks the chef sent up. It looks like it's all calm down there now. Wonder what that guy gave to Granby. I count 9 pallets of fresh tomatoes. Oh, here comes the seafood delivery truck. Wouldn't you hate to keep track of all this coming and going? I'm content watching the supplies loaded, but if you want to go explore the ship, I'll come along. Nope, better let the dust settle. Other passengers get on board. Want to explore the suite. Been wondering what those buttons on that wall do. Dragging a blue plush deck chair closer to the rail, Will steered Jerria into it. He wasn't sure she even noticed. Shifting her feet, Jerria idly watched the last few passengers gathering on the outer decks through the tinted windows. Many meandered to their places at the muster drill as if they were the only people on board, as if time were irrelevant. Didn't they see they were making everyone wait? She was glad their suite afforded them luxury, even in the mandatory drill. The ultra-suite guests were the only ones assigned to the Woolly Wizard Lounge. Anxious to go explore the ship, she knew the drill wouldn't begin until the last straggler was in place. It was already 8 minutes late, according to her wristwatch. Will elbowed her as she fumed, wanting to distract her. Look around, honey. See any celebrities? Her attention turned to the guests in the lounge. A dozen or so passengers perched on bar stools scattered around the room, under the watchful eyes of the 3 crew members assigned to the VIP muster station. A young couple sat stiffly holding hands on a leather banquette. Nearby, an older man and woman. The man held a white cane lightly in his left hand, a black patch covering his left eye. A woman, with a grating Bronx accent, went on and on about their flight in, and how harrowing it had been to leave the city. The man next to her, her husband, squirmed uncomfortably as the woman's voice rose. Twirling a cream-colored Stetson, a lanky man leaned in, listening to a woman with him. Both were tanned as if they spent little daylight indoors. Noting his constant eye contact, oblivious to the others in the room, she surmised, young love, only not so young? A blond man about Will's age and a slim woman, apparently Polynesian, smiled as Jerria scanned the room. Jerria and Will were not much for movie watching. If one or another of their kids mentioned a celebrity, they often had no idea who they were talking about. For all I know, they could all be famous. I'm out of my depth here. How did Will book a fancy suite without me suspecting? I really have been out of it at home. Jerria's attention was drawn to an elderly woman passing by the windows on the open outer deck. Tottering on high heels, the woman seemed unsteady, as if she might topple at every step. A neon-pink boa flowed from her shoulders, under the biggest straw hat Jerria had ever seen. Its wide, yellow-striped brim was the only part not obscured by a mass of wide ribbons tied in elaborate loops, like a birthday present run amok. Winged creatures appeared to be circling the passenger's head as she walked, dragging a bright orange life vest along the floor behind her. If nothing else, the trailing straps were a hazard. At least 3 announcements had advised passengers not to take the life vest to the drill. She didn't have much patience for people who didn't listen, or those who wasted other people's time, either. Will, have you ever? There must be a costume party on board today. She's the first I've seen, though. Would you look at that hat? Can you see what's sticking up among the ribbons on her hat? Will turned to see where Jerria was pointing. Dragonflies on wires, looks like. Fur pants, really not suitable in Southern California weather. Giggling, Jerria nodded. Really? Where on earth would orange fur pants and 6-inch dragonflies be appropriate? How did she ever manage to pack that hat? Your attention, please. This is your captain speaking. Chapter 8. Now that our only tour of the week is over, where shall we go for sail away, Will? I know we usually head up to the pool deck, but would you mind watching from our suite this time? I need to decide what to wear to the captain's reception. Our balcony is good enough for me, big enough for a party out there." A woman's cheerful voice interrupted. "A party? Can we tag along? We're in the Angelfish suite, next door to yours. We saw you come on board with Tensa. Don't worry about the captain's reception. They're always real casual. Just the ultra-suite guests and a few officers. Would you join us to watch sail away or prefer your own balcony?" Jerria accepted the Polynesian woman's outstretched hand, returning her warm smile. The couple seemed laid back and friendly, but Jerria instantly felt outclassed. If they could afford to sail in an ultra-suite often enough to know about the reception or the captain, they must be wealthy. Or famous. Still, she couldn't ignore a friendly overture. Jerria glanced at Will, knowing he'd go along. "We don't know anyone else on the ship, so we're happy to meet you." Introducing themselves, they made their way to the glass elevator and down the wide corridor to their suites. Jerria took stock of Nan Callister as they walked. The woman had a confident air and an easy smile. Obviously Polynesian, she wore her long black hair held back with a shell comb, the kind worn by Hawaiians a generation ago. Her pink and blue flowing Peril complemented her blouse beautifully. Charlie was blond, broad-shouldered, and appeared to be athletic, but Jerry noticed he walked with a limp. The two men went on ahead, already getting acquainted. "So what's with the limp? Football injury?" Jerria winced at Will's words. He could be so blunt. "Nothing so glamorous as that," Charlie chuckled. "I believe if you're going to get hurt, it's best to have a good story to go along with the injury. But I'm afraid I don't. We live in Hawaii, 18 acres on Kauai, and at home I kayak 4 or 5 miles every morning. I twisted my knee as I was getting out of the thing last month. The doctor said I should baby it, so we decided it was a good time for us to go visit our daughter's family in Arizona. We do that a couple of times a year. My parents left stock in the cruise company, so taking the ship back and forth is almost cheaper than flying for us, even in the Ultra Suite. Takes more time, of course, but it's a lot less stressful. I'm anxious to get back to my kayak, I admit. The knee feels stronger every day." "How can you afford the time off? We work for ourselves, own a real estate brokerage, but it took us some juggling to get away for this cruise. Cruising a couple of times a year? Envy you, man." "Nan and I retired early when each of us turned 49. Both of Nan's parents died at age 50, 2 years apart, and Nan insisted we wrap it up before that point. Nan is Kanaka Maoli, full-blooded Hawaiian, and very superstitious. Our next-door neighbor dug up an old tiki last year, and Nan didn't sleep for a month. Don't get her started about Pele." Passing through the thick glass door marked Ultra Suite Passengers Only, Jerria was startled at the sudden stillness, as the noise of the ship fell away. They crossed the exclusive courtyard. Pushing open the door to the Angelfish suite, Charlie waved them in. "You might find it too warm in here. Nan doesn't like air conditioning. She prefers to leave the glass balcony doors open when the ship's not moving too fast. Something about God's own breezes." "Look, Will, it's a mirror of our stateroom, except ours is done in blues, and this is more green." Moving through the suite onto the wide balcony, Jerria exclaimed, "Oh, the ship is already pushing back from the pier." Passing giant oil tanks, the Ocean Haven glided through the commercial port and out into the open harbor. Passengers on upper decks waved at the pleasure boats below, dwarfed by the cruise ship. Taking Will's hand, she jumped at the blast of the ship's horn. "Will, I'm glad you insisted on this cruise. It's just what I need. Another thing you need is a cold drink. Can I offer you some pomegranate mango juice?" Nan filled glasses from a pitcher on the table. "It's my favorite. Francisco is the butler for all 5 Ultra Suites, and he keeps us supplied." Jerria smiled. With icy juice in her hand and the warm ocean breeze rustling her hair, she felt more relaxed than she had in weeks. "I can see you two are going to be a great resource for us. You know everybody and everything, and we haven't been on this ship before. What can you tell us about the cabin steward and the butler? For starters, what do you do with a butler? I've never dealt with one before." "Personally, I ignore him." Nan settled into a teak deck chair, tucking her legs under her. I don't need a butler at home, and we don't ask anything of Francisco either, but we do appreciate him keeping the drinks stocked. He keeps offering to serve dinner in the suite, but we enjoy meeting new people, so we eat in the dining room or the steakhouse. Cincy raves about that, and she's not exaggerating. Have you met Cincy? She's really something. Something like a whirlwind, Jerria smiled. Is she always that intense? Leaning on the railing, Charlie grinned. Yes, she can come across pretty overbearing at first, but she has a heart bigger than the wide Hawaiian sky, and she'd do anything for you. She's the most popular cruise director on the line. Certainly talented, but it takes a day or two to see what she's about. Give her a chance. Nan said, Now Granby, the steward, I guess we know him pretty well. He's been here on the Ocean Haven about 6 years. He works 4.5-month contracts twice a year. He started in the laundry. He's a hard worker, and he caught the eye of the supervisor pretty quick. He was promoted to assistant steward, then worked his way up the ladder. Now Granby covers the high-end suites with some bartending in his time off. Nan passed a bowl of chips to Jerria. Granby is like you, honey, a ghost. He has an annoying habit of just being there when you turn around. He startled me more than once. He's a decent guy. I think he needs the money, though. I heard him talking to Francisco in the hallway. His wife is pregnant again. I've lost track. Is this 4 or 5 children now, Charlie? Her husband shook his head. I thought I heard it was twins this time. It's just as well Granby doesn't go home very often. Seems every time he does, his wife ends up pregnant again. She's probably lonely. With the first kid having medical problems, you'd think she'd have her hands full enough. Even in Indonesia, that's got to be expensive, and stewards don't make that much money. Jerria glanced at her watch. We should get going. Nan, are you positive what I'm wearing is suitable for the captain's reception? Oh, yeah, sure. You look as good as anybody and better than most. You're going to love Captain Storkman. We've become friends over the last couple of years. I'm surprised he's on this cruise, though. I thought he'd still be on vacation. Come on, Ohana, we better go. Nan throws out Hawaiian words and assumes everyone understands, Charlie offered. Ohana means family, a big concept to Hawaiians, taking in pretty much anyone they like, blood relatives or not. The reception's in the art gallery. Chapter 9. Following Nan and Charlie, Jerria felt vaguely guilty passing a sign that read, VIPs only beyond this point, as if she was one step ahead of being found out. At first glance, it seemed there were almost more officers than guests in the art gallery. Senior officers greeted the ultra-suite passengers as they entered. Wishing she had dressed up a little, Jerria noted that Cincy had changed into a black cocktail dress with a gold scarf. Welcoming them with a warm handshake, Cincy beamed. So glad you made it, Mr. and Mrs. Callister. Good to have you back. We ordered calm seas just for you. Not like that last time, when the first officer decided a wimpy little 90-knot Pacific hurricane was not worth a detour. What was that, 22 hours straight of high seas? Mr. and Mrs. Danson, tough to tear yourselves away from your suite, what? I see you've already met our 2 favorite passengers. You have good taste in friends, I tell you right now. Cincy took Will's arm. Let me introduce you two to our captain. He runs a tight ship, but don't let his stern attitude scare you. He's actually a marshmallow, unless you're a crew member who fails to grovel to a passenger's every need. Then you'd better watch out. I've heard heads roll. Captain Armando Storkman, may I introduce Mr. and Mrs. Danson? They're from Hats Mill, Oregon, in the Pacific Northwest. Captain Storkman gave a little bow and shook Jerria's hand formally. She wished she'd taken time to at least change her sandals. Surrounded by officers in their crisp dress uniforms, she felt like an underdressed tourist. With surprisingly blue eyes and deep laugh lines around his eyes and mouth, the captain had a kind face. Jerria believed you could tell a lot from a person's facial wrinkles, although she did all she could to combat her own. Very pleased to have you on board the beautiful Ocean Haven. You must let us know what my staff can do to make your trip perfection. I was called back from vacation on short notice, and I wished not to leave my wife. May I introduce Zoli Storkman? As the captain spoke, Jerria detected a strong German accent, or perhaps Austrian. A motherly woman in an ice blue pantsuit linked her arm through Captain Storkman's, extending her free hand to Jerria and Will. "Welcome, both of you." Captain Storkman patted her hand on his arm. "Is she not beautiful? Zoli causes me the sin of pride, for how can I not boast of her?" Zoli blushed. "Dear, that's quite enough." "Oh, yes, please," she said, as a waiter paused to offer the biggest shrimp Jerria had ever seen on an hors d'oeuvre tray. She helped herself to 2 of them. Captain Storkman nodded. "I see you have met our most enjoyable passengers. The Callisters have been so kind to me. Did they mention they smuggle contraband between cruises?" Jerria shared a startled glance with Will. "What on earth?" Wagging a finger at the captain, Nan scolded, Now, Armando, what will Jerria and Will think of us?" "It's not as bad as it sounds," she said, turning to Jerria and Will. "We grow fruit, vegetables, taro, and a few coffee trees on our little plantation on Kauai. Quite a lot of varieties, actually. Charlie taught tropical horticulture at the university, and he's always trying new things. This rascal here mentioned he loves fresh fruit. About 3 years ago, he made time to ride his Harley out to our place. Did you know he keeps a motorcycle on board? He took a bag of mangoes and pineapple back with him. Now Charlie makes a point of bringing him whatever's at its peak when the ship ports in Kauai every couple of weeks. Totally against the rules, of course." Captain Storkman's bushy mustache twitched as he drew himself to his full height. "Captain's prerogative. I am the master of this vessel, and I claim this privilege. If these good people wish to gift me their wonderful papaya, I shall gratefully accept it, and with pleasure." Having dealt with Hawaii's aggressive Department of Agriculture at the airport on previous trips, Jerria wondered, "How do you manage to get the fresh fruit on board?" "That's where I come in." A round-faced officer stepped up to join the circle. "I'm John Hanson, first officer. Pleasure to welcome you on board. These 2 scalawags have a system in place. Mr. Callister phones ahead, and I go down to meet him on the pier in Kauai. We're there overnight, so it's easy to find a time when the coast is clear. No one would ever think to question an officer carrying a plain box onto the ship. I'm willing to risk the penalty, so long as Captain Storkman shares his bounty. The red bananas were particularly tasty last time." "Red bananas? Never heard of that variety." Will was interested in anything new and different. Jerria, however, knew that he would never willingly eat a banana, unique color or not, unless it was hidden under whipped cream. She often joked about his vegetative avoidance diet, but it wasn't funny. A grown man shouldn't be such a picky eater. Years ago, she had taken to disguising vegetables in most of the meals she cooked at home. Sauces, meatloaf, and casseroles were the easiest places to sneak in extra nutrition. "Nan, Charlie mentioned you were retired too," Jerria said as the officers excused themselves to mingle with the other passengers. "What did you do?" "It seemed I was drawn to the sea from an early age. Half mermaid, my father called me. I was head of the marine biology department at the university until 4 years ago. It was a good position, and it allowed me and Charlie the same days off. With 2 daughters, that was important." Passengers and senior staff mingled, and Jerria's initial discomfort passed. The ultra-sweet passengers were more down-to-earth than she had expected. At the sound of a soft chime, Cincy clapped her hands. "That's 10 minutes to dinner, folks. I took the liberty of seating all of you fabulous guests sailing in our ultra suites at the best 2 tables in the dining room. There are only 14 of you this week. I love it when the numbers add up nicely. I figured you can switcheroo as you please. Different seats all week for all I care. Thank you for coming." As the guests filed out of the art gallery, Captain Storkman took Will's hand and squeezed Jerria's arm. "I am genuinely pleased to meet you. I hope you will join me and Zoli for dinner at least a few times during this cruise, with Mr. and Mrs. Callister. Please enjoy your evening." Will slipped his keycard into the slot of the Parrotfish suite 3 hours later. As they stepped inside, Jerria hugged him enthusiastically. "Will, can you actually believe we're here? Dinner was fabulous. I enjoyed the show, and I can't believe this suite is ours for the trip. It's gorgeous. Oh, come see how pretty the sea is with the moon on it." Swirling her skirt as she stepped out on the balcony, Jerria smiled. Oh, this warm breeze is wonderful. It's making my skin happy. Delighted to see you relaxing. What did you think of the show? Typical welcome aboard show, I thought, but Cincy was unbelievable. First night of the cruise, and she had people dancing in the aisles before the show even started. Most cruise directors only introduce the shows, but Cincy is a real performer. I think she caught the band off guard, asking them to play for her before the opening number. She can sing, and that dress! I already envy her wardrobe. Her eyes brightened. Will, what would you think about sleeping out here one night? Do you think the butler could rustle up a hammock? Will laughed. Wait a minute. 3-bedroom suite, big as our house, and you want to camp outside? Well, I at least want to keep the balcony doors open. We don't have a glass wall at home, and if we did, it would show rain more than anything. Will, we're going to Hawaii. First, Ensenada. Silly, stopping for only 3 hours, but it's a long way to Hawaii. Have to touch base in a foreign port to satisfy the Passenger Service Act. Archaic law. Guess a short stop in Mexico beats detouring all the way to Fanning Island like the other cruise lines. We won't have time to see much, but I'd like to walk around the little market on the pier. Maybe we can find a cold drink, something local. This sea air makes me thirsty. Seems like all I've been thinking about since we got on board is my next drink with ice in it. If I hold you close, honey, can I make you think about something else? Will, don't you dare. The Callisters are right beyond that thin partition. However, if you're willing to share the little basket of chocolate-covered fruit I saw on the table, I could be talked into going inside. Chapter 10. Day 2. Ensenada. Almost to the dock, Will called from the balcony. First glimpse of Ensenada ahead. Want to come out and see? Not like this. Fresh from the shower, Jerria crossed the large living room, wrapped in only a towel. Give me a minute to pull on some clothes. Chuckling, Will thought back to their cruise to the Canadian Maritimes a couple of years ago. While Jerria showered that morning, he flung open the curtains covering the big glass balcony doors. Not realizing they had docked in Halifax, she stepped out of the bathroom wearing nothing at all, just as a worker in a hard hat walked past on a catwalk 8 feet from the balcony. Will grinned, remembering her indignation at the man's jaunty wave. Even at 9 in the morning, Jerria fanned her face against the pressing humidity. Together, Will and Jerria leaned on the railing, looking down over their balcony, watching the stream of passengers threading the gangway. Not having anything specific planned, they decided to wait until the initial crush was over before heading onto shore. Look, Will, down there. That woman in the giant pink hat. Isn't she the woman with the dog we saw at check-in? I don't see the animal with her now. Seems to me if it was a real service dog, she'd take it with her in a foreign port. After all, a new place is where a person would want comfort more than anywhere. Will shook his head, knowing well his wife's opinion of dogs. 75 minutes later, they had already explored every little shop in the enclosed pier area, and they were feeling the heat. While Will went to find some cold drinks, Jerria found a shady bench. Juggling 2 glasses of icy horchata and a little bag of sugared churros, Will admired his wife across the cobblestone courtyard. She flipped her curls out of her eyes, laughing, talking to a tourist surrounded by shopping bags. Jerria had a way of drawing people to her. Married 28 years, Will loved her more now than ever. He handed her a plastic cup. Honey, past a jewelry store, loaded with silver and turquoise. Drink up, then want to go buy you a silver bracelet, memento of the cruise. Oh, that's a sweet thought, but I don't need a bracelet. Maybe I'll find something that catches my eye once we get to the islands. I'd like to buy some Mexican vanilla while we're here, though. It's hard to find at home. And then we'd better head back to the ship. Sail away is in less than an hour. 20 minutes later, they sauntered toward the gangway up to the ship, with 2 jugs of vanilla extract in hand. As Jerria reached for her keycard to scan at the top of the gangway, a disturbance erupted behind them. The dog woman was making some sort of a loud commotion. She was trying to run toward the ship, but in her 6-inch spiked heels, Her progress was more humorous than effective. "My baby! My baby! My baby is all alone on the ship. I must get back to her," she screamed, frantically elbowing, shoving passengers waiting in line. 2 Mexican port security agents ran to the woman, obviously anxious to help her get back to her child quickly. Will, Jerria, and other passengers nearby paused, startled by the spectacle. The woman's shoulders shook, and teary streaks of black mascara tracked down her face. Sure, the obnoxious woman was just trying to avoid standing in line in the hot sun with the rest of the people boarding the ship. Jerria rolled her eyes. She'd raised 3 daughters. She knew an act when she saw one. "Ma'am, where is your child? Did you leave her in the children's program? If so, we can assure you she is safe." A security agent tried to comfort the shrieking woman. "The children's program? Are you insane?" Stopping her clamor long enough to glare at the confused agent, she resumed shouting, "My itty-bitty baby doesn't like children. They always try to pet her with their sticky little fingers. My darling Bipsy is in her box. I must get to her. Everybody out of my way." Horrified, the uniformed agent took her arm. "In a box? You left your niña in a box? That is a serious matter. We will have to accompany you directly to your cabin. Excuse us, everyone. Let us by, por favor." As the sobbing woman was led to the front of the line by security, Jerria shook her head. Now the crazy woman is going on about her furry child. Anyone who can't tell the difference between an animal and a human has a screw loose. Think about it, Will. If we had pets, we wouldn't be free to travel. And this cruise was one of your better ideas. I already feel so much better than I did at home. I realized a while ago I hadn't even thought about Jeff since yesterday. He's a bright boy. He'll be fine, right? Even so far from home? Of course. Got your key card out? Chapter 11. 20 minutes later, Jerria kicked off her red flip-flops in the suite and plopped on the blue lounge chair, curling her legs under her. "More cabinets than we have at home." Will set the vanilla on a shelf. "Do people really bring enough stuff to fill the suite?" "Need 2 Sherpa to haul all that." Picking up a white plate of hand-dipped chocolates, Will set it on the glass and brass end table and sat across from Jerria. "Interested in a treat? Here's a note, too." Jerria reached for a walnut cherry chocolate cluster while he slid open the small white envelope and read it aloud. "From Captain Storkman. Invitation to tour the bridge tomorrow afternoon and have dinner with him and Mrs. Storkman tomorrow night. Card says to circle yes or no. Leave RSVP on dining table in our suite, and the butler will relay the message. Wordless RSVP. Efficient, that. Sea day tomorrow, Jerria. Want to attend?" "Dinner with the captain? Yes. Good thing I brought a couple of fancy dresses, even though Hawaii is pretty casual. I know you'll be interested in touring the bridge. I wonder how big the group will be. Can you leave the RSVP, Will?" "No effort at all." Will winked and circled yes on the card. "Honey, saw a golf simulator on deck 12. Interested in trying it out. Don't want you bored. Find something to do? Meet up later?" "Sure, go ahead. I'd like to check out the library on board. The best books are only available the first day or so of a cruise. They get so picked over later on. I'll be on the sun deck forward on deck 12 with my new book. Meet you there. Take your time." Pale blue sun hat in hand, Jerria pulled the heavy suite door behind her a few minutes later. She nearly bumped into Granby, who was carrying an ice bucket in the courtyard. Her breath caught in her throat. "Oh, you startled me. Is that ice for us? I'd be happy to put it in the suite and save you a few steps. I know you room stewards work awfully hard. I'm surprised you're working in the middle of the afternoon. We've never had an ultra suite before, but on other cruises it seems the room stewards only work first thing in the morning and again for turn down at night." Jerria realized she was rattling on. Granby pushed past her into the parrotfish suite, wordlessly, averting his eyes. Surprised by his abrupt manner, Jerria continued toward the elevator. Guess he's got something on his mind. With time to herself, Jerria leisurely strolled through the public areas of the ship. The Ocean Haven was a beautiful vessel, and the crew and staff seemed unusually friendly. Any time she was within 10 feet of anyone in uniform, they greeted her with a warm smile, frequently by name. Jerria knew the captain of the ship set the tone, much as an elementary school principal sets the atmosphere for the students. Captain Storkman must be a good man. Selecting a murder mystery from the library shelf, she tucked it under her arm on her way to the buffet. Even between meals, almost every table in the cavernous restaurant was filled. Several card games were in progress, along with 2 tables of mahjong, while other passengers sat by the floor-to-ceiling windows admiring the view and sipping cold drinks. The place was noisy, and Jerria quickened her pace. The ice cream parlor's floor-to-ceiling fiberglass sundae was easy to spot at a distance. Waiting her turn, Jerria debated between a banana split and a more virtuous small ice cream cone. Before she ordered, she changed her mind once again to a root beer float. It would be hot on the open deck, and a drink made more sense. Thanking the server, she thought ruefully about that extra 12 pounds she had tried to lose before the cruise. Jerria usually played tennis a couple of times a week at home. Busy with making sure Jeff had everything he needed for college, her regular exercise routine had fallen by the wayside. Stress had kicked her sweet tooth into overdrive. Jerria passed back through the buffet, heading for the glass elevator. Jerria smiled at a couple as she rode to deck 12. Nice young family. The young woman held a little boy's hand, while a baby girl rode in a front pack on her father's chest. Jerria couldn't imagine the logistics of taking small children on a cruise ship for this long, with diapers and bottles and all. Rissa's baby was due in a few short months, and Jerria loved the idea of being a grandmother. A baby in the family again. She fervently hoped her daughter's child wouldn't be taught to call her by a stupid name, however. Jerria knew full-grown women called Nanny Boo, Mimi Ma, and Pippi. The worst name she had heard so far belonged to Will's sister. When her grandson was not yet 2, Juliet spent an afternoon babysitting him. The child called her Bama. Not bad for a very young mouth to say. Will's persnickety sister spent the whole afternoon teaching the little boy how to carefully enunciate the word grandma. Ga, gro, goo, goo, grandma. He was a bright little boy, and by the time his parents returned, he had her name down pat. Goo Goo Mama. The unfortunate name had stuck. Now 9 years old, Drew and his little sister still called her Goo Goo Mama. It drove Juliet crazy, which of course appealed to the children even more. Jerria was startled to hear someone call her name as she stepped out onto deck 12. Waving from a cushioned deck chair by the railing, Nan beckoned to her. Stepping around the lounge chairs scattered across the teak deck, Jerria made her way to the empty double lounge chair next to her new friend. "Hey, Nan, what a happy coincidence running into you. Don't let me interrupt your reading." Waving a bar server over, Nan shrugged. "It's just a novel, pure escapism. I'd much rather talk to you. Charlie is—" "Yes, Mrs. Callister, what can I bring to you?" the bartender asked. "There is a barbecue on the pool deck, 1 deck below. May I get you a snack?" "Thanks, I'm just thirsty. I'll have what she's having." Nan waved her hand at Jerria's drink. "I'd like root beer, not cola. And thank you." Nan smiled at the servers retreating back. "Our cabin steward tends bar during his off hours, but I don't see him now. I think he needs the tips. As I was saying, Charlie's at the golf simulator. He likes to keep his hand in, even on trips. I warned him about straining his knee." "Oh, they'll run into each other, no doubt. That's where Will has gone, too. Can I ask some advice, Nan? You live in Hawaii, and I haven't been there in years. What do you think the odds are of seeing a sea turtle? I'd love to see one in its habitat." Can you recommend some good snorkeling places along the cruise route? Nan beamed. Ah, the green sea turtles. We call them honu in Hawaii. They're a protected species, but not difficult to find. Certainly. I'll make sure you see some the size of a dining table. I know some great places, off Maui especially. Did you know honu were the spirit guides for the voyagers who came first to Hawaii? Manu, the shark, led the expedition, of course, but the honu guided the travelers individually. They're truly ancient. The first honu were on Earth the same time as the dinosaurs, and fossil remains indicate they're even bigger than the ones now. May I tell you a legend? Jerria leaned forward in the chair, sipping her drink. Yes, please. I love a good story. So do Hawaiians. Some of my best memories are of sitting around with my ohana, the family, telling stories and eating too much. Legend tells about a green honu, Kau'ila, who could change herself into the form of a girl to watch over the children playing at Panalu'u Beach. The mothers all trusted her. When Kau'ila's mother dug her nest, a freshwater spring surged upwards for the children to drink. Fresh water can be a rare commodity on the Big Island. Ever since then, generations of Hawaiians have trusted the honu. Ah, thank you. Nan took the root beer float from the server. Some of the mature honu migrate 500 to 800 miles between their nesting and feeding grounds. The younger ones follow predictable paths, like giant figure eights, showing up at the same places over and over, maybe just between islands, on a surprisingly consistent schedule. They rest on the same beaches every few days. Locals get to know them personally. Nan shook her long hair, her shell comb shining in the sun. I could go on and on. Years of marine biology classroom lecturing, I'm afraid. Listen, Jerria. We don't usually get off the ship in ports on this cruise, Charlie and I. But if you don't mind, we'll come along with you at least once to make sure you snorkel in the best places for seeing honu. Is that all right with you? Or do you have tours scheduled in the ports? Arranging the pillow behind her head, Jerria said, No, we have a rental car booked in each port. I'm not big on crowds, and the very idea of being herded on and off buses with a lot of slow-moving people makes me want to pick up a novel and forget the whole day. I've probably planned too much into this trip. Will teases me about that, but I figure I'd better see what I can while I'm here, right? He still talks about how much we did in Europe last year. I'm not sure if he's bragging or complaining. He and I were saying last night, as we were deciding which bedroom to sleep in, Jerria grinned, how much we've enjoyed meeting you two. We'd be delighted to have you join us any day. Great. We'll plan on it. Whew, it's hot out here. Jerria wiped her forehead. After seeing Oregon's fall forecast on the Weather Channel this morning, I'm glad of it. Nan, can I ask you a question? It's about Granby, the cabin steward. Does he seem really jumpy to you? Yes, we noticed that too. And this morning we heard the butler scolding him in the corridor outside our suite. I hated to eavesdrop, but Francisco was saying something about Granby not getting his work done on time. Apparently he's been slipping away at odd hours, and the staff has to keep tracking him down. I get the impression he's on some kind of probation. He's a decent, but under a lot of pressure financially. Debating about telling Nan what she and Will had seen on embarkation day, Jerria decided to trust her new friend. Will and I saw Granby down on the pier in Long Beach when the supplies were being loaded onto the ship. It looked like he was arguing with one of the forklift drivers. I saw them exchange something small, a tube of some sort, like a plastic eyeglass case. On embarkation day? Nan frowned, sipping her drink. That's the busiest day for the crew. I'm surprised he had any time at all to go down to the pier, much less argue with anyone. She turned at the sound of her husband's voice. Oh, they found us. Will and Charlie crossed the crowded deck, laughing. Charlie's limp was more pronounced. The women made room on their double lounge chairs for the men to sit. Charlie fanned his face with his baseball cap. The sea is so calm we could do with a breeze up here. Will flipped his straight black hair out of his eyes with the same gesture Jeff used so often. Will's hair had a few white strands in it now. Jerria thought he was every bit as handsome as the day she met him in college. Jerria met my match. Charlie beat me by 8 strokes. Good thing it was just a golf simulator. Morale would take a hit on a real course. Oh, Nan and Charlie are invited to tour the bridge with us tomorrow. Where's a bar server, worked up a thirst? At the sound of a commotion below, Nan rose and leaned over the railing, looking down onto the pool deck below them. Come see this. You won't believe it if I tell you. Chapter 12. Jerria, Will, and Charlie joined her at the rail. Shrieking, the woman Jerria thought of as the dog lady beat a uniformed crew member with her big straw hat. The man held a rhinestoned leash with her barking dog yipping at the end of it. They strained to listen above the hubbub. What are you thinking? Bipsy won't go wee-wee on a commercial puppy pad. She likes nature like everyone else. When you take her for a walk, make sure you let her go wee-wee or poopies on a tree, like at home. Here, this potted palm tree will do just fine. Dragging the poor man by the elbow over to a palm tree, the woman spoke quietly to the dog. It lifted its leg, and a spray of urine drenched the tree, along with the man's left shoe. Other passengers looked on in horror. Satisfied, the woman patted her dog, then resumed berating the stunned crew member. What? Do you mean to tell me you didn't bring anything to wipe her bum? How dare you? I'll sue. That's neglect. Where's the captain this time of day, anyway? I'll have your job, I will. Tottering precariously on her stiletto heels, the woman stormed across the deck, her tight yellow shorts straining at the effort. Sheepishly, the crew member shrugged and headed off in the opposite direction, dragging the dog with him. Laughing, the two couples sat down. How did she coerce a crew member into walking her dog? It takes all kinds, Charlie said. Back in Long Beach, Nan and I were surprised some people in the boarding lines wore flannel pajamas. Did they think they were going to a slumber party? Will chuckled. Can top that. Did you see the elderly woman with the dragonfly hat and orange fur pants? She had to be at least 90. Oh, was she the same lady dancing in the atrium last night? She reminded me of a 1920s flapper girl, the way she was lowering her lacy blouse off her shoulder and flirting like that, and at her age. I'd guess she's 95 if she's a day. Hitching up her skirt and swinging her hips, twirling on her cane. Charlie shook his head. Personally, I'd be embarrassed if a family member behaved that suggestively. I haven't seen anyone with her. I suspect she's traveling alone. Or they're not willing to claim her. If my mother acted like that, I'd keep my distance too. One of my favorite things to do on a cruise is people watching. Cruises attract interesting people, I think, Jerria said. I like our dinner mates. I feel sorry for that sad young woman, though. Lacey, was that her name? Newly rich, I think, and her husband said he surprised her with the ultra-suite, much as Will did. She told me in the hall she misses her babies something fierce. I understand. I'd never have left my kids when they were that young. Charlie, you mentioned a daughter in Arizona, right? Is she your only child? No, we have 2 daughters. The one in Arizona couldn't wait to leave the islands and attended university on the mainland. She ended up marrying an accountant. They have 2 little girls. Our other daughter lives right next door to us on Kauai. We share a fence line. We love having her husband and their 2 little boys so close. And of course, it makes it convenient for us. When we travel, they keep an eye on the place. Will pulled himself up to his full height. Need a shower before I get cooked at here. See you at dinner, all right? Jerria said, I'll come along, Will. I'm getting very warm, too. I do love the sunshine, though. I overheard someone in the elevator earlier saying it's -2 degrees at their home in Detroit. I'd much rather be here. Smiling, the two left their friends. Chapter 13. Will preceded Jerria into the suite. "More treats on the table. Looks like garlic toast and some cheeses. Good. Haven't had a snack in over an hour. Order some cold drinks, too. Hot on deck." Walking into the smaller bedroom, Will reached for the phone to call room service. Jerria set her book on the end table in the main bedroom. "Don't eat too much or you'll have to buy new pants in Honolulu. Oh!" Jumping back, Granby slipped out of the walk-in closet door, guilt flooding his face. "What are you doing in there?" she demanded, heart lurching in her chest. The cabin steward averted his eyes and stammered, "Madam's clothing was not hanging smoothly. I was merely straightening the hangers as well as adjusting the placement of the life vest for your safety." "What? That doesn't make any sense." Brushing past her, Granby rushed into the courtyard. Staring after him, Jerria reported, "Will, Granby was in the closet, and I can't think of a good reason for him to be there. He said something about adjusting the life vest." "A jumping one, no doubt there. Nothing to fret about." Will stripped off his shirt. "Won't be a minute. Drinks will be here soon. Save me some of the garlic baguette, will you?" A moment after he walked into the main bedroom, Jerria heard him grumbling. "What is it, Will?" "Safe won't open. Want to put my wallet in it. Don't need it on board. Did you change the code?" "Why would I do that? It's the same as on every cruise we've been on. Your mother's house number." "Keep getting same error message. Says, wrong input, try again. Honey, call maintenance, please. Maybe get it fixed during dinner." While Will headed for the shower, Jerria reached for the phone, one of 4 they'd found in the suite. Out of sight of the ultra-suite doors, Granby leaned against the courtyard wall, catching his breath, his heart thundering against his chest wall. That was close. Now that he had been transferred to work in the ultra-suites, he'd been supplementing his income, desperate for money. The people who booked the most elegant accommodations on the ship were obviously extremely wealthy. It had become his habit to go through their belongings systematically when he knew they were out for the day. Careful to only pilfer small items that wouldn't be readily missed, jewelry mostly, he sold them when the ship made the return trip to Long Beach. He'd overheard the butler and the concierge being scolded for too many lost and found letters from previous passengers, but so long as it didn't reflect on him, he was fine. Already this trip he had a couple of pairs of gemstone earrings and a gold watch hidden under his bed. Nobody needed 2 watches, after all. Mr. and Mrs. Danson must have left all their fine belongings at home, or hidden them better than most passengers. So far, he hadn't found anything of real value in the Parrotfish suite. They probably put their jewels and cash in the suite safe. He hadn't been able to open it yet, but he would. Passengers weren't very bright. They almost always used an easy-to-figure-out password. Their home address, maybe a birth date, easily learned from the boarding documents they tossed carelessly in the trash the first day on board. Figuring out the safe's code was easy. It was just a matter of time. This itinerary had 2 more sea days, then a string of days in port, giving him plenty of time to explore the suite thoroughly. Surely the Dansons had something of value with them. He needed it more than they did. Chapter 14. Entering the ship's main dining room, Jerria pulled her flowered wrap up around her shoulders. Why do they keep the conditioning so cold in here? The maitre d' led them to one of 2 round tables reserved for the ultra-suite passengers in the center of the elegant 3-story dining room. 4 other passengers were already seated and looked up from the menus to greet them. Nan and Charlie slipped into the empty seats a moment later. 2 waiters appeared, one on each side of them, to fill the water glasses and offer menus. One spoke. "May I recommend Chef Jeremy's special this evening? He has prepared beef tenderloin crusted with macadamia and black garlic. He asked me to especially relate to you, Mrs. Danson, that the chilled soup of the evening is peach marionberry. May I bring you some to start?" After she ordered, Jerria took a moment to look around the dining room, sensing a sort of choreography. Smartly attired waiters and assistants moved smoothly through the room, filling glasses, delivering and clearing plates, smiling at the diners. "Beats having a cheese sandwich on the back porch," she mused to Will, although being at home has its virtues too. Briefly, she wondered how her daughters were doing and how Jeff was settling in at college. All four were under orders to call during any crisis, but she knew they wouldn't want to spoil their parents' vacation. It would have to be really dire for the kids to try to get a message to them. Jerria directed her attention back to her table mates. A man in his 70s, wearing a patch on his left eye, related a story in a soft southern drawl. A veterinarian, he had taken off time to go hunting a few miles from their home in rural Georgia. "What?" Jerry startled. "How can you care for animals and shoot them at the same time?" A startled brown bear charged at him. In his haste to reload his shotgun, it misfired, shooting him in the left eye. Collapsing from the pain, he was surprised to wake up in Atlanta's Emory Hospital. "Figured either the bear or the shot would have killed me dead. God must have had a plan for the rest of my life. When I couldn't be a veterinarian anymore, I decided to become a preacher. Nobody cares if their preacher has only one eye. I'm not needed in heaven yet, so I must be needed here." Taking up the story, his wife buttered her roll. She'd gone to a boutique with her daughter while her husband was hunting. In the store's dressing room, an intense bolt of pain flamed through her left eye, so severe it dropped her to her knees. Her daughter called an ambulance. She arrived at the same hospital at the same time her husband's ambulance pulled up. Comparing notes later, they realized the pain hit her at the exact moment the bullet struck his eye. Turns out it was a sympathy pain. Nothing wrong with her eye at all. They both said it was God's way of getting her to the hospital when her husband needed her, in the fastest way possible. Betty and Jim, sitting directly across the table, were New Yorkers. Jerria felt sorry for Jim. He sighed a lot. Betty talked as if conversation was a sprint, and she had to get there first. Within a few sentences, Jerria was already weary of her nonstop bragging about nothing much. Jim interjected a word or two during the first course, interrupted even then by his wife, then gave up. Not impressed by people who put on airs, Jerria noticed Betty became evasive when asked about their occupation or family. Betty had a visible disdain for anyone who lived outside the city. The whole world minus New York's 5 boroughs. Once she learned they were from the Wild West, Betty turned her back rudely to Jerria and Will, ignoring them for the rest of the meal. "Have you ever seen a real cowboy?" Jim managed to ask Will as he broke open a sun-dried tomato roll. "Of course, wearing chaps and driving pickup trucks, salt-of-the-earth types. Hard-working people," Will explained. "But we actually live in the Pacific Northwest. It's not like the old cowboy movies." "That's quite enough, Jim," Betty broke in firmly. "Let's focus on important things, shall we? What dressing did you order on your tossed salad?" Jerria was able to put aside her misgivings about their room steward as she enjoyed dinner. Her eyes brightened at a dessert trolley passing by. "Is that pink layered cream cake strawberry or raspberry?" Arm in arm, laughing, Jerria and Will entered their suite several hours later. "The talent on this ship is incredible, isn't it?" "Much better than some other cruises we've been on," she said. "I don't know how Cincy gets the crowd all singing along, even before the production show starts. Usually, there's a distinct stick-in-the-mud population on board any ship, yet she had them up and dancing." A card on the sideboard caught her eye. "Oh, here's a note." Slitting open the envelope, she scanned the words. "It's from maintenance. Says they fixed our safe, but they blamed us. The problem, they said, is that you entered the wrong code more than 6 times. The wrong code each time." "No way, Will. It's the same code we use on all cruises. And 6? Even a seriously drunk passenger could get it right by then." "Strongest drink I've had all week was that juice Nan keeps sharing. Certainly didn't enter anything that many times," Will defended himself. Tried the usual number 3 times, with the error code each time. Not my fault. Moving out onto the deck, Will called. Guess the butler couldn't find us a hammock. But he did push our cushioned lounge chairs together and left a heap of blankets and pillows. Want to sleep with me under the stars tonight? Sure, why not? Tomorrow's a sea day, and we have nowhere to be, and it'll make a fun story to tell the kids. Be sure you put the deadbolt on the door to the corridor, please. A little while later, Jerria moved closer and rested her head on Will's chest. I'm having a problem they just don't tell you about in the lingerie department, she giggled. My new silk pajamas are really slippery. Can you believe we're really here, lying out here with the stars above and the waves below? Would you just look at those stars? I'm happier than I've been in months, Will. Stepping out of our routine was a good idea, especially after such a busy summer. Good thing Jeff is our last college freshman. I'm not up to getting another child out the door. Jerria pulled the fluffy blanket up under her chin. I've been thinking, now that all the kids are on their own, more or less, we could vacation more often. Even a few days away would be good for us. And isn't it lucky that we met Nan and Charlie? Nan told me a story today about the Hanu. I've wanted to swim with sea turtles my whole life. And here I am just a few days from that dream coming true. Oh, I forgot to tell you. They're going to go with us a couple of port days. I hope you don't mind, Will. Will? Hearing a soft snore, she realized she was speaking to herself. Jerria snuggled into her pillow. Chapter 15. Day 3. Sea Day. Roused by the warm morning sun peeking over the horizon, Jerria stretched luxuriously, nearly sliding off the lounge chair. As usual, Will slept soundly, spread-eagled and snoring, while she was nudged over to the edge of the makeshift bed. Knowing he'd be awake soon, Jerria slipped inside the stateroom. Reaching for the phone, she quietly placed an order for room service breakfast. Juice, fruit, and croissants for her, and eggs, sausage, waffles, and hot cocoa for Will. No matter what the season, no matter what the weather, no matter what, Will liked hot cocoa for breakfast. A day at sea called for casual clothes. Jerria pulled on blue capris and her white top with the blue ribbon embellishment, surveying herself in the mirror. Eyeing herself critically, she thought about the elderly woman with the flamboyant straw hats. Even with 800 people on board, Jerria kept encountering the woman. Last night, on the way to the theater, they'd overheard the woman in the Odyssey bar, talking loudly, demanding saltine crackers and sparkling water in a martini glass with 3 square ice cubes. No more, no less, which she stirred with a long, blood-red fingernail. Jerria wondered if the old woman's offbeat behavior was a sign of early dementia, perhaps, or just a quirky personality. Her loud boasting crossed the line, but how much of it was real? Had she really been a psychology professor at UCLA? A Nobel Prize candidate? The mother of 16? The situation made Jerria think about her own mother on the East Coast. Would a day come when she had to deal with public spectacles, too? At least for now, it seemed to her, Jerria's mother was healthier than she or Will, and kept herself so busy she had a color-coded calendar. Often Jerria had a hard time catching her at home long enough for a phone chat. Jerria's mother lived in Florida, along the Sun Coast. In February, when the Oregon winters were the darkest, she made a point of flying to visit her mother, to make sure she's all right. It was a thin excuse and a running joke that her mother was just fine in August, but needed checking on midwinter. Jerria knew Darcy was well aware that she was coming to visit for her own benefit as much as her mom's. Taking the trip in the middle of the winter energized Jerria's soul enough to make it through the rest of the cold, gloomy season. They shopped, recreational shoppers Will called them, and ate every meal out, lounging by the pool for hours, hurrying to the beach to watch the sunset over the ocean. Both women regrouped and healed their souls while laughing and catching up on family stories. Jerria always came back refreshed, reassured that her mother was in good health and spirits. Jerria's thoughts were interrupted by the musical notes of the doorbell. She opened the door. Francisco pushed in a small trolley draped with white linen. 3 silver cloches caught the light. Jerria swiftly wondered whether she should tip now or consider it part of the services, and tip at the end of the week. All their cash was in the safe, and she wasn't sure she trusted it to open. Francisco gave a slight bow, wished her a good morning, and was gone that fast. Will, hearing the doorbell, came in from the balcony rubbing his chin. "Breakfast? Sweetheart to order it. Shall we take it outdoors?" As they sipped hot cocoa and watched a pod of dolphins cresting on the sparkly waves below, Will said, "Booked a couple's massage for us this morning at 10:30. You mentioned that at home. What else would you like to do today, honey?" Jerria bit into her croissant appreciatively. Strictly a treat for onboard cruises, she loved the little pastries, but they were so high in calories that she tended to avoid them at home. "A massage sounds great. The bridge tours this afternoon at 2:00. Nan said on sea days the ship sets up a wonderful salad bar in the main dining room. How does that sound for lunch? They'll serve other stuff too. Dinner with the captain tonight, don't forget. I'm looking forward to that. Captain Storkman seems to run a tight ship. Everywhere I've gone, the crew and staff smile and greet me by name." Stabbing an icy grape with her fork, Jerria mused, "How do they do that? Do you suppose they memorize all 800 security pictures, or what?" She paused, listening. "Was that the door, Will?" A distant voice called, "Housekeeping." Jerria flinched at the cabin steward's voice. "Goodness, Granby works odd hours, early and late. What time is it, anyway? I'll tell him to give us a little while. You go put some clothes on." Walking to the spa on deck 9 2 hours later, Jerria mentioned uneasily, "Will, I know you're going to think I'm silly, but Granby is giving me the creeps. When I answered the door earlier, he didn't even have his house-cleaning cart with him. It was as if he were hoping we were not there, maybe gone to breakfast, and he'd have the place to himself. He's making me on edge." Point of a massage is to relax body and mind. Know your mind races like hamsters on a wheel, Jerria. But we don't need to worry about the room steward. Probably just a cultural difference. Nothing to worry about. Ah, here we are, Singapore Spa. Turn your brain off, will you? Covered in only a thin bedsheet minutes later, Jerria wondered how she was supposed to relax while the masseur thumped on her back that hard. A couple of times it felt like he was trying to separate tendon from bone. She let her mind wander because relaxing and dozing, as Will was doing, was out of the question. She thought about the bridge tour, knowing Will would find it interesting. She wondered if perhaps she'd be allowed to tour the galley another day. It was worth asking, at least. There did seem to be advantages to staying in an ultra suite that they hadn't had on previous cruises. The masseur moved up to her neck, and her neck muscles warmed. Perhaps she'd think about it later. Chapter 16. Sea Day. After lunch, Nan and Charlie met up with Will and Jerria, since he had arranged to meet them outside the security doors on deck 11. Walking across the exclusive courtyard and out into the public corridor, the men compared notes on previous ships' bridges they had toured, while the women talked about Mrs. Storkman, wondering how they could include her in their activities. A woman could only read so much, and the other passengers seemed intimidated by the captain's wife. Granby folded fresh towels in the striped marlin suite. With the door propped open, he overheard the couples leaving the courtyard. Knowing they'd be tied up with the bridge tour for a while, he slipped into the parrotfish suite as soon as he was sure the elevator doors had closed behind them. He didn't dare take anything that belonged to the Callister couple. They were on the ship so often, all the staff and crew knew them personally. However, this unassuming couple from Oregon, surely they had something small of value they wouldn't miss, that he could take to pawn or sell when they got back to Long Beach at the end of the cruise. It had to be in their safe. Even dressed in the most casual outfit Jerria had seen her in so far, the cruise director looked like she stepped out of a fashion magazine summer photo shoot. Cincy's cream-colored linen pantsuit showed off her figure, and her flowing orange and gold scarf coordinated with her orange heels. Such an elegant woman, Jerria thought, yet every time she speaks, I'm startled by her raw Midwest accent. Greeting them like old friends, Cincy led the two couples through a series of 4 security doors, up a short flight of stairs, and around 2 more corners to the bridge's security door. Tapping on the glass to catch Captain Storkman's attention, Cincy grumbled, "I have the codes for all the doors up to this one. They have to open this one from the inside every time. You'd think that after all my time on board they'd trust me with one more little code. You'd be mistaken. Enjoy the tour. Ask loads of questions. I'll catch you in a while." Captain Storkman greeted them formally as they entered the bridge. "Welcome to my office. May I show you around?" As the captain introduced them to the bridge staff on duty, Jerria was surprised to learn there were only 4 at any time. The captain explained the staff member in front stood a 4-hour shift, binoculars continuously scanning the horizon. Charmed by the captain's Austrian accent as much as his courtly manner, Jerria mused, "It's good of him to take time to show us around. Surely he has better things to do than entertain a few tourists." Captain Storkman noted the man with binoculars had an important assignment. "There was an incident some time ago with a luxury ship in the North Atlantic struck by an iceberg. The Titanic was in all the headlines. I do not wish to have the ocean haven on the evening news at all, for any reason. Thus we keep a sharp lookout. We have never seen an iceberg on the way to Hawaii, of course. The most interesting thing we've seen was some fishermen last year stranded when their boat lost power in a storm. We brought them on board, and they were most grateful. Our provisions officer was concerned they'd eat him out of house and home that first day. Then, as they recovered, it was the beverage manager complaining about the amount of alcohol they put away." Captain Storkman tugged on his mustache. "Since then, the most exciting thing we've seen is the occasional freighter, and the usual sea life. As we get closer to the islands, I expect we will see gray whales migrating from Alaska to Hawaii this month. My first officer will make a public announcement when we spot them. Without fail, the majority of passengers will stop whatever it is they're doing and run to the side of the ship in hopes of seeing one of the sea creatures, at least for the first few announcements. From our perspective, it is humorous to watch, for we see the whales so often." Fascinated by the steering mechanism on the ship, Will was surprised it was controlled by a joystick the size of a mini marshmallow poised on top of a golf tee. He had toured other ships' control rooms, but they had had much larger controls. Nan said, "I guess we were expecting a large captain's wheel like they have in the old movies." Captain Storkman indicated the back wall. "Turn around. You will see I still have one, but it is decorative, not operational. There is a certain comfort to it." Glancing at a weather chart, Charlie wondered about the forecast. Any chance they'd run into high seas between here and the islands? Captain Storkman assured them they had calm weather ahead. Probably the only rough water at all would be in the Maui Channel. Charlie nodded. That was typical. Acting as though he had all the time in the world, Captain Storkman spent almost 50 minutes answering their questions about the ship and the bridge itself. Jerria asked how long he'd been at sea. Smiling, the captain sat back in his chair. "I come from a seagoing family. My 3 brothers are all captains, as was my father, and his father before him. I received my first boat when I was a mere 4-year-old, a birthday gift. It was a bright red sailboat, smaller than my desk here. Father had waxed it to a high shine. My parents told me it was mine. but I would not be allowed to so much as touch it until I learned to swim to the satisfaction of them both. Never was any child so motivated. He smiled, remembering. I went to sea as a deckhand at age 16, and I worked my way up until I was old enough to sit for the captain's exam. Now I am 3 years from retirement, an old man with gray hair. The personable captain stroked his drooping mustache. That 4-year-old little boy was a lifetime ago. Will asked, "Is it true you keep a motorcycle on board?" Captain Storkman smacked his hand on his desk. "Indeed I do. A 2013 red Harley-Davidson 750. Then I can clear my schedule in a port. I go riding. It frees my mind. Hawaii has some beautiful roads, most of them narrow, often 2-lane. Oahu is the exception. Traffic through the capital rivals Los Angeles. And of course, you never know when you might be delayed by a flock of jungle fowl. They are most prevalent on Kauai." Intrigued, Jerria asked, "A what?" Charlie explained with mock solemnity. "Jungle fowl. Common chickens. They're everywhere. The law says if they're on public property or roads or byways, they are Hawaiian jungle fowl and thus protected by Hawaiian law, same as any other wild animal. If the chickens venture onto private property, however, they're considered domestic chickens and are subject to, well, dinner." Delighted, Will slapped his knee. "Not in Kansas anymore. Captain Storkman, appreciate your hospitality. Taken so much of your time and loved every minute of it." "Not at all. You are most welcome, and hosting you on my bridge has been a pleasure." Walking them to the door, the captain shook their hands. "I shall see you all for dinner tonight, yes? Now I recommend the excellent lecture about Pele this afternoon. In the ballroom, 4 o'clock, as I recall. The guest lecturer is a Hawaiian historian. I believe you would find it interesting." Since he had disappeared when she let them into the bridge over an hour ago. Now she reappeared as if out of the woodwork and led them out into the corridor, pulling the security door firmly shut behind her. "I told you you'd love Captain Storkman. How could you not? He's an amazing man. He loves the sea, and he loves to answer questions and tell stories and show people around. Endlessly patient, that man. He tolerates stupid questions a lot more patiently than I could, let me tell you." The cruise director tossed her coppery hair. "Just last week, during his question and answer session on day 8, I sat in the back and just plain admired the man. Here the passengers had an opportunity to speak with a master of the sea, the master of the vessel, a man who has sailed the wide blue ocean since he was knee-high to a really short bug. And can you believe they ask inane questions like, why does it take so long for the water to get hot on deck 10, port side? And the complaining. Silly things like not having blue Jello on board, as if there's not enough to eat around here. Jello is not even food. It's right in the same category with tofu and mushrooms, which are also not edible, in my opinion. Fungus. Can you believe people eat fungus on purpose? With all the other choices available? Mind your step here, people. This is the last security door." Somewhat swept away by the cruise director's fast-paced speech, Jerria ventured a question. "Sensei, Captain Storkman recommended we attend the lecture on Pele later today. You don't believe that nonsense, do you?" She heard Nan gasp behind her. Sensei stopped in her tracks, her characteristic smile falling away. "Oh, yeah, I do. Pele is as real as you or me standing here. And does she get cranky? You'll be fine. She shares her place. I think she likes showing off beautiful Hawaii. She won't cross you if you don't irritate her, but you want to show your respect in Hawaii. It's not like the mainland. As you explore the beautiful islands, you will find lovely stones and shells and innocent-looking volcanic rocks and colored sand, and you'll want to scoop some up to take home as a cheap souvenir." Wagging her slim manicured finger, Cincy walked down the hall and the others followed. "Don't do it. Pele doesn't share well, I'm telling you. If you take anything that belongs to Pele, she may well put a curse on you. I've heard of people getting sick Having crazy accidents, losing their jobs, crimes against them, happy marriages ending, teeth falling out, even death after a vacation to Hawaii. You take Pele's stuff, she takes yours. Even though I think some of it she puts there to tempt you. Like Mama baking cookies right before dinner. Hardly seems fair in my book, but there you are with your backside smarting and your nose in the corner. Cincy shook her head ruefully. Things don't improve in your life until you return what belongs to Pele. Did you know there's a couple on board right now down on deck 5, whose sole purpose is to return the sand and that glassy rock from Kilauea they took when they were here last year. Heck of a time, those poor people. Their grandson's still in the hospital after that last accident. Accident my foot. Pele? Yeah, she's real. Chapter 17. Moving out into the warm sunshine on deck 11, they thanked Cincy for escorting them. She walked away with a jaunty wave. Stunned by the cruise director's words, Jerria turned to Nan skeptically. Nan, you're an educated woman. You don't believe all that stuff, do you? Nan nodded, her eyes locked on Jerria's. Of course I do. I've heard tell that every year over 3,500 packages are mailed to the Postmaster General in Hawaii from tourists who took some rocks or sand home as souvenirs, begging for it to be put back so the curse can be lifted. Can you argue with 3,500 people, not to mention the ones with bad luck who don't stop to connect the dots? Shaking her long hair, Nan continued, You won't have time to visit our home on this cruise, but next time you come to Hawaii, you two will stay with us. I'll show you a photograph I took over Kilauea. It shows Pele, plain as could be, her face in the clouds, her long trailing hair blending into the red lava flowing into the sea. It's pretty amazing. Don't let Cincy scare you. She gets dramatic. You just have to be respectful of Pele. Hawaii belongs to her. A chill ran down Jerria's spine. I think I'll go sit by the spa pool for a while. I'm not sure I want to attend the lecture after all, and it's not starting for another hour anyway. Anyone want to join me? The three had other plans, but agreed to meet up after the lecture. Walking to the elevator, Jerria felt off balance, almost feverish. I hope I'm not coming down with something. We'll be in Hawaii in 2 days. A whoosh of warm, humid air greeted Jerria as she pushed open the door to the exclusive spa area. Settling into a lounge chair overlooking the vacant pool, Jerria's mind wandered back to the Alaskan cruise 4 years ago. Even with 2 of the girls in college, every one of them had managed to juggle their schedule to go on the vacation together. The weather had been wild the whole week, including sleet in Glacier Bay, 5 inches of fresh snow at Denali, and 85 degrees in Ketchikan. One sea day, a serious storm was brewing with 80-knot winds, hurricane force anywhere else. Surveying the ship's deserted outer decks, Jeff talked his sisters into going swimming. After all, he argued, the pool is heated, and we'll have it all to ourselves. When else will we have a chance to swim in a hurricane with glaciers passing by? Just look at those waves. Amy, Rissa, and Sierra gave in readily and talked Will into swimming with them. They knew Jerria chilled easily. Reluctantly, she agreed to go watch from the hot tub while the others swam in the pool. Braving gale-force winds, clad only in swimsuits and beach covers, Jerria fully expected one of the daughters to come to her senses and quash the plan. Shrieking from the cold, none of them wanted to be the first to give in. Angry waves sloshed over the sides of the pool, flooding the teak deck. Amy yelled in delight, "It's a wave pool!" Jerria took refuge in the hot tub, feeling her face molded like Play-Doh by the wind. Holding hands, her family lined up at the side of the pool, preparing to jump in all at once. Will, Rissa, Amy, Jeff, Sierra. Jerria couldn't make out their words over the howling wind, but she knew they were counting down, as they had done at hotel pools when they were children. They jumped. Well, that was not expected. Their combined splash was spectacular. but the water didn't fall back into the pool. Jerria watched in shocked fascination as the wall of water traveled sideways, carried by the wind, about 3 feet above the deck. An unfortunate bartender standing 30 feet away had his back to the pool. His nylon jacket didn't save him from a thorough drenching. He never saw it coming. Will sought him out later and gave him a substantial tip. Nothing was more important to Jerria and Will than their family. With Jeff across the country attending Cornell, when would they have the opportunity to be all together again? How could he go so far from home? Summer had been so hectic, getting him ready to leave, that Jerria had not taken time to consider how she would adapt to having no kids at home. If she was honest, she'd admit she hadn't allowed such thoughts to surface. A bartender approached and offered Jerry a beverage service. Declining, she spotted Nan walking toward her and called him back. "Thanks, I changed my mind. 2 virgin peach daiquiris, please." Nan settled beside Jerria. "These heated tile loungers are nice, aren't they? I had an idea, my friend. Would you enjoy a tour of the galley while our guys go to the lecture on Pele? Will said he's interested, but you looked uncomfortable. I called Chef Jeremy, and he said you and I are welcome to stop by before he gets busy with dinner service. We can sip our drinks on the way. What do you say?" Brightening, Jerry exclaimed, "I'd love that. I like cooking, and seeing how they do it on such a large scale would be great. Do I have time to stop at the suite? I'd like to drop off my wrap. The air conditioning is so brisk I thought I'd need it on the bridge, but the galleys will surely be warm. Walk with me, will you? Then we'll go to—" "Well, I don't know where the galley entrances are located. Nan, I hope you have directions." Talking on the way, the women walked to the Ultra Suites. Nan waited in the living room looking out over the ocean while Jerria swung open the bedroom door. "I'll just be a minute." "Oh!" A man pushed past Jerria, bumping her against a wall as he ran out of the bedroom. Shooting a furious glance at her over his shoulder, he raced into the corridor, slamming the door behind him. Concerned, Nan ran to her friend. "What was that about? Was that Granby? What was he doing in your suite this time of day? You need to report him, Jerria. Captain Storkman wouldn't tolerate that behavior in any crew member, especially not toward an ultra-suite guest. We'd better track down the hotel director right now. We'll see about getting you a new steward. You should have had one by now." Her heart pounding, Jerria tried to smile. "No, I'm all right. He just surprised me. I didn't expect anyone to come out of the walk-in closet. Please don't mention this to Will. He's determined to make this vacation perfect, and I don't want to worry him. Let's go meet Chef Jeremy. He's probably wondering what's taking us so long." Jerria pulled the suite door closed behind her with an increasing feeling of dread. She forced a bright smile, trying to quash her nerves. "Thanks so much for arranging the galley tour, Nan. I can't wait." Chapter 18. That was too close. Granby paused in the linen storeroom behind the pool deck to calm his stomach, to still his shaking hands. Increasingly frustrated, he thought back to his last video chat with Lonnie before the previous cruise. As she detailed her situation at home, the pressure to send more money to his wife was like a live thing twining through his skin. With the twins coming, money was tight, and they still owed the doctors from the first 3 children's births. Doctors always get their due, don't they? He had a bit of cash hidden in his cabin from the previous cruise, but not nearly enough. He'd pick up more once they reached Hawaii when his real work began. If only he could find a few more small items of value in the passengers' cabins, something they wouldn't miss, something he could sell. He'd been in on the cabin searches on the rare times a suite passenger noticed an item missing and complained. The staff could always convince a rich passenger she had been mistaken. She must have left it at home, or perhaps it slipped off while she was on deck. Granby took a pair of emerald earrings from the yellow drawfish suite this morning. The young couple was newly wealthy and had no sense of care. She'd most likely leave something else unattended. He'd check daily. Granby knew the guests in the Parrotfish Ultra Suite had to have something of value with them. Rich people always did. Why couldn't he find it? Earlier, he watched the Dansons being escorted by the cruise director with the other wealthy couple, the ones who sailed so often. They must be made of money. The Callisters were friends with the captain. He never looked for items to steal from the Angelfish Suite. Figuring the passengers' bridge visit would take longer, Granby had seized the opportunity to go through the dresser drawers in the Parrotfish Suite. He'd been delayed in the crew area by a staff meeting that took longer than he expected. In his haste, Granby hadn't heard Jerria open the suite's door. Only his quick thinking saved him. He'd try again while they were at dinner. Their valuables had to be in the safe, or in shirt pockets. Past passengers had thought that was a safe hiding place. He'd look there, too. "I'll have the New Zealand lamb chops." Jerria scanned the menu. "I watched a butcher Frenching them today. His hands were so fast they were blurry. Good thing he wore a chain glove on one hand. Chef Jeremy described the mustard shallot glaze, and it made me hungry just hearing him. You must try a roll." A baker was dividing yeast dough into rolls in the bakery, and I tell you, that dough wouldn't fit on my kitchen table. More like a kid's wading pool. She sipped her ice water, smiling. We saw a man cutting a mountain of julienne carrot strips for the lemon carrot salad, too. Imagine knowing those 50-pound sacks of carrots have your name on them. Did you know there are only 4 prep cooks for the entire ship? The chilled raspberry soup looks good, and one of the shrimp summer rolls. And I want the truffle onion tart as well. I guess touring the galley made me hungry. Just wait till you see the chocolate orange cake the bakery staff made for dessert. 8 layers high. Will winked across the table at Nan. Full of stories after the galley tour, Nan's idea had been just what his wife needed to distract her. It was a good thing Jerria had skipped the lecture about Pele. She was jumpy enough on this trip. No need to give her cause. A logical soul, Will dismissed the stories about Pele as mere fable. He knew she'd see it differently. Knowing Jerria was looking forward to dining with the captain, his wife, and the Callisters, he fervently hoped no one would bring up the lecture. Swallowing, Nan said, "You don't want to miss the 70s performance tonight. It's amazing. So good, Charlie and I go to it every cruise, just to watch Cincy. She's never the same twice. It'll be in the atrium right after the magician's performance. Passengers will line every deck that overlooks the floor, so you'll want to be there early to stake out a good spot." Will speared a potato puff. "Tell us about it." Charlie laughed. "No way, you'll have to see it for yourself." "Will, let's skip the magic show, shall we? I've seen enough juggling to last a lifetime or 2. Will agreed they could laze around their suite after dinner, then get an early start to the show. Chapter 19. Setting her comb on the counter, Jerria reached into the closet for her blue sandals. Something didn't feel right. "Will, did you move the safe over?" she called. "Why would I do that, honey? Let's go. Charlie said they'd meet us on deck 7. Jerria knelt to examine the safe. "Will, I'm serious. The safe has moved a good 4 inches, and the door on it is all scraped up, too. What did you do to it?" Walking into the bedroom, Will shrugged. "Never touched the safe, not since Ensenada. No need. On sea days, don't carry my wallet or passport. Can we leave now?" Jerria punched in the code to release the safe's door. "Well, it's not opening. I keep getting an error message. I think it's jammed. You run ahead. I'm going to call maintenance again. Maybe they can fix it while we're at the show. I won't be a minute." Out of breath, Jerry arrived at the railing of Deck 7 overlooking the atrium, almost 20 minutes later. "Sorry, I haven't missed anything, have I? Whew, look at this crowd. Every railing is lined with people ready to party." Turning to Will, she lowered her voice. "I called maintenance, and they insisted I wait for them to come check the safe. It's ship's policy. They said they can't open a safe unless the guest is present. They managed to pry it open, but the thing is shot. They'll replace it tomorrow. For now, I dropped off our stuff at the purser's desk for safekeeping." Jerria shook her head. "Will, I got a good scolding from the maintenance guy. He insisted the safe was broken because we put in the wrong code over and over, like the other day. I told him we hadn't been near it." Sure that someone had been going through their belongings when they left the suite, Jerria didn't tell him about the trap she had set. A simple thing. While the maintenance man checked the safe, Jerria turned up the sleeves on each of their shirts and blouses, held in place by the clothing on the adjacent hanger. If any of their clothing was moved, the sleeve would fall back into place. Swiftly arranging their toiletry and medicine bottles so the labels all faced to the left, she also tucked a mint wrapper between the folds of Will's shorts in the drawer. They would return to the suite after turn-down service, but there was no reason for any crew member to move their clothing or bottles while the suite was being prepared for the night. There was no cause to worry Will. After all, he'd never notice. As more passengers filled the open decks overlooking the roped-off atrium floor, the two couples chatted about dinner. They planned to dine together on one balcony or the other one night. "That'll be a treat, and it'll stop the butler from badgering us about what he can do for us every day," Jerria shrugged. "You'd think he'd be grateful we're not demanding his attention. Look at all the time we're saving him. What on earth?" Her words trailed off as a loud roar filled the atrium. Charlie and Nan laughed, delighted at Will and Jerria's reaction. 2 decks down, the cruise director rode onto the bottom floor of the atrium on a fire-engine red Harley. Clad in fringed black leather, long blonde wig trailing behind her, Cincy slowly circled the atrium as passengers lining the railings cheered. Confetti rained down from above. As Cincy dismounted with a bow, 4 production singers in white rhinestoned jumpsuits appeared on the overlook on Deck 5, belting out the Bee Gees' "Stayin' Alive." The friends clapped and sang along with the excited crowd, dazzled by a mirrored disco ball on the atrium floor, reflecting colored spotlights over the swaying passengers. The singers segued into "Night Fever," and the passengers knew every word. Dancing on their glittery platform shoes, the foursome slowed the pace with "The Hustle." As they bowed, all spotlights focused sharply on Deck 6, across the atrium from Jerria and Will. A microphone resting in her manicured hands, Cincy stepped into the pool of light, drawing a gasp from the crowd. In a clingy emerald green gown with a risque slit, she transformed into a red-headed Donna Summers. "I Will Survive" echoed through the ship. Enthusiastic applause surged through the enchanted crowd as the last note held, then died. With an impish grin and a flourish, Cincy pointed to the glass elevator bank across the way. As the center elevator rose up from below the atrium, allowing passengers a view inside, the cheers grew louder. 4 staff members, dressed as the Village People, danced inside the glass elevator as it slowly lifted up to Deck 8 and then sank back down to Deck 6. The music to YMCA filled the ship. Hemming it up, the costume groups sang and danced to the delight of the watching passengers. The crowd joined in on the YMCA moves with glee. Jerria leaned toward Nan. "Is that Jamie, the cruise director's assistant, in that Indian outfit? Oh, I'll never be able to look him in the eye again." "I don't see why not. You're not the one wearing a loincloth with nothing left to the imagination in front of 800 people." As the song ended, crew members on the atrium floor below pulled back the ropes, opening the floor for dancing. Disco songs filled the heart of the ship as passengers surged onto the floor, laughing and dancing under the colored spotlights panning over them. Will and Jerria, Nan and Charlie, danced with dozens of other people on Deck 7 as balloons rained down on them. Will whirled Jerria in an elaborate disco move. "Wasn't planning on a disco party this evening. Still got the moves, honey." "Oh, Will, I'm so glad we're here. We should find somewhere to go dancing at home, too." The last song ended, and passengers stopped dancing, wiping their brows as the lights dimmed once again. Cincy appeared one deck below them, spotlighted. Wearing a red spandex jumpsuit with rows of rhinestones down the sides and a tall feathered headpiece, she fairly glittered as the light struck her. All eyes were on the cruise director as she raised her microphone. "Whew, that was fun, huh? Bet you weren't expecting that. You'd be even more surprised if you knew whose Harley I rode in on. In a little bit, we're going to all make a run for the buffet, where Chef Jeremy's team has laid out more chocolate and pastries and who knows what all than you've seen in years, and it's all for you. I know you must be hungry. Some of you haven't eaten a thing in hours. But first, I need to teach you a new word. You with me? In Hawaii, the word for family is ohana. Big word. Takes in all who are close to us, who touch our lives for good, like a great big family. You, my people, are ohana, now on the beautiful ocean haven. One last song for the road, okay? Sing it with me. I know you know it." Cincy belted out "We Are Family" by Sister Sledge, and the crowd was right there with her. As the song ended, Cincy twirled into an elaborate bow to wild applause. Silvery mylar confetti strips rained down, coating the atrium floor, wafting onto the upper decks, festooning the crowd. As the last notes faded, hundreds of people surged up the stairs and jammed into the glass elevators. Pulling silvery confetti from her hair, Jerria turned to Nan and Charlie. "That woman has talent. I'm a big fan of chocolate in any form, but this mob is too much for me. If we wait it out, will there be any left, do you think?" Charlie grinned. "Oh, the chocolate buffet is not for us. Chef Jeremy sends a smaller version of the layout to the Ultra Suites courtyard to save us fancy schmancy folks from getting trampled. You won't be able to finish the spread waiting for us, I guarantee." With his arm around his wife, Will smiled warmly at her. "Make a go of it, shall we? Get some fresh air on the way." Chapter 20. Making their way out onto the open deck, Jerria breathed the ocean air. The relative silence of the night and the waves lapping at the ship was a stark contrast to the commotion of the party a few minutes earlier. The warm evening breeze ruffling her hair, Jerria sighed happily. "I could get used to this. I haven't seen so much as another ship all day. It's as if the rest of the world fell away." They lingered by the rail a moment, enjoying the calm, then climbed 3 sets of stairs, choosing to avoid the crowded main areas of the ship altogether. Nan nodded as they walked. "I know what you mean. I love sea days. Soak it in, you two. Only one more sea day until Oahu. The pace of this itinerary, once we reach the islands, is intense. No more sea days, just island after island. At least 2 of them are overnight ports. That gives a good break for people who try to do it all." Jerria elbowed her husband, who reared back his head and laughed. "Does my reputation precede me?" she asked innocently. "Just a rumor, I'm sure," Charlie grinned, pushing open the door to the Ultra Suite courtyard. "No one person could stuff as much into a trip as Will alleges you have planned, Jerria. You don't really have a color-coded spreadsheet on your wall, do you? Oh, that reminds me. He mentioned you hope to see the sunrise at Haleakala on Maui. Nan and I haven't been there in years. Mind if we tag along?" Jerria's eyes widened at the sight of the beautifully plated confections before her. "I have died, and this is heaven." "Sure, Charlie. We'd love having you two join us anywhere. But first, that chocolate-dipped choquette is waiting for me. I'm going in." Mingling with the other ultra-sweet passengers, Will and Jerria leisurely sampled the sweets. Waiters circulated, offering beverages and plates of hand-dipped chocolate-covered fruits. Biting into a brown butter truffle, Jerria sat back, savoring the twinkling lights reflected in the tranquil pool, enjoying the trio playing softly. Without warning, a loud shriek shattered the elegant atmosphere. All eyes swiveled to the yellow drawfish suite's partially open door. Her voice carrying plainly out into the courtyard, Lacey wailed. She had left her new diamond and emerald earrings on the bathroom counter. Now they were gone. Trying to quiet her, her husband pled with her to be still. He'd buy her more earrings in Hawaii. "You know I can, Lacey. Since that software sold, I can buy you anything you want, any stone you want. I can buy you a whole emerald mine if you want. Please don't cry, darling." Lacey tearfully shouted, "You don't understand. I didn't even want to come on this cruise. I don't want new earrings. The only jewels I want are my babies at home with my mother." Moving swiftly across the courtyard, 2 staff members shut the door of the yellow drawfish suite. Jerria felt for the younger woman. Obviously, Lacey missed her young children terribly, and the trip was not even a third over. Leaving her young children for nearly this long would never have crossed Jerria's mind. She had had trouble letting Jeff go to New York, and his babyhood was almost 2 decades ago. Still, the lost earrings were puzzling. Perhaps they had fallen off the counter, or maybe Lacey had lost them while walking around the ship. Jerria chose a heaped raspberry puff from a passing server's tray. Chapter 21. Day 4. At Sea. Jerria stretched luxuriously in the early morning sunshine spilling through the floor-to-ceiling windows, reaching for Will. Where was he? Sitting up, she heard the water running in the shower. She fluffed up a pillow behind her shoulders. Lazily, Jerria considered the plan for the day. Nothing, she realized with surprise. Nowhere to be, nothing expected of me. Letting her eyes close, she stretched and dozed. Will had wanted the curtains pulled last night so the early morning light wouldn't wake his wife. Glad that Jerria seemed to sleep more soundly on the cruise than at home, he didn't argue when she said she'd rather have sunshine wake her than just about anything else. The weeks of overcast weather during Oregon's winters were hard on her, although he admired her for not complaining. He wished he knew a way to box up the warm tropical sunshine against the inevitable gloom of Western Oregon's February. Wrapped in a towel, Will carefully closed the bathroom door behind him. He moved silently on the thick carpet to the walk-in closet, hoping to dress without disturbing Jerria. Buttoning his blue cotton shirt, Will noticed an odd crease in the fabric. "Must have been hung badly," he muttered. He set it aside. Jerria always packed a spray bottle to mist out minor wrinkles caused by packing. Will reached for a different shirt. It, too, had a sharp furrow right where the sleeve met the body of the shirt. Curious, he looked closer. Although they hung neatly, every one of his shirts had the same fold, as if one sleeve had been turned up, wedged against its neighbor, then allowed to fall. Knowing it would dry quickly, he spritzed his first choice with a spray bottle of water, smoothing the crease with his fingers. He pulled out a pair of khaki shorts. Fine for a leisurely morning at sea. Maybe he could get in a round of golf on the ship's simulator before Jerria woke up. It would do her good to rest. Bending to pick up a flattened mint wrapper from the floor, Will startled as she came around the corner. "Feel bad for waking you, sweetheart. Trying to let you sleep. Did I hear my spray bottle?" Confused at his wife's wide eyes, Will stammered, "Sorry, honey. It has that squeak. Just getting out a wayward wrinkle in a shirt. How about I bring you some— What's that in your hand? It's not a candy wrapper, is it?" Guiltily, Will looked down at his hand. "Yes, that's all. Found it here on the floor. Feel okay, Jerria?" Looked like a ghost passed by. What's going on?" Jerria pushed past him into the large bathroom. Baffled, Will followed. Sliding open the cabinet, she gasped. "Will, the labels are not facing left. They are all facing in different directions, every one of them." She sank onto the edge of the bathtub, shaking her head in disbelief, fighting tears. No longer puzzled, now he was genuinely worried. Why did she suddenly care about product labels? Had she suffered a stroke in the night? The kids would never get over losing their mother at sea. Will reached for the phone on the wall, heart pounding. He'd met the ship's doctor at the captain's reception. Surely she'd know what to do. "Wait here, honey. Silly to put a phone in a bathroom, but help will be here very soon. More comfortable on the couch? Let me help you up. Then I'll make the call. Do you hurt anywhere?" Confused, Jerria tried to focus on her husband. "What on earth are you doing? Drop the phone. I'm not sick. I'm scared. I set a trap last night, then forgot about it." Clarity was just not coming for Will, but he hung up the phone and led his wife to the sunny living room. He ran his hands through his damp hair. "Do you feel well enough to talk? Are you sure the doctor shouldn't look you over?" "I'm just fine, Will. A little shook up, that's all. I started thinking about the safe being wrecked by someone keying in the wrong numbers over and over. Remember I told you Granby was acting weird? When I came in yesterday, he bolted out of the walk-in closet like a shot. He had no reason to even be in there." Trying hard to follow his wife's thoughts, Will nodded. "Odd duck, no doubt, but that doesn't explain nearly fainting over a mint wrapper. I think someone is going through our stuff, and your shirt crease proves it." Jerria explained her trap. Had anyone rifled through their clothing, the sleeves would have fallen down, not stayed where she had folded them. "Someone must have gone through our belongings while we were at the show last night, probably checking the pockets. Sure you're not still thinking about the ghost on the Queen Mary? Why would anyone bother with our things? Shirts are not that interesting, and we have nothing to hide behind the shampoo bottles." "I guess you're right. We can't prove anything. Let's not let it spoil the cruise, okay? And for the record, I've never fainted in my life." Feeling a little silly in the light of day, Jerria breathed deeply, admiring the way the light played on her husband's black hair. Leaning into Will's shoulder, she'd noticed a few gray hairs at his temple in the last months, and that made him even more handsome. It wouldn't stop her from doing everything she could to combat the unwanted gray strands in her own hair, however. "Tell you what, Will. Put on a shirt and call for room service while I step in the shower, would you? Today's our last sea day, so let's not waste any more time on dark thoughts. I'm probably worrying over nothing." Glad to see her characteristic smile return, Will stood. "Have a better idea. Race down to the buffet and grab some breakfast. Faster than the butler. Be back before you're out of the shower. Fruit and pastries, honey? Or real food okay?" She brightened. "You're a sweet man, you know that. If you're going out anyway, go to the lounge instead. Remember, we're supposed to be taking advantage of the VIP breakfast in the Woolly Wizard. Since he recommended prosciutto and berries, that's perfect for me, but if a croissant catches your eye—" She was already stepping out of her silk pajamas. Back in a flash. Chapter 22. Hearing the Parrotfish Suite's door close from across the courtyard, Granby knelt to retrieve a champagne flute tucked behind a vine. His roommate was part of the kitchen crew assigned to clean up after the fancy chocolate party for the Ultra Suite's guest last night. Hells had come in late, but obviously had missed a few places. Granby's morning shift didn't start for another hour, but on every other day, the guests in the Parrotfish Suite had been already out and about the ship. Now was his last chance to have a good look around while they were at breakfast. He regretted yelling at his cabin mate this morning. He shouldn't have barked at Hells like that. But the man had no right to be looking in his closet either. It was hard enough finding hiding places in a shared cabin that small, and Hells had been perilously close to the rolled swimsuit where he hid the cash. Startled by the outburst, he stammered that he was going to take his clothes to the laundry on his way to work and was only checking to see if Granby had any dirty uniforms that he could take with him. Hoping to ease his suspicion, he clapped his roommate on the shoulder and promised to buy him a beer after his morning shift. Granby skipped his usual video chat with his wife in Long Beach, and he planned to skip the next opportunity in Honolulu as well. Lonnie might suspect something was up. She had a way of seeing through him. She'd try to talk him out of it, assure him that things would work out, urge him to keep on working. He didn't have that kind of faith. A father must be a strong provider. It's what fathers do. With every passing day, he grew increasingly nervous. If anyone found out, he'd lose his job on the Ocean Haven, at the very least. Jail time, more likely. But as soon as he had completed 1 or 2 more runs, he'd have enough money to pay off the doctors, twins and all, and be able to stay home with his family. Just a couple more cruises. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Granby moved across the courtyard toward the parrotfish suite. Mr. and Mrs. Danson were at breakfast. He'd heard the door close. Last night he'd rifled through their clothing but found nothing of value. He knew they had valuables on the ship. Wealthy people always did. He hadn't had time to go through the shaving kit or laundry bag, or behind their dresser drawers. Some passengers tried to hide things there. Looking around the deserted courtyard, he slid his keycard into the slot on the parrotfish door. Whistling as he walked along the promenade to the Woolly Wizard on deck 6, Will considered breakfast. A quiet meal on the balcony was just what Jerria needed to take her mind off her suspicions. They'd need extra energy today. Charlie promised to teach Will and Jerria to use the Wave Rider surf simulator on the top deck. After breakfast, he'd make a point of tracking down the hotel director to report Jerria's concern. Turning into the exclusive guest lounge, he smiled. A person could get used to this VIP treatment. Greeting him warmly, Tensa, the concierge, asked how she might help plan their day as a waiter hurried over to seat Will for breakfast. Both expressed shock when he explained he didn't wish to sit. He'd just come to get some food to take back to the suite. Suggesting he had waffles and frittata, the chef's specialty, the linen-clad waiter quickly took his order. She nodded at Will's request for a whole heap of berries for Jerria. Promising a lovely breakfast would be delivered post-haste to the parrotfish suite, she scolded, "And in the future, sir, please simply make your wishes known." Will shook his head as he strolled back to the suite. Apparently, guests were considered utterly helpless when they book an exclusive cabin. Will used his key card into the slot to access the courtyard. Across the pool, the crew-only door slid open from the inside. Breakfast already? As a linen-covered trolley wheeled through the door, a man in a standard gray uniform shirt darted out of the parrotfish suite. Glancing around furtively, he raced across the courtyard. Colliding with the room service cart, dishes and silver cloches flew off, making a racket as they hit the tiled floor. Catching his foot on the table, the man leapt over it, shoving the astonished waiter down with a shout. The crew-only door slammed behind him. Heads appeared in doorways as angry passengers demanded to know what was going on. Seeing the waiter struggling to his feet among the scattered dishes, Will sprinted to the parrotfish suite in a cold sweat. Where was Jerria? Chapter 23. Will breathed a sigh of relief. Standing in the foyer, wearing only her green silk bathrobe, he saw tears welling in Jerria's eyes. Not caring that she was dripping wet, he caught her in his arms, holding her close. Beyond the living room, Will saw 2 dresser drawers upended on the carpet. She appeared to be unhurt, albeit crying hard. Hiccuping, Jerria gasped, "Oh, Will, I thought I heard you open the door. I had just turned off the shower, and I wanted to ask if you'd remembered to bring back hot cocoa. I saw a man, the back of him, kneeling over there by the dresser in the second bedroom. I grabbed my robe and yelled, and he took off. Who was it, Will? He must have been a crew member. He wore a gray uniform. I'm pretty sure. Will drew his wife to a chair, kneeling before her. You're safe now, honey. Saw a man run out of here across the courtyard. Gone before I saw his face. Heard that crash? Sad to say, breakfast hit the deck. With his arms around her, Will scrambled for a way to take her mind off the situation. Feel up to putting on some clothes, honey? I need to make a phone call or two. Reorder breakfast at the very least. Wiping her eyes, Jerria glanced at her dripping robe ruefully. I'm soaking wet. So are you. Sorry about your shirt. A loud knock came at the door, followed by the doorbell's chime. Rung insistently, it no longer sounded sweet. Jerria bolted for the bathroom, leaving damp footprints in the plush carpet. I need a minute to throw on some clothes. The head of security stalked in as soon as Will cracked open the door. Red-faced, he stormed. Unacceptable! It is not yet 9 o'clock, and every ultra-sweet guest is awake and fearful with good reason. I will not have this on my ship, and especially not here. Mr. Danson, I wish to thoroughly investigate, but first, may I be assured Mrs. Danson is unharmed? Closing the door against the commotion in the courtyard, Will nodded. Unhurt, but badly frightened. Caught a man rummaging in the dresser. Ran past me by the pool, coming out of our suite. Suspect our room steward. Man's been acting odd this whole time. The senior officer frowned. Granby, is it? I'll have him questioned. He barked an order into a radio on his shoulder. Ah, Mrs. Danson, there you are. Please accept our sincere apologies for this highly irregular event. Can you tell me what you saw? Taking a seat on the sofa, Jerria said, This wasn't the first time. Our safe was jammed and maintenance blamed us, but we hadn't touched it. I'm sure someone tried to break into it. She recounted her trap with the upturned sleeves and toiletry labels, earning the security officer's approving nod. Jerria said Granby had nearly knocked her over the previous day, rushing past her in the corridor, concluding with her surprise at the unusual hours Granby had been in the suite. Will added what he'd seen. The officer listened intently. Nodding sharply, the officer said, Indeed, you are correct. On this ship, as many others, stewards work a split shift. Housekeeping begins at 9:30 a.m. and finishes before lunch. They have another shift in the evenings between dinner and 9 p.m., turning down beds and preparing the cabins and suites for the night. For a steward to be here midday or early morning, that is highly irregular. Excuse me. He stepped to the glass balcony doors, responding to a squawk on his radio. Blotting her wet hair with a hand towel, Jerria's hand still shook. I'm starting to think this cruise is a bad idea. Can we just fly home once we reach Honolulu in the morning? Will's heart sank. He had so wanted his wife to relax on this trip. Saved from a reply, he rose to respond to a sharp knock at the door. Charlie stepped in, wearing neon green satin pajamas with bright orange trim and fuzzy daffodil yellow slippers. Unable to suppress a grin, Will took a step back. Up to a visitor, honey? Tropical bird just flew in. Charlie rolled his eyes, walking to Jerria's seat. Are you all right, Jerria? Can I bring you some water? I heard the uproar. That crew-only door locked behind the guy. Nan is at a Tai Chi class, but you can bet she'll be frantic when she hears what happened. Captain Storkman is on his way, too. I heard the crew talking in the courtyard while they swept up that mess. I don't even know what all happened, but you can be sure heads will roll. Armando likes a quiet ship. Popular place, Charlie commented seconds later as Will swung the door open to admit Captain Storkman and the butler. The hotel director hovered in the courtyard, trying to calm other passengers. A flash of annoyance washed over Jerria. All these officers looked so sharp, as if they'd been up and dressed for hours, while she had wet, stringy hair and bare feet. Pulling Francisco aside, Charlie spoke softly to him. Both officers had obviously noticed Charlie's attire, How could they not? But neither commented. Captain Storkman approached Jerria with both hands extended. Before he could speak, the head of security returned. He addressed the captain while Francisco slipped out the door. "Sir, Mrs. Danson reported some concerns regarding the room steward. Mr. Danson said he may have been the one in their suite, at least the person's size fit. I sent for Granby to be questioned, but my staff reports he was apparently sound asleep in his bed and appeared dazed when they woke him. Hells is his cabin mate, and he left for an early shift in the galley over 2 hours ago. He cannot speak to Granby's whereabouts, but he did admit Granby has been acting edgy lately. I'm afraid we can't prove anything." Shaking his head impatiently, Captain Storkman's accent was strong as he barked, "I will speak to the parties myself if necessary. I want the log reviewed, showing whose key card was used to open this suite, and the security cameras in the courtyard as well." Blanching, the security head looked away. "Sir, I regret to tell you delivery of the replacement part for the scanner was delayed. It's not functional this cruise, but they assure me the part will be in place when we return to California. And, sir, you may recall the security camera's logs are inoperable until we reach Long Beach. Even if the cameras caught the man with the data recorder malfunctioning, the image would already be erased." Seeing the captain's back stiffening, Charlie stepped forward. "Armando, for now may I borrow the Dansons? I had Francisco order breakfast since theirs hit the courtyard floor. If you no longer need them, I'd like to invite them to go have a peaceful breakfast on our balcony." Captain Storkman nodded. "Yes, of course. That's an excellent idea. Charlie, just out of curiosity, what did you order?" Charlie chuckled. "I told them to bring whatever Will already had, but doubled for me and Nan to join them. Oh, and extra berries. They're great on this trip. Come on, Jerria. You can do your hair later. The breeze on the balcony will dry it in no time." Leaving the officers behind, the three friends walked to the Angelfish suite next door. Nan entered the courtyard with a towel over her arm on her way back from the Tai Chi class. She stopped, surveying the scene. Crew members cleaned up the overturned breakfast cart while others reassured lingering passengers. Catching sight of her husband, she gasped. "Really, Charlie, what will people think with you dressed like that? What's going on here, anyway?" An hour later, Jerria set down her fork, sipping the mango pomegranate juice that Nan favored as they lingered over breakfast. Watching the bright sunlight dancing on the waves, Jerria tried to shake off her scare. Over fluffy waffles and steaming frittata, Charlie and Nan had talked her out of flying home the minute the ship docked the next morning. Charlie stretched lazily. "What say we go join the bocce tournament? It starts in 15 minutes down in the piano bar. Joe and Angela invited us last night, but I forgot to tell you. Men against the women, and it's pretty competitive most cruises." Looking down at his bright pajamas, he grinned. "I'll even put on some clothes now that half the ship has admired my nightwear." Nan poked her husband. "I don't know how anyone could sleep wearing that. I know our daughter gave them to you, but I'm pretty sure it was a joke. I can't believe you ran out into the courtyard dressed like that." Turning to the others, "Wait till I tell our girls. Let's meet in a couple of minutes, shall we? Oh, and bring your swimsuits. It'll save us coming back to the suites. We'll go surfing after the game. The Wave Rider won't be crowded before lunch." Thanking them for arranging breakfast, Jerria ran her hand through her curls. "I think my hair is beyond fixing this morning, but I can at least put sandals on. Bocce sounds like fun. I haven't played in years." As Jerria preceded him through the suite, Will spoke in a low voice. "Can't thank you enough, Charlie." Exactly what Jerria needed to snap out of that situation. Charlie grinned, nodding. "I do my best. Now let's go beat the women at bocce. That'll distract us all." Chapter 24. 40 minutes later, the women's team was ahead, barely. The whole game had been neck and neck, with much laughter on both sides. Watching from the mezzanine railing overlooking the lounge floor, a dozen or so passengers cheered them on. Will took his turn, rolling his bocce ball toward the jack ball, stopping about a foot away. Angela's turn. "What's this, boys?" she crowed, bending to roll her ball. With her eye intent on the goal, Angela's left sandal caught on the Turkish rug. Stumbling, she dropped her ball, rolling it erratically under a chair a good 4 feet from the target. The crowd groaned. Charlie and Will punched the air triumphantly. "Come on, Joe. We've got this. It's yours to lose. All you got to do is drop the ball. Don't even roll it. Just drop it right there, and we win." Joe froze, looking anxiously from his wife to his teammates and back. Beads of sweat broke out on his brow. He fished a red hanky out of his back pocket and mopped his neck. The crowd was silent, waiting, watching. Charlie urged, "Go, Joe. We can't lose. You don't even have to aim. Just drop it where you stand. Angela's ball is so far from the jack ball. We got this. Drop the ball. Drop it." The crowd chanted, "Drop it, Joe. Drop it, Joe." Studying the carpet, Joe hesitated. After a long minute, he squared his shoulders, bent, and rolled the bocce ball. It made a beeline for Angela's ball, bumping it to within 2 inches of the target ball. Joe's ball rolled slowly on, coming to rest at the base of the piano leg, 12 feet away. The women won. The crowd cheered, high fives all around. As the 3 women congratulated themselves, Will and Charlie stared incredulously at their teammate. Joe lowered his eyes. "I gotta live with her. It's a long cruise." An accomplished surfer, Charlie had volunteered to teach his friends to get up on a surfboard on the ship's surf simulator. Jerria and Nan walked ahead, crossing deck 8, while the men followed behind, still complaining over the loss of their bocce game. "Gamers Unite!" A sign by a conference room's door caught Jerria's eye. Peeking in the open door, she stopped to take a better look. Silently hunched over game boards set on long tables, adult gamers wore flowing capes, gowns straight out of the Middle Ages, dark cloaks, most with elaborate makeup and towering hairstyles. Intent on their game, no one looked up. A man, dressed in striped football referee gear, moved through the room with a clipboard. Pounding the table, a player in a suit of armor waved a plastic sword high above his head. Shouts of "Huzzah!" rang through the room. Startled, she stepped back out of the doorway. "What on earth? I've never seen that on a ship before. They could do that at home instead of on a cruise, I should think. Imagine packing those costumes." Nan nodded. "That's what I think, too. A cruise is a pretty costly venue just to play games. There are all sorts of people on the ship, though. Did you hear about the cyclists? 44 of them, with their mountain bikes stored in the ship's hold. One of them told me they plan to ride a full 26 miles each day in Hawaii. Not your typical laid-back tourist." Charlie chimed in. "Well, take Joe. He and Angela live in Minnesota. He was telling me yesterday he refuses to fly. He had a bad time during the Korean War. They travel a lot, but he won't go by air. To get to this cruise, they left Minneapolis the same day. Angela flew and vacationed in Southern California, while Joe took a train. Amtrak doesn't have direct routes, so it took him a full week to reach L.A. Can you imagine? Another odd one is the dog lady. Yippy little fluffball in a carrier." Will shook his head. "Never seen a dog on a cruise ship before." Captain Storkman is furious. He's positive she put one over on the cruise line. That's no service dog. By law, he can't ask. Nan shrugged. The very idea, taking a dog to the main dining room. I feel sorry for her room steward. She even makes him take the dog for walks and to use the litter box. The spoiled animal won't go in a box, and that palm tree is looking pretty yellow to me. And the endless barking. I'm glad her cabin is nowhere near ours. Even before they reached the surf simulator, they heard the rushing water on the top deck aft. Eyeing the wave rider dubiously, Jerria's heart pounded. With water surging that fast, how would she ever stand up on a surfboard? As she watched, a teen on a surfboard wobbled, slipped sideways, fell, washing up and over the waves, dumped unceremoniously into the pool at the top. Proving to be a good teacher, Charlie broke the process into steps. The staff manning the ride knew him from previous cruises and watched as he instructed the Dansons. 2 other passengers near the simulator, including the girl who'd wiped out earlier, moved in closer to hear him. Charlie suggested they practice standing on a surfboard on the deck before they tried the waves. From a prone position, Charlie popped up in a fluid motion, tucking his feet under his body. You can stand regular foot with your left foot in front, or goofy foot with the right foot leading, whichever feels more comfortable to you. How could anything feel comfortable in that rushing water? Jerria wondered. It's like skiing. Why would anyone strap slippery boards to their feet, then fling themselves down a snowy mountain on purpose? Don't touch the rails. The edges will cut your hands and saltwater stings. With his feet shoulder-width apart, Charlie balanced on the board. A newbie's tendency is to squat, but you'll have more control if you stand up, bend your knees, and keep your chest leaning forward a bit to lower your center of gravity. Keep your arms loose and extended. Try not to flail. This is surfing, not flying. Besides, waving your arms will knock you off balance, and Nan's quick with her camera. Once you're up, keep your eyes forward. Your body will go the direction you're looking. Kind of like riding a bike, only with fewer trees to crash into. Squaring her shoulders, Jerria made up her mind to try. At the least, it'd make a good story to tell the kids. Practicing on the dry deck, Jerria and Will made it up onto the boards after a few tries. Charlie explained controlling the board was side to side, not front to back, and pronounced them ready to try the water. Jerria watched as her husband set his board in the water, admiring his stance, proud of him for popping up on his first try, albeit briefly. With a mighty splash, Will shot up and over the top, arms and legs flying wildly. Nan's camera flashed. Jerria's turn. Trying to concentrate on Charlie's shouted encouragement, she found it hard to hear over the pounding water. She lay on the board, managing to get one foot under her body. With a heave, she stood up on the surfboard, wobbling but definitely standing. Glancing down to see which foot was in front, her center of gravity tilted, and the board shot out from under her. Breathless, Jerria swept up and over and into the pool. Charlie, Nan, and Will applauded. Rubbing her bruised elbow, Jerria smiled with a sweeping sense of accomplishment. Not bad for an almost grandmother. Go again, Will. I need to catch my breath. Taking turns, before long, both Jerria and Will could balance for a couple of minutes before the inevitable wipeout. Finally, Nan announced, "You two are nearly pros, but I'm starving. Anyone interested in lunch, or shall I just get a quick burger? I saw a steak salad on the dining room menu yesterday. I could go for one of those." A quick glance at the clock beside the climbing wall surprised her. How had time passed that quickly? The friends agreed to meet in 20 minutes, giving them time to change into dry clothes. Jerria's pulse quickened uneasily as Will pushed open the suite's courtyard door, remembering the morning's upheaval. Other than New York Betty from the Triggerfish suite, sunning by the pool, the courtyard was deserted. Nothing seemed out of place in their suite. Will headed for a quick shower while Jerria reached for her flowered sundress. Her stomach growled. Chapter 25. Greeted warmly by the maitre d', they were seated by a window. Nearby, 3 violinists played softly. After ordering the steak salad, Jerria sat back, admiring the shimmer dining room. Well named, the 2-story restaurant had intricate scrollwork on each chair, gleaming gold leaf pillars, and gilt-framed mirrors between the tall windows. Conversation flowed easily, service was perfection, and Jerria relished the elegant meal. So often at home, her lunch consisted of a piece of fruit grabbed between real estate appointments. Reaching for the bread basket, she thought about the ship's bakers below decks. The crew worked so hard. Dishes crashed. A shout rang out. The music stopped abruptly. Sharp barking mixed with indignant cries from across the shimmer dining room shattered the peaceful atmosphere. All eyes turned to see the dog woman, shrieking at a waiter. "How dare you put your leg in my precious itty-bitty baby's mouth? You made her bite you, sneaking up on her like that. Bipsy could have broken a tooth. I'll sue. Where is the captain? I'll have your job, I will." They watched, spellbound. A waiter clutched his leg. Even from this distance it was obvious his trousers were ripped. The maitre d' reached for a phone as 2 other waiters and the hostess ran to help. Barking frantically, Bipsy nipped at the waiter's feet, skittering on her small paws. As passengers watched in horror, the woman wildly swung her large tote bag at the waiters, over and over, her voice shrill. Taking a blow to the head, the hostess stumbled to her knees. Bipsy jumped on her back. The woman screamed, covering her face with her hands to avoid getting bitten. Security officers steamed in. The head of security restrained the dog's owner, but not before she landed a sharp kick to his shin. 2 security officers hauled the woman out into the corridor, kicking and screaming, her shouted threats receding, muffled by the heavy doors. Barking nonstop, 2 officers cornered Bipsy by the galley door and carried the dog out at arm's length with a white linen napkin over her head. Anxious to restore the calm atmosphere Shimmer was known for, crew and staff scrambled. A crew member assisted the limping waiter from the dining room with a makeshift bandage tied around his ankle. Others quickly cleaned up the broken dishes and the food on the floor. Slumped in a chair, the hostess caught her breath, patting her hair back into place. The trio resumed playing softly, as if nothing had happened. Charlie sipped his ice water, frowning. Captain Storkman is a mild soul, but that woman is in for a world of hurt. Shocked by the outburst, Will asked, "What'll he do with her? Put her in the brig? Walk the plank?" Jerria giggled. Oh, a walk the plank ceremony? That would make some great photos to show the kids." Their waiter appeared with 4 peach and bitter chocolate sundaes. Waving off his apologies for the commotion, Nan complimented him for having the good timing to be in the galley when the skirmish broke out. With a formal bow, he grinned broadly. "My mama, she taught me to stay away from wild animals and wild women." Suppressing a yawn, Jerria stood after dessert. "I think I need a nap. Surfing wore me out. I'd like to go sprawl on our balcony for a while. I may even break out the novel I picked up in the library if I feel more ambitious later on. What are the rest of you planning to do?" Rubbing his hip, Will opted to soak in the hot tub on their balcony, hoping to ease his sore surfing muscles. Charlie and Nan planned to sit in on the magician's rehearsal. Cruising on the ocean haven so often, they pretty much had the run of the ship. Margot the Magnificent was a friend of theirs. "We're all invited to dinner with Captain and Sully Storkman at 7, remember?" Nan stood. "Don't go overboard dressing up. He told Charlie it'll be just the 6 of us this evening." Jerria ran her fingers through her hair. "Dress up? Between the melee this morning and the Wave Rider, I haven't even put on makeup today." Will put his arm around his wife. "Never more beautiful, honey. Look like one of your daughters." Cruising agrees with you. After a nap on the balcony, Jerria took time to carefully dress and style her hair hours later. Admiring herself in the mirror, she smiled. The clerk at the boutique in Troutdale had been right. The green and blue cocktail dress's embellished waistline was flattering. Dinner with the master of the vessel was a big deal to her, even if Nan and Charlie took it for granted. Will muttered in front of the hall mirror. Not a fan of dressing up, he'd balked at packing a suit coat for this cruise. Living in a small town, he seldom wore anything more formal than a button-up shirt and loafers. He came into the dressing room as she dug through her striped cosmetics bag. "Ready, honey? New dress? Very pretty. Proud to escort you to dinner." "One minute, Will. I can't find the necklace I bought to go with my dress. A white gold chain with a sapphire pendant. It's not here, but I thought for sure I'd packed it." "Look fine without it. Don't want to be late. Wear something else?" Will hoped she wouldn't worry about it being stolen. More likely she had misplaced it. Jerria stood and shook her curls. "Oh, it's not important. It's probably at home on the bed. Guess I'm still rattled from this morning, that's all. Grab my green wrap for me, please, Will. The air conditioning in the dining room is downright aggressive." Pulling the heavy sweet door behind her, Jerria glanced around the courtyard. Suddenly chilled, she pulled her wrap around her shoulders, folding her arms across her chest. Really, there's nothing to feel jumpy about. Chapter 26. Jerria beamed as the solicitous waiter pulled back her chair to seat her across from Captain Storkman. Small-town life suited her, but Hat's Mill had no restaurants at all, unless you counted Ma's cookie spot on the south side. Ma herself had installed a giant ventilation fan facing outwards to lure in customers. It was hard to resist the aroma of fresh-baked cookies. The old woman often commented on how baking lemon cream cookies always brought in more business. Jerria enjoyed upscale dining once in a while, and dining at the captain's table was a dream. She knew Will would be just as happy with a hot dog on a street corner. Captain Storkman, as expected, was still seething about the fiasco at lunch. Demanding the best from his staff and crew, bad behavior from passengers didn't pass muster with him either. Wondering about what options the captain had, Will ventured to ask what had happened to the woman and her pampered pet. "The Ocean Haven has no brig, and frankly, I have not needed one in many years until today. The woman, very spoiled in my opinion, is confined to her cabin until we tie up in Honolulu tomorrow." Scowling, the captain buttered his roll. "Unfortunately, without the security camera system's recorder operational, I must utilize a crew member to stand watch. I recommended earplugs to drown out the abuse coming through the door. The difficult woman occupies the smallest inside cabin on the ship. I would feel sorry confining anyone else. I have already alerted the authorities to meet my second-in-command on the pier when we dock. She will be arrested by my order." Nodding at a waiter who set a tempting antipasti platter in the center of the table, Storkman continued. "Another issue that has been brought to my attention regarding the woman's dog. Service animals must have the proper paperwork to enter Hawaii. Somehow that was overlooked in California. I have sent word to the main office about the oversight, and they assure me it will not happen again. Since it has no such papers, the dog will be classified as a house pet. According to the Hawaii Department of Agriculture, the creature is subject to 120 days under quarantine. Perhaps by then, it will learn some manners, and its owner as well." Scooping Greek olives onto her plate, Nan asked about the waiter who had been bitten. "Henley required several stitches and is on a course of strong antibiotics, which I understand will cause him some digestive distress. He will be off work for a few days, Dr. Jace tells me. I assure you, such an outburst will never again occur on any ship I master." He squared his shoulders. Let us speak no more of the matter. Please, sample the prosciutto. It is particularly fine, as is the Casio di Roma cheese, also imported from Italy." Will nudged Jerria under the table, knowing she loved the salty Italian meat. If it were possible to overdose on prosciutto, she was well on her way. "Pass the bread basket, will you?" Amazed that the waiter was able to remember what they wanted without taking a single note, Jerria placed her order. Only the most skilled waiters served at the captain's table. She noticed Will had managed to navigate the entire menu without requesting a single vegetable. "Did you hear about it? I was right there when it happened." A beaming woman at a nearby table gushed in a thick Boston accent. "Dropped to one knee in front of God and everybody. Right there in the atrium, not 10 feet from guest services. The ring wasn't much to look at, I must say, but that girl let out a shriek that turned heads 4 decks up. He kissed her so long, I thought she'd need CPR to get her heart started again." Applause broke out by the dining room entrance, spreading across the cavernous room. "Oh, that's them there, coming in now. She's still blushing. Good for them. The world needs more happy endings." Captain Storkman signaled a waiter, ordering a bottle of champagne to be delivered to the couple's table with his compliments. Conversation flowed easily as the first course was set before them. Jerria happily sipped her chilled strawberry soup, delighted that Chef Jeremy had kept his word. Charlie offered to share his foie gras pâté. He suspected Will had never tasted it. Shuddering, Will turned back to his tempura chicken. Conversation turned to the first port of the cruise, Honolulu. This itinerary sailed to Honolulu twice, an overnight port at first, then disembarkation in the capital city at the end of the cruise, where the main airport was located. Eager to see as much as they could of the islands, Will and Jerria had reserved a rental car in each port. Will left the planning up to Jerria. He'd go wherever she chose, so long as that crease of worry between her eyes faded. "Don't miss the swap meet," Solly Zorkman recommended. "Tomorrow is Wednesday, so you're in luck. It's only open 2 days a week. It's the best place to buy anything you desire in Hawaii. Think of it as an array of pop-up boutiques combined with a rummage sale sprinkled with food trucks." Will raised an eyebrow. How could the captain's wife even know about such a seedy-sounding place? "No, really, it's the best," Nan chimed in. "It wraps around Aloha Stadium, and the variety of items sold there can't be beat. Aloha shirts, high-end jewelry, tacky souvenirs, silver and shell items, imported foods, even luggage, and fresh lace. The hand-painted shell flowers alone are works of art, and the original paintings are incredible. It's well worth a couple of hours. You never know what you might find, and the prices are the lowest in the islands. Just avoid the dealers who promise antiquities. That old stuff they dig up, it belongs to Pele." Jerria leaned forward, her eyes shining. "I'd love it. Will, let's make a stop, shall we? I'd like a few of those shell flowers for my hair. They might push back the gloomy Oregon winter. We could get a matching dress and shirt to wear to the club. What do you think?" Nodding, Will hoped the swap meet might be the place to replace Jerria's lost sapphire necklace with something finer. "Not old enough for matching outfits, honey, but sounds like an interesting place to browse. Aloha Stadium is not far from Punch Bowl. Can go there easily. Want to tour Pearl Harbor first thing. Less crowds that way." He leaned back, letting the waiter set his Santa Clara steak in front of him. Nan, Charlie, Solly, and the captain kept up a lively round of advice on what else the Dansons should not miss on Oahu. The ocean haven would be in port overnight, leaving ample time to explore the island. Charlie recommended Giovanni's shrimp truck and Masumoto's shave ice in Haleiwa, and suggested they stop at the North Shore's Pipeline Beach to watch the surfing competitions. Will said the first day on Oahu, he and Jerria planned to explore the southern half of the island, around Honolulu, and try out their snorkel gear in Hanauma Bay. they'd head north the second day. You probably won't find any honu in Hanauma Bay, Nan cautioned. The big sea turtles seek out quieter beaches, and that's not Hanauma. So many tourists go there because it's close to Honolulu. You'll see plenty of fish, though. It's a good place to practice snorkeling. You'll do fine. Turning to the captain, she smiled. Armando, you should have seen these two haole on the Wave Rider today. They were up on the board in no time. Not bad at all for mainlanders. Before his warm peach crisp was served, Will invited the Callisters and the Storkmans to come along as they explored Honolulu the following day. Charlie shrugged. Honolulu is just another big American city to us, like L.A. on a rock. It even has rush hour. We always stay on the ship. With most of the passengers on shore, it becomes remarkably peaceful. I have an idea, though. Nan, what would you say to meeting them on Waikiki in the evening, after they're worn out and ready for a sit-down? Waikiki is a whole different place when the sun goes down. Zoli leaned forward. I'd like to come too. Dear, what is your schedule? Is there any way you could come along? Absently twirling his mustache, Captain Storkman replied, I can assign my first officer to stand my watch. He can do without me once we are in port. The Outrigger Hotel makes a delicious mango cream semifreddo, served in a green spoon coconut. They also serve those frou-frou drinks in the pineapples, which I doubt you see in Oregon. The couples agreed to meet before dusk the following day. The captain had to return to the bridge. Thanking him for a lovely meal, the others headed toward the theater. Jerria wasn't much for magic shows, but Nan insisted Margot the Magnificent was different. I watch her show every time we are on the ship, and I still haven't figured out how she moves the piano across the theater that fast, or gets it balanced on the mezzanine railing without a whole lot of noise. And wait till you see her costumes. There must be 2 pounds of sequins on them. Chapter 27. Day 5. Honolulu. Touring Pearl Harbor first proved wise. Jerria and Will boarded the first boat silently, feeling a subdued spirit as it approached the Arizona Memorial. Walking up the canted gangway, they held hands. Will, somber, leaned over the memorial railing, looking down at the remains of the Arizona. Jerria slowly circled the white structure arched over the twisted metal. Visible just below the water's surface, the wreck still leaked rainbows of oil, playing on the water after all these years. So many hopeful sailors and airmen stationed here, lives needlessly lost on a bright Sunday morning. Those young men would be great-grandfathers by now. Will frowned at 2 preteen boys, laughing out loud in front of the wall listing the names of the dead. Before he could scold the boys, Jerria moved in to take his arm. I'm ready to head back whenever you are, Will, but take your time. If you're not ready, we can wait for another boat. The spirit here is so touching to me. I wonder if Punch Bowl will have the same feeling. Trying to shake off his gloom, Will smiled. Let's catch this boat. Have a lot planned for today. Moving towards the dock, they joined a dozen other passengers on the return trip to the island. As the boat bounced along the clear waves in the harbor, their mood lifted. Will asked, Interested in seeing the old films in the display center? History hasn't changed, but you decide. Jerria looked over her shoulder as the memorial receded from view. No, I vote to drive up to Punch Bowl and then head over to the swap meet. Oh, would you look at the long line waiting for the boats out to the memorial. Good thing we got an early start. 20 minutes later, Will and Jerria drove slowly through Punch Bowl National Cemetery of the Pacific. A wave of somber reverence washed over them as they passed the iron gates and circled the outer drive, then the inner drive. Built in a caldera, the cemetery nestled in a green-grassed bowl, its sides gracefully rising to insulate the dead from the bustle of Honolulu a few blocks outside the gates. Contrasting with the carefully manicured lawn, rows of neat white headstones shone in the bright sunshine. The atmosphere was still weighty after the noisy traffic of the city. Will parked the rental car to one side without speaking. Stepping out, Jerria moved down a row of gravestones, touching several, stooping to read others. Will didn't share her interest in old headstones. He leaned against the car, remembering their trip to Boston a couple of years ago. While he took in a ball game at Fenway, Jerria had spent a whole afternoon investigating colonial and revolutionary cemeteries. Idly watching a ceremony of some sort at the far end, up by the Seabee Monument, Will wasn't surprised when a 21-gun salute rang out through the crater. Someone who gave their all for the country deserved all the honor they could get. Oblivious to the ceremony, Jerria knelt to read a grave marker. As the gunshots rang out, she jumped, startled. Returning to Will, she took his hand. "Walk with me, Will, would you? Look at these grave markers. They tell a story." She pulled her husband down a row and read aloud. "This one here says, 'Unknown, USS Arizona, Pearl Harbor, December 7, 1941. He died nameless.' This one, too, says, 'Unknown, same date, no ship name.' I found several like that. See here, this man served in Korea, Vietnam, and Iraq, and he died in Afghanistan 2 years ago. I don't know what that rank insignia is, but after that much time it must be high. Imagine the life he lived. This man over here received the Medal of Honor. Those don't come easy. This one says he received 3 Purple Hearts." Will slipped his arm around his wife. Jerria had a way of connecting with people, even dead soldiers from another time. If they lingered too long, she'd begin to imagine their families left behind, their wives and children and brothers, and who these service members would have been had fate chosen another path for their lives. How could he buffer the stark contrast between the reverence of this sacred place and a shopping spree? He wanted to get her back to the world of the living before grief settled upon her. How about a quick walkthrough of the Capitol building? Heard it's open air, designed to look like a volcano. Makes sense. Let politicians let off steam instead of erupting as they do on the mainland. Recognizing Will's attempt to lift her out of the pensive mood, Jerria agreed, if they could find easy parking. Traffic in Honolulu was nothing like Hat's Mill. Parking at the Capitol was readily available, but the line of cars into Aloha Stadium an hour later stretched 4 blocks. Not much of a shopper, had Will been alone, he would have turned back but for his friend's suggestion of handcrafted jewelry here. He wanted to buy his wife a unique piece, something she could wear at home, something to remember this cruise by. The car inched forward. Jerria leaned out the car window. "Look at this place, and we're not even inside yet. I see a shaved ice stand. Let's stop there first, shall we?" "Brave enough to try it with red beans this time, Jerria?" Will wrinkled his nose at the thought of the Japanese sweetened bean sauce offered with the traditional fruity ice cones. Jerria shook her head. "Not me. That's an acquired taste I have no desire to acquire. I'll add sweetened condensed milk instead. The shave ice crystals are so fine, the milk makes it taste almost like gelato. Can you fit the car in that parking spot on the left, do you think?" Chapter 28. Honolulu. Will watched to be sure Jerria was engrossed in deciding which zippered bag to purchase. Need another wrap? More Pereos in the next booth. Juggling 3 quilted tote bags, Jerria's eyes sparkled. "I'm thinking about getting these for the girls for Christmas. I love all the bright colors. What do you think? Peril, you say? Thanks, I'll look there next. Good thing I left room in the suitcases. These prices are amazing." Sure she would not notice his absence, Will ducked back to the jewelry stand they had passed before the bag store. He had in mind something silver to complement Jerria's skin tone. Maybe a necklace or a bracelet. He'd see what the vendor offered. With Jerria happily distracted, now was his chance. The Polynesian seller outweighed Will by at least 100 pounds. Passing by earlier, Will idly wondered where one would buy an aloha shirt that big. Scanning the jumbled display, Will wondered how the vendor managed to keep his wares straight. Carefully boxed gemstones rested next to elastic bands strung with seashells and plastic beaded necklaces. Kukui lace hung on wires moving in the slight breeze. The man's broad smile drew Will in. "Aloha, how's it? What you looking for? A pretty something for your bride, maybe? Nice-looking woman you walked by with. Got these flower earrings, genuine silver." Jerria would never wear earrings that big. Will explained he wanted a one-of-a-kind piece, as unique as his wife, shiny but not gaudy, something that would help her remember this trip for a lifetime. Broad smile fading, the big man stared at Will, slowly nodding. "Oh, it's for you, then, I found this thing, this very morning. Not real diamonds, you know, but real nice. The wife, she gonna love it. One of a kind. I throw in a story for free, no charge, I show you." Reaching under the curtain draping the table, the man drew out a black plastic case, smaller than an eyeglass case. Will noticed a broken clip on the side. The man upended the tube onto a dusty velvet-covered display board. Will sucked his breath in. He'd never seen a setting like this. He leaned closer to examine the cluster of what looked like diamonds. Dazzling white crystals caught the sunlight like a living thing, forming a two-level pendant. A large beveled stone set in the center was surrounded by 8 smaller gems, 5 oval, 4 square cut. Falling freely behind the largest stone, a double bow of 10 square stones, 5 on each side, met at the bottom with 3 large glittering teardrops. Surprised they weren't genuine diamonds, Will stared at the glints of light playing on each stone. At first glance, Will knew he had to have this pendant, regardless of the cost. Jerria would be delighted, and even more so if he had a story to go with it. Unable to take his eyes off the brilliant stones, Will asked, "What kind of a story?" "Finest kind of story, brah. This necklace here comes straight from the ocean, this same morning. I was in the kayak, same as every day, trying to lose some weight. The doc says I gotta or else. Off Waiania Point, by the big rocks. Leeward side of the island, that by my house. Water be real clear over there. You can see all the way to the bottom. I spotted something wrong hanging a couple of feet down, this black thing here, and it ain't right. Innocent fish come along, choke on that, die for no reason. Not right, yeah? I leaned way over to get it. Kayak tipped. Got my nice shirt here all wet, but it dry now. Just a little stiff. This box got a screw lid. Like a bottle of pog, you know, man? Real surprised see this shiny thing inside, nice and dry. I ain't gonna lie, it ain't real diamonds, but just that stuff they make. But it sure is pretty, you see that?" So many tourists came and looked at his jewelry and walked on by. Today he would not let this haole get away without a sale. The vendor clapped Will on the shoulder, nearly knocking him over. "Tell you what, brah, I like you. You got good taste, and who knows, maybe this be from Pele herself, just for your wife over there, with her arms full of the bright sundresses. She not gonna make you wear matchy-matchy shirts at home, yeah? Don't be like that. You gotta take a stand, brah. I make you a deal, okay? I give it to you for $200. Rubbing his sore shoulder, Will blinked at the price. He would have gladly paid triple. $200 seemed low, even if it was only cubic zirconium. Imagining her reaction, he considered the best time to give it to her. "A hard sell, this one," the man shrugged. "Tell you what, brah, I throw in a chain so she can wear it today, yeah? I even give you the little box thing. I got no use for it. and to keep it safe in your pocket. Better you than a fish's stomach, yeah? $150, and I picked the chain." Still staring at the pendant, Will reached for his wallet. Jerria would love the necklace and the story, but he'd leave out the part about Pele. Nothing was going to spoil this trip. Nothing. Chapter 29. Oahu. "Will, I'm starving. I think I swallowed a couple of quarts of the Pacific before I fixed the gap in my snorkel. It was worth it. Have you ever seen such fish in your life? Like God used his biggest box of crayons in the creation." A school of bright blue boxfish darted away from me, just a few inches from my arm. Incredible. Brushing sand off her leg, Jerria said, "But I'm hungry. How about we get dressed and see if that shrimp truck is still parked up on the bluff? I know you don't like garlic shrimp, but they probably have something else for you to eat. Race you to the cabana." A step behind her, Will grinned. He was pretty sure his back was sunburned from staying in the clear blue water so long, but seeing his wife's childlike joy in Hanauma Bay was worth any discomfort. He made up his mind to try the garlic shrimp. Millions of tourists can't be wrong, right? They were wrong. The garlicky butter soaking up the crusty bread was delicious, but Will couldn't stomach the shrimp. Pushing macaroni salad around on his paper plate, he hoped Jerria wouldn't notice he'd only eaten 2 of the shrimp. They were meeting the others for drinks soon. Still hungry, he hoped the outrigger had a bar menu. "Eat up, Will. We still have to drive back into Honolulu and find the outrigger before dusk. I don't want to keep them waiting. The hotel is right on Waikiki," Nan said. Can't eat another bite. At least that was true. Taking a last sip from his cup, Will gathered the paper plates. "Dress fast, honey. Want time to walk along the beach with you before we meet up with everyone." Jerria enjoyed the swish of her new sundress against her bare legs, the warm sand under her feet. Waikiki was a different place at dusk. Earlier, teens and families sprawled on beach towels, surf lessons going on every few hundred feet, kids hooping in the water, bikinis and sunburns at every turn. With the sun low in the sky, flaming tiki torches lined the beach, a contrast to the seemingly endless expanse of the dark ocean beyond the sand. Soft Hawaiian music wafted from open-air venues. Jerria and Will held hands as they walked just out of the ring of light cast by the tiki torches. "There, I see it, the outrigger. I wonder if the others are here yet." "Hold up a minute, honey. Want to show you what I bought today." "What is it? I thought you left everything in the car." He pulled her around to face him, a few steps closer to the flickering light. "Know you love stories. This one comes with a necklace." He held up the pendant on its silvery chain. Even in the dim light, it glowed in his hand like a living entity. Jerria's eyes widened. "Oh, Will, it's beautiful. But can we afford it? You're spoiling me on this cruise. It must have cost more than our mortgage. Oh, it's stunning. I've never seen a setting like it." "Glad you like it. Can't exchange it. Came from the swap meet. Not expensive at all. Cubic zirconium, the vendor said. Not precious stones. Turn around, honey, so I can put it on you." "It's fake? Are you kidding, Will? I can't get over the sparkle. Oh, I'm so glad it's not real. I love it, but I'd be afraid to wear diamonds that size and have to worry about losing it. You said you have a story to go with it?" "Better walk while I tell you. Others will be wondering if we made it out of the bay. Vendor was a big Hawaiian, dreadlocks down his back, and he said this morning he was out in his kayak." Laughter rang out around the table as Will recounted the story to the other 2 couples. Jerria had insisted, and Will's attempt to mimic the jewelry seller was hilarious. "He sounds like our neighbor," Charlie smiled. "When I moved here from the mainland, I wasn't even sure what language he was speaking with all the Hawaiian words thrown in. Nan understood every word, growing up on the islands. I told you could find all sorts of things at the swap meet. That necklace is the best thing I've seen anyone buy there." Nan set down her drink. "Seriously, though, the necklace could have caught in some poor sea creature's gullet and killed it. Was it just lying on the bottom of the bay, did the man tell you?" Pulling the black plastic tube from his pocket, Will handed it to Nan. "Said it was in this, floating under a couple of feet of water under the ocean surface. It'll do until we find a decent box." Nan examined it, then passed it back. "I can't get over how sparkly the necklace is, Jerria." Sully examined it closer. "Such a unique setting, too." Asking about hobbies, the conversation turned to a variety of topics. They found they had much in common in spite of their diverse backgrounds. Will ordered an array of appetizers to share, and he sampled each, pointedly ignoring the traditional poi. Nan teased, "What, you don't like poi? We Hawaiians eat French fries, you know." Squirming, Will shot back, "French fries are not anything like lavender library paste." Laughing, Nan admitted she didn't care for pounded taro either. Rising, Captain Storkman pushed in his chair. "What a delightful evening! Often I must work through the dinner hour, but on nights I'm free, you are welcome to join me and my wife in the dining room, unless you have other plans. Nan and Charlie are dear friends, and now so are you, Will and Jerria." Sully smiled, reaching a hand to Jerria. "You and Will are wonderful." Walking in the sand, Jerria fingered the cubic zirconium necklace, settling her pareo across her sunburned shoulders. Will was a good man, and he knew her so well. Who else could find a memorable gift wrapped in a story and a bargain to boot? This necklace would make the trip unforgettable. Chapter 30, Day 6, Oahu. Room service. Wanting to get an early start, Will had ordered breakfast delivered to their suite. "Get the door, will you? I can't decide what top to wear." Reconsidering a blouse she had tossed on the bed, Jerria slipped it on as Will opened the door for the breakfast trolley. Jerria was less than enthusiastic about the climb up to Diamond Head Crater. Will, however, couldn't wait. Content to leave the planning to Jerria, the only places he insisted on seeing were Diamond Head and Haleakala. She agreed to go along with his hike, since it was important to him. Planning to head north on H1 after the climb toward the north shore by way of the center of Oahu, then loop back down Kamehameha Highway to the ship. They'd arranged to have dinner with Nan and Charlie on their balcony as the ship left port that evening. Coming out of the bedroom, Jerria eyed the breakfast trolley. "Are there any of those little ham muffins in the bread basket?" "Dibs. I need my strength, you know." Jerria stood by the rental car, drawing a deep breath. Diamond Head looked a lot taller from this angle than it had from Punch Bowl yesterday, and steep. Kneeling to retie a shoe that didn't need tying, she considered her options. If she backed out, she knew Will wouldn't go on without her. There was no other choice. "Ready if you are." A large cluster of tourists spilled from a bus across the base of the hiking trail, waving maps and talking all at once. Jerria and Will had encountered similar groups in their travels across Europe and the Caribbean, milling about in groups as if totally lost. Sidestepping, Jerria kept her head down so as not to bump into any of them. She clapped her pink sun hat on her head, smiling gamely at Will, taking his hand. "Just a quick walk up and back, right?" Within 20 minutes, Jerria regretted not being in better shape. Her legs were screaming, her lungs protesting. The benign paved section of the trail behind her, she watched every step on the steep gravel switchbacks. She was hot and dusty, and her sun hat proved a poor fan. The guidebook said this trail was only 1.6 miles. It neglected to say, nearly straight up. Will called back, "Keep it up, honey. Almost to the stairs." Groaning under her breath, Jerria overruled her body's pleas for a break. She couldn't help resenting the fresh-faced younger hikers on their way back down. One perky young woman chirped with a toothy smile, "Don't stop. It's totally worth it." "It better be," Jerria muttered. Whose idea was this, anyway? 96, 97, 98, 99 steps. Will, I made it! Panting, Jerria stumbled onto the landing, surprised to find herself in a concrete bunker. She'd been intent on counting steps to block out the pain in her legs. She leaned against the cool gray wall, relieved at not having to climb even one more step. A Filipino man called across the bunker, "Good for you, missy. You're at the top. Buy a certificate to prove it to the folks back home. $2 authentic." Nodding, Jerry reached into her pocket. Leaving his card table, he approached her, certificate outstretched, his eyes widening. "Oh, that necklace! Beautiful! Where did you get it? Looks like something from the sea, like Pele herself made it." Reaching for his wallet, Will hastily clambered back into the pillbox bunker from the lookout on top. The less reminders of Pele, the better. Jerria was easily taken in by silly superstitions. "Here, we'll take 2 of the certificates. And would you take our picture, please?" Anxious to distract his wife before she thought too much about the necklace's origin, he handed the man his camera and pulled Jerria close. Thanking the man, Jerria and Will climbed on top of the lookout. "The view is incredible from up here, Will. I'm so glad I stuck it out. I can see the whole island. I wish there was another way down, though, a big swirling slide or something. As I see it, you owe me shaved ice, big time. With condensed milk, no sweet beans. Good sport, honey. Thanks for making the climb. Much better view with you in it. Ready to trek down?" The trip down was less strenuous, although Jerria had to take it slow in a few spots to keep from slipping. She smiled and encouraged a few tourists on their way to the top. Sweaty and exhausted, she stopped to rest against a signpost at the base of the trail. Giddy with accomplishment, her mind turned to the day on her porch last spring when the paper boy called her an old lady. "Take that!" Will looked back at her, smiling broadly. "Did you read the sign, honey?" Jerria glanced up, then swatted her husband with her sun hat. "Trail rated severe? Had I known that, how did I miss it on the way up?" "Thank the busload of tourists. Blocked the sign and didn't even make the climb. Ready to head inland?" Chapter 31. Oahu. Driving north on H2, Jerria scanned a brochure she'd picked up in the cruise terminal. Next stop is the Dole Plantation. It's a touristy spot, but worth a few minutes. It says here they have expanded the display garden to nearly 100 varieties. Imagine! Oh, and a giant pineapple maze. I guess it's like the corn mazes at home. Interested? Maybe not. Time is limited. Just have a pineapple whip and quick look around the shop, then head north, okay? Jerria nodded. "We agree then. I'm more interested in Matsumoto's shave ice, in Haleiwa, but a frozen drink sounds good to me now, too." She absently fingered her new necklace, which she had decided to wear at the last minute. Jerria stretched her back as she stood in the parking lot. A strange sing-song caught her attention as Will locked the car, drawing her eyes to the entrance. What was that? She spotted a woman in a flowing flowered caftan 100 feet away, twirling slowly and loudly chanting, as if casting a spell. Looking closer, Jerria made out large orange dragonflies circling the old woman's head, bobbing on wires sticking up from her broad-brimmed straw hat. Unsure what to do, 3 uniformed employees hovered nearby. Several customers brushed past the old woman, running toward their cars. Is that the woman from the ship? What on earth is she doing? And why doesn't someone stop her, more to the point? Losing business right and left. Will shrugged, taking her hand. Not up to us. Come on. Display gardens this way. Might be another entrance around the side. What she needs is a daughter to say, "Knock it off, Ma." I hope I never get like that. Jerria glanced over her shoulder as they walked along the side of the building. Not to worry. Our daughters would set you straight long before you sprouted dragonflies. Ah, here. Large or small pineapple whip? Large, please. I'll go look around the shop, okay? Will met Jerria by the pineapple-shaped cutting boards a few minutes later, carrying 2 large cups with frothy pineapple slush. Found a bench over here. I'll be right there. I want to buy some of this pineapple soap. Oh, what now? A loud, whining voice filled the shop. Pineapple mugs, pineapple dice, pineapple cookbooks, pineapple hats, pineapple candy, pineapple pot holders, pineapple this, pineapple that. Nothing here but pineapple. Jerria grinned at Will. Oh, good. She's done with the voodoo or whatever that was. Bring on the shopping. A while later, leaning against a swaying palm tree on Pipeline Beach on North Shore, Jerria watched another surfer take on the waves. Scooping her guava-shaved ice with her plastic spoon, she nudged Will. You know, for a guy who's afraid of garlic shrimp, you're pretty brave trying pickled mango-shaved ice. Whole new man. Whole new hungry man. 3 hours until dinner with Charlie and Nan on the ship. Quick stop in Laia okay with you? Great burgers, the clerk said, a place by Foodland. Who else comes to Hawaii to eat burgers? Sounds good, though. Then a leisurely drive back toward Honolulu. Let me watch this last competitor, okay? Returning to the ship took longer than expected. By the time they turned in the rental car, catching a ride back to the Ocean Haven from the rental agency, time was short. Almost running up the gangway, Will and Jerria scanned their keycards and rushed for the bank of glass elevators, nearly colliding with Cincy coming up the stairs. Slow down, you two. Did you think I'd let the captain leave port with ultra-sweet passengers left on shore? No chance of that, I tell you. Enjoyed Oahu, did you? Oh, Mrs. Danson, let me see that necklace. That puppy is brighter than the 3-tiered chandelier in the Shimmer dining room. Gorgeous! Flipping her coppery hair, Cincy didn't wait for a response. Made dinner plans for tonight? Have you had a chance to sample the steaks in Porterhouse yet? Fabulous, I'm telling you. And I know my steaks. Comedian is the show tonight. Donnie's not bad, but I must say, if you had in mind to lay about on that big old balcony of yours, I'd recommend tonight. Ship will be going through Maui Channel. It's going to be choppy after midnight. So if you're going to relax, you want to get that out of the way early, if you know what I mean. Oh, I need to tell you, live music on Deck 12 by Midas Whale will be a real hopping party, starting at 9 o'clock. Get your dance moves on under the stars. Grabbing a passing staff member, the cruise director swung the man around in an elaborate dance move. He grinned as he dipped her. This was not the first time. Cincy winked and released him, not missing a beat. We'll be on beautiful Maui tomorrow. We tie up at 7 a.m. Tensa said she'll escort you folks out the crew passage, save you from waiting with the masses. Just tell her what time. We can't let the concierge get lazy, you know. She said you two haven't asked for a thing, unlike some I could mention, who really ought to remain nameless. If you want to stop for lunch tomorrow, I'd recommend the Simon Place on the Strip, the one with the big blue sign. Normally, I'm not a fan of fishy noodle soup with funny-looking things floating in it, but that place is the best. Have a good evening. As the elevator's door slid open, Jerria and Will stepped inside, leaving Cincy to greet approaching passengers. Chapter 32. Cincy's exhausting. My ears are tired. She's not exactly professional, but I like her. Capping her mascara tube, Jerria walked into the living room. Are you interested in dancing up on deck after dinner, Will? Envy her energy. Must live on caffeine. Dancing sounds good. Charlie said the butler will have dinner in about 15 minutes. Be ready by then? Dinner on a balcony served by a real-life butler with new friends and tropical breezes. Can't wait. I just need to grab my shoes and... Oh, Will, would you help me with my necklace, please? Glad you liked the necklace. Hoped you would. Ready? Will stood back, admiring his wife. Stones are shiny almost as much as your eyes, honey. This cruise is making you poetic. My sandal buckle is stuck. I'll find a pin to poke the hole open. Run ahead and tell Nan and Charlie I'm right behind you. 2 minutes later, Jerria stepped out the door, reconsidered, and went back to get her new pareo, in case the breeze was too much for her on the balcony. Pulling the door behind her, she nearly collided with Granby in the corridor. Oh, sorry, I didn't see you. Staring at her neck, he froze, then bolted toward the crew-only door, glancing back with wild eyes. Fingering her necklace, she squashed a bubble of panic. Stop it, she scolded herself, reaching to tap on the Angelfish Suite's door. The cabin steward is just doing his job. Accepting a glass of pineapple juice from Charlie, she remarked, I just had the strangest encounter with Granby. I guess he was coming to turn down the beds in our suite. He stared at me like I was a ghost, turned a pasty white, and his eyes were huge. I thought he was going to faint for a minute there. Then he ran across the courtyard through that crew-only door. I wonder if he's ill. These crew members get exposed to germs from every passenger, I think. He hasn't been himself this cruise, I'll grant you that, Nan said. He's seemed distracted ever since we left Long Beach. I hope he's not coming down with something. We don't want to catch Mai. Come out on the deck. Francisco set a beautiful table for us. Jerria twirled on the balcony, enchanted by the dancing lights the butler had strung on the railing. Oh, this is wonderful! Perfect timing, too, with the sun setting over the water. Honolulu was so hectic, but isn't it pretty from this distance? Hugging Nan and Charlie, she thanked them for inviting them to dinner. Butlers aren't part of our life at home. You have no idea what a treat this is for us. Nan smiled warmly. It's a treat for us, too. We get lazy on cruises and often order room service for lunch, but not a 6-course meal. Francisco actually seemed happy to set this up for us. I heard him whistling as he set the table. Charlie interjected, or he might just be glad for an excuse not to have to deal with the young couple in the yellow drawfish suite for an hour. That poor woman cries so much. I'm worried about her getting dehydrated. And I hear they're running the butler ragged. I think she's asked him to do everything but blow her nose for her. Just goes to show, money doesn't buy happiness, as they say. Will sipped his juice. We're in good shape, then, because great wealth is not a burden we bear. Jerria smiled as the discreet knock came at the door. Come on, Will. Let's act like we do this all the time. And I do mean act. Charlie tapped the sound system button on his way to open the door. Soft Hawaiian music washed over the balcony. Stepping out of the way to let the butler wheel in a linen-covered trolley, he smiled. Hawaiian life was laid back. A bit of elegance was a nice change. Chef Jeremy has outdone himself. Jerria sipped the chilled pineapple lychee soup. I keep thinking he'll run out of ideas for cold soups, but he just keeps getting better. Conversation flowed easily as Jerria and Will related how they'd spent their day on Oahu. Nan and Charlie chuckled at Jerria's description of the hike up Diamond Head. It was gorgeous once we reached the top, but that path was rugged. It's probably well those tourists were blocking the sign at the trailhead's base. Had I known it was so strenuous, I would have never tried it. I did it, though, and I have the certificate to prove it. I hope you won't miss the Ia'o Valley on the green side of Maui, Nan encouraged. It's steep, too, but well worth the effort. It's actually an easier climb. There are no switchbacks, and the valley is always cool. Diamond Head is so dry and hot. When you stand at the top and look into the valley, imagine King Kamehamaia's warriors fighting below. The battle was so intense. Legend says the river itself was blocked, dammed by the bodies of fallen warriors. It's hard to picture it when the place is so peaceful nowadays, and usually deserted. Charlie sat back as Francisco placed warm artichoke tarts in front of each of them. I don't know why the tourists steer clear of Iao. Maui is one of our favorite places. Lucky for you, the ship overnights in Lahaina. Plenty of time to see it leisurely. Maui has some good places for you to snorkel, too. And you'll very likely see honu. The big turtles like to swim in the shallow waters on the east side of the island, then rest on the sand. Nan bit her tart. I can't wait, Jerria said. I've wanted to see a honu for so long. The last time we were in Hawaii, I had an ear infection, and snorkeling was excruciating. After hauling my snorkeling gear on the plane from home, I only used it about 3 minutes. Marveling at how comfortable they felt with Charlie and Nan, Will smiled, watching Jerria chat as if they had known one another for years. Stirring in his chair, he wished he had followed Jerria's lead back on shore when they stopped for a snack. Her choice of wonton soup had seemed inadequate at the time, but the Mahalo Mama burger now sat like a manhole cover in his stomach. Chapter 33. With a flourish, the butler placed 4 silver cloches in front of the diners. A rich aroma wafted up as he removed the lids. Francisco's service was flawless. He slipped away after refilling water goblets. The channel overnight can get pretty rough, Nan cautioned between bites. Cruise before last, I woke to hear an odd gurgling sound in the bathroom. The ship swayed so hard, water splashed out of the toilet. Do you two tend toward seasickness? If you do, you'd better stop at guest services. I hear those pills they hand out are miraculous. Never passed the headache stage, but I've never had waves in the bathroom either. We'll pick up some pills just in case. Taking a bite, Jerry mused. If I ask nicely, is there any chance Chef Jeremy would give up his recipe for these potatoes, do you think? I can't identify that background spice. Sure, just ask. Nan, remember that little girl on that same cruise? Charlie turned to Will. She was about knee-high, just learning to walk. The first officer elected not to detour around the storm. I think it was bigger than anyone knew. The ship rocked so much passengers couldn't walk a straight line. But this tiny girl did just fine with her center of gravity so low to the ground. We saw her at the production show, dancing in the aisle. Her feet never moved, but her ruffled skirt swayed like a bell. Adorable. Looking forward to having our first grandchild in a few months, Will nodded. Happy about a new generation to play with. The men discussed the pleasures of babies without the responsibility of parenthood, as Francisco wheeled in dessert. Oh, mango tart tatin. Jeremy promised something special. Nan turned to Jerria. Are you as excited about grandchildren as Will? We have 3 grandsons, and they're such a joy. Wilder than our daughters, but great fun. Closing her eyes in pleasure at her first bite, Jerria said, This is delicious. I guess I don't know about grandchildren. I love babies, but this is our daughter we're talking about. I had such a hard time having her, and I worry about her going through all that. I keep thinking about all that could go wrong with the pregnancy, the delivery, the baby himself. People talk about having a baby like it's a routine thing. It's nothing short of a miracle when things turn out right. I think the same thing, but it almost always goes just fine. Nan glanced at the men. Will told Charlie he's been concerned about you at home, and that's why he booked this cruise. If you want to talk, I'm a good listener. We Hawaiians grow up on the power of story, you know. You might feel better just wrapping words around it. With the men engrossed in conversation and dessert, Jerria confided, Thanks, Nan. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've had this sense of gloom for months, as if something awful is about to happen. I'm being silly, I guess. Everything is fine. I love our home. I'm good at my job, and I like its flexibility. The kids are all doing well, yet I can't shake the darkness. Shivering, Jerria smiled. Really, I'm just fine, Nan. Nan stared at her friend intently. What you describe is common in the islands. We say someone who has gone before, an ancestor, is trying to communicate with us through the dark feelings, a warning. I can't speak for your home, but while you are here in Hawaii, be extra alert, will you, my friend? If you sense someone watching you, or you hear voices on a beach when there's no one there, you let me know, okay? I know a man, a healer, who might help if you still feel this way when we reach Kauai. He owes us. Charlie made Kahlua pork for his daughter's birthday last month. Nan grinned. You should have seen Charlie digging the pit by himself. After living in Hawaii, he still won't let anyone help him dig the imu. Sounds like Will, Jerria nodded. Last spring, he insisted on laying our aggregate front steps himself. All that cement. After that fabulous meal, I'm not sure I can move, much less dance. But let's head up to Deck 12. Midas Whale is playing, and they're really talented, Charlie smiled. Did you hear how they got their name? Seems one of them asked his dad if he thought they were good enough to try out for one of those TV competition shows, even though their group hadn't come up with a name yet. The way they tell it, the Texan dad drawled, Midas Whale. There you go, 2 answers at once. Laughing, they pushed back their chairs and made their way through the quiet courtyard to the glass elevators, up to the open top deck. Charlie was right. The duo was excellent. Before long, the couples had joined in dancing under strings of white lights. Wait bar staff passed through the crowd with trays of canapes and fruit juices, adding to the party atmosphere on the open deck. Will spun Nan around while Charlie and Jerria whirled by. Will smiled as his wife danced by, laughing, her curls swishing by her face. Appreciate you talking to Jerria. Needs to shake the dark cloud, and maybe you can help. Seems any time she is not distracted, the light goes out of her eyes. Nan flipped her black hair over one shoulder. I've seen that too, Will. I think exposure to some good Hawaiian nature will help. She is so excited to see Hanu, and just being near one releases their healing power. I hope you find a couple tomorrow. Will led her to a chair as the song ended. Not coming back on board until we do. Chapter 34, Day 7, Maui. As expected, the Maui Channel made for a rough night, the ship bucking the steep waves. Having slept poorly, Jerry stood on their balcony at first light, entranced by the waves, each crest higher than the previous. She soaked in the energy of the mighty sea. One especially high wave splashed onto the balcony, spraying her blue nightshirt. With a shriek, she retreated back into the suite, dripping. Raising his head off the pillow, Will asked mildly, "Decided to bathe outdoors?" Laughing, he recoiled as she flung herself on top of him, laying her wet head on his shoulder. "Interested in sharing a shower, honey? Suddenly feel the need of one." 25 minutes later, they sat in the Woolly Wizard, sipping hot cocoa while their waiter relayed their order to the galley. Lobster brioche for Jerria, ham and eggs for Will. They were in no rush to get off the ship. It seemed a good morning to sample the elite breakfast offerings in the lounge reserved for suite passengers. Since he said the waves would die down dramatically once we made that turn into the harbor, and she was right. I can't get over how calm the sea is now. Jerria set her cup down. I'm so excited to go snorkeling, and I can't do that in wild water. Oh, I hope I see a honu today, recommended Napili Beach for snorkeling. Said they sun themselves in the quiet cove there. Pretty predictable creatures. Oh, good. I'm heart-set on seeing a sea turtle. Then let's head up to Aia'o Valley, where Nan suggested. I'll decide about the climb once we arrive, but the valley itself sounds so peaceful. Jerria's smile reflected the sun dancing on the water below. I'm glad we're here, Will. This cruise was one of your best ideas. Good to see you happy, honey. Not going to wear your new necklace swimming, are you? I love it, but you're right. I don't want to lose it. I'll drop it off when we get the gear bag from the suite. Breathing in steam wafting from the lobster brioche the waiter set before her, she eagerly picked up her fork. Oh, this looks delicious. Is this a crab cake, too? Thank you. Will wrinkled his nose. Who eats seafood for breakfast? He stabbed a roasted potato cube with a fork, dipping it into the egg yolk. Let's take our time getting off the ship. Avoid the mass exodus, okay? Jerria craned her neck, watching passengers streaming off the gangway 3 decks below them. Sure. Wonder if we'll run into the dragonfly lady today. How did she manage to pack so many of those huge hats? That bright green one she had on last night barely fit in the elevator. Takes all kinds. Want my pineapple slice? After breakfast, they returned to the suite, noticing it hadn't been made up yet. Although the head of security was unable to prove it, Jerria still felt certain someone had gone through their things. Uneasy, she didn't trust the safe to open. Glancing over her shoulder, she tucked her new necklace in Will's folded sock at the bottom of a drawer. I'm ready. Grab the water bottles. Snorkeling makes me thirsty. Pulling the door shut behind her, Jerria clapped her sun hat over her curls and picked up her tote bag. Will slung the snorkeling gear bag over his shoulder, taking her hand. Behind in his work, Granby hurried to make up the red pinfish suite. With a quick smile, he slipped a matching opal ring and necklace into his vest pocket, with the ruby cufflinks he'd taken from the first suite. Pulling the thick duvet smooth, Granby wondered what it would be like to be rich. These people, without a care in the world, free to spend money on vacations like it was rainwater, had no idea what real life was like. He still felt guilty for not trying to Skype with Lonnie in Honolulu. He knew his wife expected his call, indeed looked forward to it. But he wasn't up to listening to her complain about the pregnancy and the kids, and her worries about money for the doctor. Every time they spoke, his stomach acted up. Shutting the red pinfish door behind him, he moved toward the parrotfish suite. He resentfully swiped at a smudge on the glass coffee table, then stepped into the parrotfish's master bathroom. His heart skipped a beat, maybe 2. There on the counter lay a black tube. Was it that easy? Could he just spill out the diamond pendant? He fell upon it, shaking it. Disappointed, it was empty. Rage flooded Granby. His fist rammed the tile wall. Cradling his bruised knuckles, he tried to calm himself. Think. He must think. He'd seen them leaving earlier, the man carrying a bag with snorkels sticking out. It was unlikely the silly woman would wear that necklace to the beach. Where had she hidden the jewels? The shock of seeing the woman in the hall last night flaunting that diamond pendant had cost him a night of sleep. Was she part of the smuggling ring? Why had no one told him? How arrogant of her to wear it on a chain, like a piece of cheap costume jewelry. Granby knew he was only a go-between, not important in the scheme, not deemed worthy of knowing the whole plot. But he should have been told about the woman on the same ship. He'd already been shorted by the forklift driver. This would help make up for that. She had to be part of the smuggler's crew. Perhaps she had more than one diamond pendant. His mind spinning, Granby moved through the suite quickly, emptying the waste can, replacing the towel, smoothing the bedding. Rubbing his temple, he stared at the bed, deciding to skip fresh bed sheets. They'd never know. And it'd save him a few minutes. Same with vacuuming. Those few extra moments might make all the difference. Moving swiftly, Granby dug through every nook and cranny in the bathroom, even under the rumpled bath mat. On any other day, he would have replaced it. No time today. He appended the striped makeup bag and tore through every drawer, growing increasingly frantic, intent on only one thing. Where had she put it? Finally, in frustration, Granby knelt and pulled the 3 emerald green suitcases from under the bed. Opening each in turn, he rooted through the silk linings, turning the pockets out, unzipping the dividers. He must find the diamonds. Hearing the door opening, he scrambled to his feet and raced to the second bedroom, moving the vacuum as if he'd just finished using it. He could see his heart pounding through his uniform. "Granby, are you in here?" "Francisco." It was only the butler. Granby forced his breathing to slow as he put his head around the corner. "I'm nearly finished up in here. What do you need?" "I had a call from Mr. Danson. He couldn't remember if he closed the balcony door when they left. The air conditioning won't work as well with it open. What is going on? Why is this luggage scattered about?" Avoiding eye contact, Granby scrambled, thinking of a way to divert Francisco's attention. "There was an odor. I tried to find the cause. Do you smell it still?" Francisco sniffed, unsure. "Not really. Your sense of smell is better than mine. Leave the doors open to the outside to air the suite out when you're done in here. I'll close the doors later on before they return. That woman in the yellow drawfish paged me. Catch you later." Granby leaned against the wall, heart pounding, as the butler pulled the door closed behind him. That was too close. Glancing at his watch, he knew he had to hurry, or he wouldn't finish making up the other suites on time. Even though he hoped to only need a couple more cruises, he didn't want to risk a ride-up now. Surveying the room, he slid the suitcases under the dust ruffle, deciding the parrotfish suite was good enough for now. The couple hadn't complained yet, or asked for anything besides more ice. Ice! He'd have to try another time to find the diamonds. Chapter 35. Maui. "Now, Pele Beach. There's the sign," Jerria pointed through the car's window. "Nan warned us it has a tricky entrance, right past the hotel. I hope it's not crowded. Nan said the tour buses don't stop there." "Oh, Will, look there, a rainbow." Will steered the rental car into a parking spot, and they stepped out onto the asphalt a few feet from the sandy beach. This early in the day, the area was deserted except for a few beachcombers far down the shoreline. Glancing away from the waves lapping on the broad sand beach, he slipped his arm around Jerria. "Perfect morning. Have the place to ourselves. Rainbow must be here just for you, honey. Look at that smooth rock over there on the sand." Jerria turned to the left, delighted. "Will, I think it's a honu." Awed by the giant creature, Jerria edged closer to the turtle. "It's as big as my desk," she whispered, kneeling a few feet from the sleeping turtle. "I don't think it has been here long. The marks in the sand look fresh." "Might stay asleep for hours. Want to go see if it has any friends swimming out there?" "I could happily sit here as long as the honu is here, but Nan said this beach has the best snorkeling we've seen so far." Moving away from the slumbering sea turtle, Jerria wrestled her fins onto her feet, then adjusted her snorkel and mask and waded into the warm salt water. She squeezed Will's hand and submerged. Face down in the hip-deep water, her eyes grew wide. She popped her head up. "It's like swimming in a tropical aquarium. I've never seen this many fish in one place." She bobbed back down, hanging suspended in the ocean. Adjusting his mask, Will grinned at her excitement. Feeding in the early morning light, a wide variety of fish congregated below them, glinting as they darted through the reeds. Looking closer, he realized those silvery ones were not reeds, but candlefish. Yellow-finned butterfly fish darted past, a dozen or more. Teardrop pyramid fish looked for the entire world like they'd been dipped in paint, red in back, yellow in the front. Content to float as fish swam around him, he was startled by a sharp pinch on his thigh. Maneuvering around to see his wife frantically motioning to him under the water, he swam a few strokes to reach her. She motioned at a sea turtle floating past, leisurely chomping on sea lettuce, surrounded by brightly colored fish. Unconcerned, the honu seemed aware of their presence, but not threatened by it. Relaxed by the animal's spirit, Her breathing slowed, and Jerria drifted, awed by the gentle creature. The turtle swam a few feet deeper, seeking another leaf. Jerria glided after it, delighted. To the right, she spotted another turtle coming up for air about 3 yards away. Jerria noticed something on the bottom of the second turtle's shell, near the neck, a shiny black lump about the size of her hand, but much narrower. Was it a growth of some kind? Before she could get a good view, the turtle picked up speed, swimming out past the sand shelf. Jerria kicked hard, trying to follow it, leaving Will behind. Diving deep, the creature was gone. Her last glimpse of it was a palm-sized red circle on the turtle's top shell by its neck. Disappointed, she swam to shallower water, closer to Will. Entranced by the bright fish, they spent another half-hour face down in the calm bay. Shouting broke out, followed by wild splashing. As if on command, the fish darted further out into the deeper water. Will and Jerria surfaced. A few feet from where they'd left their towels, a stream of young teens set up for a day at the beach. 2 adults trailed from the hotel carrying picnic baskets. Some of the kids beelined into the ocean, shouting and laughing, while others spread out towels and drove beach umbrellas into the sand. A girl squealed, the sound sharp against the morning air. Without a word, Will and Jerria walked out of the water, gathered their gear, and headed for the rental car. Spreading out towels on the car seats to sit on, Jerria noticed the sunning Hanu was gone, chased into the sea by the kids' gleeful noise, leaving only a scrape on the damp sand. "Quite an invasion," Will commented. "Field trip, do you think?" "Probably, or maybe a sports team of some kind staying at the hotel. Did you see those poor fish running for their lives? I felt like joining them for a minute there. Before the commotion, that was incredible. I can't wait to tell our kids about it. Let's find a place to get out of these wet swimsuits, then head up to Ia'o Valley, okay?" "Sure. Went to stop at an ABC store today, too. Back is starting to sting. They must sell something for sunburned tourists." The water made Will hungry, and he insisted on stopping for a snack at a food truck parked at the turnoff to Ia'o Valley Road. Ordering a double Loco Moco plate to share, he staked out a picnic table under a spreading banyan tree. Jerria eyed her husband as he dug into the eggs, beef patty, and rice, smothered in rich brown gravy. After all these years, how did he stay so slim? Will ate as much as their teenage son most days, and disdained formal exercise. She put so much effort into taking care of her appearance, yet he maintained his youthful looks without seeming to try. It wasn't fair. Leaving him the last bite of egg, she rose. "Give me a minute to change, and I'll meet you at the car." "Race you!" Will shot across the lawn to the restroom building. No, it wasn't fair at all. Chapter 36. Maui. Pulling into the parking lot at the base of Ia'o Needle's paved trail, Jerria marveled. I recognized some of these plants. They'd be houseplants at home. Smells like a hothouse at home. Hard to imagine a pitched battle here. Houseplants? More like a jungle. Leaves big enough for an umbrella. Did you see the little bridge over the stream? Bridge like that would look great in our backyard. Tying her sneaker, Jerria nodded. I'll take a picture of it. I can just see it arched over the wide part of our creek. I can't stop thinking about King Kamehameha's warriors fighting right here. Nan said so many fell, their bodies dammed the stream. The king never sounded real to me in my history classes on the mainland, more like Rumpelstiltskin or Cinderella's fairy godmother. I'm ready to tackle the trail if you are, but let's not race, okay? Holding hands, they slowly climbed the steep steps, surprised to have the place to themselves. Jerria felt a chill several times, although she detected no breeze. Resting on the stone bench at the top, catching her breath, she couldn't shake the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes behind the tropical foliage. Long ago warriors? Giving herself a mental shake, she kept up a cheery chatter, hoping to break the mood. Oh, look! Orchids growing wild! That reminds me. Nan told me purple orchids were going to be delivered to the ship today for a lei-making class this afternoon. I'd like to go, just to see how they're strung together. I remember making dandelion chains when I was a little girl, and the flowers always seemed to wad up at the bottom of the string. Can I talk you into going to the class with me, Will? We could take a photo of us wearing matching leis. Sure, Will shrugged. Not big on flower necklaces, but love you enough for a photo. Blow it up poster size for Jeff's dorm room. Giggling, Jerria took Will's hand as they made their way down toward the rental car. Jerria pointed as Will guided the car through Lahaina's outskirts. Look, there's the Jesus Coming Soon sign, the one the Eagles sang about in Last Resort. Remember? It's really neon. Thought that was a metaphor. Remember when Jeff was about 5 and he found that silly joke book of Rissa's? He about drove us all crazy with those dumb jokes, over and over. I can still hear him asking, "What's a metaphor?" Then crowing, "Meadows are for keeping cows in delight, as if every telling was the first time. I miss his little boy giggle." Rissa was sorry she'd helped him learn to read by dinner time. Soberly, Jerria took Will's hand on the steering wheel. Our little kids are all grown up. I don't feel much older than when we met. How can they be adults? Age is just a number, honey. Kids turned out great. Honored to know each of them. ABC store on the next corner. Grab some sunburn stuff. Then we'd better head back to the ship. Don't want you to miss the flower stringing class before dinner. Opening the door to the tiered conference room, Jerry and Will inhaled sweet flower perfume. As promised, boxes of purple orchids had been delivered to the Ocean Haven. Heaps of the small purple orchids were set on the narrow tables in front of each place, along with needles, scissors, petroleum jelly, and dental floss. They found open seats by their bocce teammates, Joe and Angela. Ocean Haven's entertainment staff demonstrated how to string the flowers so they'd lay flat. Once Jerria saw the technique, she went to work, adding the delicate flowers one at a time. Easy chatter filled the room as a couple dozen passengers worked on their project. Will shot Jerria a glance as Angela repeatedly corrected Joe's lay, barely touching her own heap of bright flowers. Jerria grinned back, grateful she and Will were more compatible. He was such a good sport. Head bowed over her task, Jerria didn't see the old woman enter the conference room, looking up only when Will nudged her. Most stopped talking as people stared. Her face small under her green and yellow feathered hat, the elderly woman they'd seen at the Dole plantation danced in the center of the floor to music only she could hear. Dressed in a slinky blouse and knee-length skirt, waving a glittery wand, she vamped and twirled slowly, batting her eyelashes and lifting her skirt flirtatiously, dipping her blouse's neckline, revealing a scrawny shoulder. In a younger woman, the effect might have been seductive, but in a woman her age, the display was frankly disturbing. 2 crew members stepped forward, gently attempting to guide the woman out of the conference room into the hallway. As if coming out of a trance, she screamed, "Don't touch me! I'll call the police! I'll do it!" Mesmerized, the roomful of people watched as the woman flailed, beating the crew members over the head with her wand. A 6-inch polka dot dragonfly on the end of the wand danced wildly, flinging silver glitter through the air, adding to the surreal scene. Trying to dodge the blows, the crew members urged the woman into the hallway. The door closed behind them. Peace was restored. "Well, that's something you don't see every day," Will grinned as he reached for another orchid. Will, don't ever let me get like that. Not to worry. Our kids would cheerfully drown you before letting you make a spectacle of yourself, Will assured her. Oh, thanks. I feel so much better now, Jerria playfully elbowed her husband. That Honu is still on my mind. I'm still wondering what that black thing was on it. Maybe some kind of a growth. Nana's a marine biologist. She'll probably know what it is. I'll ask her at dinner tonight. Will touched his needle to the petroleum jelly. Lay is almost done. Maybe another 8 or 10 orchids. Looking forward to going to Haleakala with her and Charlie tomorrow, even though we have to leave at such an ungodly hour to get there. Steakhouse dinner tonight, right? Planning to wear your lei to dinner tonight, honey? Absolutely. We'll wear them together. You promised a picture, don't forget. Jerria tied a knot in the dental floss, cutting the trailing string short. Slipping the lei over her head, she carefully positioned the flowers on her shoulders. Dressing for dinner, Jerria debated about wearing her cubic zirconium necklace. Observing herself in the mirror, she decided her peach-colored sundress was plain enough to wear both the new necklace and the lei. She smiled at her reflection in the mirror. Will kissed her as she arranged his orchid lei on his shoulders. Cruising agrees with you, honey. Beautiful. At the doorbell's chime, Jerria glanced at her watch. Will flicked a comb through his hair. Opening the door, he called back, "Wish you'd take that darn watch off. On vacation. So vacate already." Chapter 37. Onboard Ocean Haven. Charlie grinned, overhearing Will's comment. "Hey, man, I live in Hawaii. I'm always on vacation. You two about ready for dinner? Nice flowers you got there, Will." "Stop rushing them, Charlie. We have plenty of time to get to the steakhouse. Oh, I see you two made it to the lei-making class. They're pretty, aren't they? Orchids grow wild on our place, and I just love them." Coming in behind her husband, Nan adjusted a pale green wrap across her shoulders. Granby carried an ice bucket into the yellow drawfish suite, casting a malevolent glare across the courtyard. "Whew, I just felt an icy breeze. Whatever did you do to Granby to make him look at you like that?" Charlie wondered aloud. "I don't have any idea. He hasn't smiled once since day one. Guess he just doesn't like us." Jerria shrugged without elaborating. "Guy gives me the creeps, I'll admit." As the two couples walked to the steakhouse on deck 6, they paused, leaning on the railing. The ship was moving steadily, its bow cutting the water, sending silvery flying fish out of the way. A pod of porpoises danced alongside the ship, keeping pace with the ocean haven. "I never get tired of the ocean," Jerria sighed wistfully. "The coast is a short drive from our home, but we don't seem to get there as often as I'd like. I don't know. Life gets in the way, doesn't it?" "You must come stay with us when you get a chance," Nan invited. "You could relax and we'd love showing you our projects. Charlie is constantly looking for new ways to grow tropical foods, and I think you'd like my new studio. Now that I'm retired, I'm going to take up painting and sewing. I never had time for much of that while I was teaching. I signed up for a glass blowing course, too. Want to hear more about that, but I'm hungry. Talk over dinner?" "Oh, Will, you're always hungry." Jerria playfully took his hand. "The steaks are delicious, since he tells no lies, but you should try the grilled pineapple as well," Charlie suggested as they looked over the menu a few minutes later. "It's almost as good as Nan's recipe, and that's saying something." As the waiter took their orders, Jerria sat back in her chair, determined to enjoy the evening in spite of her concerns. Friends, her husband, a cruise ship. What could be better? Well, a different cabin steward would help. There was something shady about Granby. Unconsciously, she fingered her necklace, feeling a discomfort she couldn't put her finger on. Maybe she needed a good therapist or a checkup. She'd call Dr. Hamill once they reached home if she didn't feel better by then. Realizing Nan was speaking to her, Jerria blinked. "Sorry, I guess my mind wandered. What did you say?" Nan nodded. Monkey brain, we call that, when your mind goes off on its own. No problem. I was asking about your snorkeling today. Were you able to find any honu? Eyes alight as a plate of steaming seafood appetizers was set on the center of the wooden table, Jerria reached for a lime prawn. Oh, yes. 2 in the water and another sunning itself on the sand. They have a definite spirit, don't they? There's a sense of calm about them, as if they've been going about their business for centuries, unconcerned about humans or anything else. Truly awesome. But I had a concern, Nan, and maybe you can tell me what I saw. Jerria described the turtle she'd seen with the red circle on its top shell and the shiny black part on its undershell by the honu's neck. Nan frowned. You couldn't get a clear view of it? No. It dove down deep and I couldn't chase it. I wish I'd had a better look at it. Was it a growth of some sort, do you think? Do turtles have birth defects? I grew up with honu, and I've studied them my whole life. When I taught, I found my marine biology students all had a fondness for honu. The turtles are pretty much unchanged from their ancestors that swam in the sea when dinosaurs roamed the earth. I've never seen one like you described. If it's a new disease or genetic abnormality affecting the honu shell, that's a real concern. It could even be an effect of pollution or radiation from that nuclear meltdown in Japan a few years ago. I'll have to look into it when I get home. Is it possible someone attached something to the turtle's shell? Jerry stirred in her seat as the second course was served. Not likely. They're on the threatened species list, and Hawaiian law says humans must keep back 6 to 10 feet when the honu are out of the water. The fines are steep. It'd be terrible for anyone to hurt them. It's bad enough when tourists insist on getting close for photos with them. And they can be aggressive when threatened, or during mating season. Plus, of course, they belong to Pele's sister, and she... Sensing the conversation taking a turn, Charlie interrupted his wife. We're looking forward to going to Haleakala with you two tomorrow. Did you know the sun actually pops over the horizon only about 1 day out of 9? The rest of the time, the day gradually brightens. Just light filtered through the clouds. No beautiful sunrise. Hope we luck out. The colors can be spectacular. Spearing a forkful of his spring roll, Will was glad he'd managed to skip the seafood appetizers with no comment from Jerria. Parked the rental car inside the gate, where Cincy recommended. What time shall we meet to head up there? The sun should rise about 4:20 a.m., but they'll close the upper parking lot when it fills up, and it always fills up long before sunrise. If we have to park down below, it's quite a hike up to the lookout, and at 10,000 feet, it's no fun. Let's leave the ship about 2 o'clock. That'll give us ample time to drive there and get settled before first light. Be sure to bundle up, Nan warned as she swallowed a bit of cheese from her salad. It's Hawaii, but ice is pretty common up there. And of course there's nothing to slow the wind at that altitude. Last time we were there, tourists were wearing shorts and bikinis, wrapped in beach towels, half frozen, taking pictures of icicles on the railings. And loving it, Charlie added. There is a real sense of camaraderie up there among the hardy souls who venture out in the middle of the night. Even if Mother Nature doesn't put on a show, it'll still be an amazing experience. I can't even describe how vast that crater is, and you have no idea it's even there until daybreak. In graceful choreography, big sizzling steaks were presented with a flourish by 4 waiters. Dinner was a grand success. As they finished the last of their creme brulee, Nan suggested they slip into an early show so as to get to bed at a reasonable time. The Beach Boys' review was about to start. Still glowing from dancing in the theater's aisles with the other passengers, Jerria stepped onto their private balcony, letting the ocean breeze cool her neck. Will went straight to the suite's refrigerator to get them each a cool drink of Pog. He hadn't tasted the passion orange guava concoction before this trip, and now it seemed he couldn't get enough of it. Pouring 2 glasses on the balcony's table, Will grumbled. "Ice bucket is empty. Would think Granby could keep it filled. Damp towels still on the bathroom floor where we left them this afternoon. Don't like to complain, but—" Shaking off a chill, Jerria put her arm around him. "Just think, we're in Hawaii, while our friends and the kids are home, working, going about their normal days. Let's not let a little thing like ice cubes bother us, okay?" Resigned, Will agreed. "Right, honey. Towels on the floor are no different than the kids' bathroom at home, although it's staying tidier now that Jeff is away. Never understood why he needed 3 towels for 1 shower. The boy's not that big. Better set a wake-up call or 2. No way we'll wake up at 1:30 on our own." Jerria made a mental note to speak to someone about Granby. Maybe Mason, the hotel director. If nothing else, he should know their cabin steward wasn't doing his job, to prevent future passengers from complaining. Cruise lines depended heavily on word of mouth. As soon as Will went into the bathroom, Jerria secured the suite's outer door with the chain lock and deadbolt. Briefly, she considered dragging over the sideboard to block the door. That seemed like overkill, but she couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been in the suite again. What were they looking for? Chapter 38, Day 8, Maui. Jerria and Will rose reluctantly when guest services called to wake them at 1:30 in the morning. "How could anyone have such a cheery voice at this time of night?" she grumbled, reaching for her sneakers. Will went to wash his face, and she debated where to put her cubic zirconium necklace, somewhere secure, while they were out all day. She was still a little rattled by Granby's reaction the previous night. He'd certainly been fixated on her necklace, possibly thinking it was real gemstones. Maintenance replaced the safe, and she had programmed the lock with Will's mother's house number. But she wasn't sure about leaving it there. What if someone tried to get into it again? Where could she hide it? Thinking fast, Jerria quickly buried the necklace, chain and all, in her face cream jar. It might be tricky to clean the stones later, but better than worrying about it being stolen. A lot of fuss for cubic zirconium, but it's so pretty. I don't want to risk losing it. Yawning, Jerria slung her warm jacket over her arm. Glad they'd set out the warm clothing Nan said they'd need last night. She was too tired to think clearly hours before dawn. At that time of night, making their way down the gangway onto the dimly lit pier gave Jerria chills, although the tropical breezes blew warm and fresh. They'd been on many cruises, but never left a ship in the middle of the night. Once they stepped off the ship, she sensed unseen faces lurking behind every post and pole. Taking Will's hand, she was surprised to see they weren't the only passengers up and about, although most of the others looked as if they were returning to the ship after a late night in the port's bars. Further down the ship's flank, she saw the Ocean Haven's big loading doors propped open. In the dim light, they stopped to watch the bicycle club members in spandex riding shorts, wearing bright headlamps, pulling out an assortment of bicycles. Riding slowly by, the leader gave a jaunty wave. "Going to Haleakala? See you at the top." Charlie marveled as they piled gear into the rental car's trunk. Haleakala is 10,000 feet elevation, almost exactly. I can't imagine riding my bike that high. The air is so thin up there, the park rangers always give a speech about taking it easy, sitting down if you feel lightheaded, walking, not running. And there go 40 bikers, uphill, in the middle of the night. Expecting to nod off as Will drove to the national park, Jerria found herself enjoying the warm conversation instead. Charlie raved about a food truck that often parked near the base of the mountain to tempt tourists coming down from greeting the sunrise, insisting Pando's served the best tropical fruit-filled pastries and loco moco he'd ever had. Will perked up at the mention of food, and they agreed breakfast on the beach would be just the thing before they went snorkeling. The car climbed to 10,000 feet, up a series of seemingly endless hairpin turns, passing the bikers strung out down the road like bright beads on a necklace. The park's upper parking lot was half full when Will turned the engine off. A bitter wind hit them as they stood by the car, pulling on warm jackets. Jerria groaned as she tugged her crocheted cap down over her ears. "It's not this cold at home. Sure doesn't feel like Hawaii up here. I can see my breath." "Yes, it was a lot warmer at sea level. Close your eyes for a minute. Let them adjust to the darkness. With no moon tonight, you'll be amazed at how many stars are visible up here." Opening her eyes, Jerria gasped. The Milky Way arced across the heavens, a bright ribbon in a dark bowl, sprinkled with more stars than she'd ever seen at one time. She leaned against the car, lightheaded from the altitude. Walking slowly up the steep sidewalk to the observation tower, they could make out dark forms, bundled in coats or beach towels as they neared the top. Already a dozen or so visitors huddled inside the cold concrete structure, while hardier souls staked out spots by the iron railings outside. Each offered a soft aloha or hi as they passed, strangers bound by the same quest. Some shuffled their feet, trying to keep warm. Inky darkness, dim outlines of strangers, and the bright stars in the sky. Jerria felt oddly disconnected from the rest of the world, as if she stood on the edge of the planet. Disoriented, she had no idea what lay around her beyond the cement sidewalk and the railing. She slipped her gloved hand into Will's, filling her lungs with the thin, cold air, waiting. Gradually, a thin wisp of light appeared on the horizon, so faint Jerria thought at first she was imagining it. Muted pastels cast gentle streaks across the heavens, fading the stars' light. Golds, oranges, purples, and pinks warmed the sky, as if new colors had been invented for the occasion. All of a sudden, a brilliant thread of light appeared straight ahead, the first glorious glimmer of sunlight. Within moments, the sun's round ball rose over the rim of the horizon in a cascade of color, its warm light bathing the group, celebrating the new day. Joining in the appreciative cheering, Jerria realized she'd been holding her breath. In the new day's long shadows, the friends took time to look at their surroundings. Jerria and Will were surprised to see they stood poised on the rim of a massive crater, cast in hues of orange and yellow. Spiky silver sword plants, unseen in the earlier darkness, lined the pathway, stretching long shadows across the pavement. Charlie pointed out the massive Haleakala Observatory, part of the university's Institute for Astronomy. Startled, Jerria was unnerved by such a huge structure standing sentinel a few hundred feet behind them. Yet she had no idea it was there. "Really, I must shake off this feeling that everything and everyone is watching me," she scolded herself. "I'm not that important." Beyond the upper parking lot's gate, Jerria watched a stream of helmeted bicyclists beginning their descent down the mountain, like wheeled ants in a neat line. Good. Their fellow passengers had made it in time to see the sunrise. By the time they returned to the car, most of the other people had pulled out, slowly winding down the curving road toward sea level. Will turned the heat on in the car. "Ready for breakfast? Wasting daylight." Chapter 39. Day 8. Haleakala, Maui. Hell startled as the cabin door slammed. Punching his pillow, he glared at his alarm clock, set to go off in 58 minutes. Even with his early shift in the ship's bakery, he didn't need to be up this soon. Granby knew that. It was inconsiderate. And where was he going at this hour anyway? Increasingly irritated, Hells wondered if it was worth requesting a change of cabin mates. This trip in particular, Granby seemed keyed up. He obviously had something big on his mind, but he'd declined all overtures to talk it out with a snarl. Clicking the light off, Hells lay back down, hoping for a few more minutes of precious shut-eye. Dawn was still 2 hours away. Unable to find the diamonds in the suite, in spite of looking everywhere, he was done waiting for the silly woman to get careless. She kept wearing the jewels like they were common kukui nuts, silently taunting him. Enough. It was time. He'd heard that woman and her husband talking, planning to go to Haleakala. With only one road off the mountain, he'd take this chance. Bump their car, demand the gems. Keeping his face covered, they'd blame the local gangs. Just another robbery. Keeping to the shadows, Granby slipped off the ship by way of the crew entrance. He didn't respond when a sleepy security guard hailed him. This time of night, security wasn't about to follow him. In the poorly lit overnight parking area, Granby surveyed the rental cars. The Dansons' car was gone. He'd watched them park it last night. He chose a navy blue Land Rover. A quick jerk of the jimmy, and the door swung open. He bent to twist 2 wires under the steering column. Checking the sky, he knew he'd have to drive fast. Timing was everything. Spirits were high as the 2 couples drove down the mountain. Jerria loved the feeling of connectedness with the other people who were crazy enough to get up in the middle of the night just to welcome a new day. Charlie was as proud as if he'd painted the sunrise himself, happy they'd caught a brilliant display instead of the more typical, gradual brightening of the sky. Will kept a careful eye on the winding road, taking each hairpin carefully, waving at the bikers strung out down the hillside. Jerria's ears popped as they neared sea level. Keeping an eye out for the food truck, Nan warned from the back seat as they reached the flat part of the road at the bottom. Pando usually parks near this first intersection to snag hungry sunrise seekers. Will slowed, then sped up as the traffic light 100 feet ahead turned green. A vehicle came hurtling out of nowhere on the left side of the road, heading straight for their car. Swinging wide into the right-hand turn lane, Will couldn't react fast enough. No one could have. The screech of metal slamming against metal drowned out Jerria's scream, the impact tossing them like rag dolls. Struck just behind Charlie's door in a pit maneuver, the car spun around in 2 full circles, landing at a sharp angle in the dry ditch beside the pavement. Glass from the broken windows rained upon them. Dust and smoke from the deployed airbags filled the rental car. Stunned, Jerria shook herself, gently touching her neck where the seatbelt had rasped into her skin. Bad enough to have an accident. Now I'm seeing things. Reaching for the buckle, she called, "Everyone all right? Will?" He coughed twice. "Get out. It could catch fire." Checking her husband, Nan saw the rear door on Charlie's side had taken the worst of the impact. Dazed, Charlie moaned as he climbed out her side, cradling his left arm. A thin trickle of blood traced his jawline. "We're okay," Nan reported shakily, her arm around Charlie. Shaking a shower of tempered glass from his shirt, Will surveyed the area. "What happened to the other car?" Pointing to a long streak of green antifreeze heading east from the intersection, Nan said, "They won't get far. The radiator's busted." She eased Charlie onto a curb. Several bikers stopped to help. One already had her cell phone out. Within moments, other motorists stopped to check on them, and soon the wail of an ambulance broke the morning air. 40 minutes later, the EMTs had checked them for injuries, and the fire department had doused the rental car's engine compartment in flame-retardant foam, just in case. Charlie insisted his arm was not badly hurt, just bruised, refusing an offer to take him to the local hospital for x-rays. He sat impatiently on the ambulance's bumper as an EMT bandaged the thin gash by his ear. Brushing them aside, Charlie insisted all he needed was some seawater to heal it. They were on their way to the beach, after all. Police found the other car a few 100 feet away, around the bend in the road. The driver was gone. Quickly determining it was another rental vehicle, the car traced back to a man on the Ocean Haven. He'd been asleep on the ship, unaware his rental car had been taken from the overnight parking lot. Local police interviewed each of them, plus the witnesses. All agreed the car came up out of the bushes as if it had been lying in wait for the Dansons' car, like it was aiming for them. Jerria didn't mention she was sure she'd glimpsed Granby's wide-eyed face just before the impact. Will already thought she was paranoid. Fleetingly, she remembered an old poster one of her daughters had hung on her bedroom wall years ago. Just because you're paranoid doesn't mean they're not out to get you. The girls would laugh if they knew how jumpy she'd become. Rubbing her cheek, she wondered how long it would take to clear the smell of the airbags from her nose. Intent on helping the accident victims, no one had thought to follow the other car or stop the driver. 2 bikers testified the driver's face was covered by a bandana, all but the eyes. Like a Wild West show, you know? Someone called the car rental agency, and they promised a new car was on its way. Hearing it would take another half-hour for them to run it across the island to them, a huge man in a yellow Pando's food truck T-shirt spoke up. "Island time, my friends. Plenty time for you to enjoy the island's finest breakfast, on the house. No charge for you. The rest of you come eat with me, but you pay your own way, yeah?" Will brightened at the offer of breakfast. The food truck was right across the intersection, after all. Jerria groaned. The last thing she felt like doing was eating. Still shaky, she wasn't sure food would even stay down. Aspirin sounded a lot more appealing than the food truck's signature greasy eggs with gravy and macaroni salad. A fruit-filled pastry was a better choice. Most of the 40 bicyclists stopped for breakfast, too, and a party atmosphere broke out at the red picnic tables. Now that she was sure no one was seriously injured, Jerria relaxed. Laughing with the others, comparing descriptions of the magnificent sunrise, and sharing plans for the rest of the day cheered the group considerably. The last biker rode off with a wave as the replacement rental car drove up. Surely she hadn't seen Granby. Rolling down the window, the agency's driver called, "Aloha! You Mr. Danson? Sign here, take the keys, and don't worry about me. I'll call my cousin to give me a ride back to the office. But after breakfast, yeah? Pando, my man! Fry me up a loco moco, will ya? Extra egg? And call my boss. Tell her I had a delay, one of those, unavoidable ones. She'll believe that, right?" Jerria smiled. Hawaii had a spirit all its own. She waved to the tow truck driver to wait so they could unload the trunk. Transferring their bags to the replacement car, soon they were on the road again. Nan had suggested Ulua Beach, a crescent cove a few miles down the road. This early, they would miss the inevitable crowds of tourists later in the day. Rubbing her neck, Jerria hoped she'd spot another honu. Seeing another of the gentle green giants would ease her sore soul. Chapter 40, Day 8, Maui. Half a mile away, Granby leaned against a stone wall, waiting for a taxi to take him back to the ship, blotting his forehead with a paper napkin he'd found on the ground. The cut was minor, hopefully too small to draw attention from other crew members. His face stung from the airbag's impact. He'd blame the redness of his face on sunburn if anyone questioned him. No one would. Elite passengers treated the crew like furniture, not worthy of notice. The morning hadn't gone as planned, not at all. Stealing the rental car was easy. Somebody left it parked in the overnight lot, as if it was waiting for him. He'd carefully waited for the Dansons' rental car to come down off Haleakala. Those stupid tourists were so predictable. Granted, there was only one road to the crater. His timing was perfect. Intending to nudge the car off the road, he'd grabbed the diamond necklace while the man and woman were still stunned. With his face covered, they'd assume it was a simple accident, like any on the mainland. Happened every day. The silly woman deserved it. How dare she wear the pendant, his diamonds, so boldly, as if it was of no value at all? At the last second, he noticed the Callister couple from the Angelfish suite in the back seat. Knowing they would instantly recognize him, bandana or no, Granby aborted his plan, but the car was already in motion. Panicking, he hit the gas instead of the brake. All he could do now was hurry back to the ship, pick up his routine, and hope no one mentioned the accident. He'd deny it. Room stewards didn't typically leave the ship during the night, and he had slipped past the davits, not scanning his keycard. If he acted innocent enough, he was pretty sure he could convince anyone who might question him that he'd been on board the whole night. Hell snored, but at least he was a sound sleeper. Granby glanced at his watch, willing the cab to hurry. He had to be back at work before his morning shift began. Francisco or Mason would be sure to report him if he was late. Both men had it in for him lately. Will hefted the tote bags out of the trunk of the replacement rental car. The setting was perfect. Ulua's quiet cove was as calm as glass. And so far, they had it all to themselves. Charlie pulled himself from the back seat slowly. Will hoped he had not re-injured his knee. Charlie rubbed his bruised arm absently. Maybe he could convince his new friend to see Dr. Jace back on board. Jerria cried, "Oh, come see, Nan. What made these big tracks? They go right down into the water." Dropping their swim fins and snorkels, the women hurried to the sandy beach. Nan knelt. Honu, definitely, but maybe an injured one. See this wide scraping in the middle of the track? That's not normal. It's long gone now, probably swam off in the night. I wish I could see it. The preserve could help it if it's hurt. Slowly, Jerria ventured, "But what if it isn't hurt? Remember I told you about the honu I saw with the black thing on its undershell? As if it was glued on? That didn't look natural to me at the time. I don't know. I could be wrong, but this smooth part in the middle looks about the same size to me." "I need to make some calls when we get home," Nan frowned. "If someone is tampering with honu, that's serious." Charlie dropped the tote bag of swim fins and chuckled. "Yeah, you don't mess with Hawaiians' kin, not their aunties or myriad of cousins, or their sea turtles." Nan swatted her husband playfully with her towel. "Come on, let's hit the water. You're moving like my kukukani after that accident. The seawater will do you good." "Grandfather," Charlie clarified as he gingerly pulled his shirt over his head. Nan forgets not everyone speaks Hawaiian. Will sucked in his breath. Charlie hadn't mentioned the wide, raw scrape down his left flank. Catching his eye, Charlie shook his head as he slipped his nylon rash guard over his head. "Don't tell the women. They'll worry." Nodding, Will passed a snorkel and mask to Jerria. "Race you?" "No fair," she exclaimed. "You know it takes me longer to get swim fins over my water shoes." The couple snorkeled for over an hour, calmly floating face down in the placid cove. Charlie had given Will and Jerria each a waterproof fish identification card. Being able to name the colorful fish as they glided past made the experience more interesting for them. Schools of bright clownfish darted across the brain corals, while neon pink and green pinfish and orange boxfish swam by. Jerria followed a graceful honu for long minutes, keeping a respectful distance, awed by the huge creature's gentleness. Although the turtle was big enough to take a chunk out of her arm, it ignored the humans nearby, silently chewing sea lettuce. The only sound underwater was the distant crunching of parrotfish on coral. Jerria staggered out of the water after the others. Sprawling on a beach towel, she lay back, shielding her eyes from the bright sun with her arm. If only I could be that weightless all the time. I'd have a lot more energy, she thought, and the scale at home wouldn't mock me. Nan drew an insulated packet from her tote bag. "I mentioned to Chef Jeremy that we were leaving the ship in the middle of the night to see the sunrise when I passed him in the hall after dinner. He keeps a rigid schedule, you know. I'm not sure he has seen 3 a.m. since culinary school, or a sunrise for that matter. He had this bag sent to our suite as we were getting dressed this morning. One of the overnight bakers delivered it. I have no idea what's inside, but it's still cold. Let's see, shall we?" Nan pulled out 4 small bottles of sparkling pomegranate juice, 4 foil-wrapped sandwiches, and 4 bunches of red grapes in cellophane. A small cinnamon-scented crumb cake cut in quarters completed the package. "Oh, yum! Leftover pork loin on focaccia. Jeremy knows how to pack a picnic. You know, at home I don't eat this much." Jerria popped a cold grape into her mouth. "I've been very aware of Pele's influence all over the islands, like an undercurrent. Is there any way I can blame her for all I've been eating? Pass me your tomatoes, Will, if you're not going to eat them." The sun rose higher in the sky, and the friends agreed they were ready to head back to the ship for a rest. With the sun nearing its peak, Jerry didn't want to risk a worse sunburn, even with her SPF 50 sunblock. Nan had teased her earlier, asking if she expected any nuclear fallout today. Jerry eyed Nan's perpetual tan enviously. By November, she knew she'd be pasty white again. As they were packing up, 3 cars drove up, disgorging a swarm of college-aged people, laughing as they ran toward the ocean. No ocean in Cornell, New York. Wonder what Jeff is doing right now. Chapter 41, Day 8, Maui. Tired, the friends were quiet most of the way back to the ship. A nap sounded good before the ship sailed in a couple of hours. Crew members greeted returning passengers with a party atmosphere, dancing with them to Midas Whale's music on the pier, while waiters circulated with frozen fruit skewers and icy fruit juice. Others handed out rolled-up chilled washcloths on silver trays. The group joined in, dropping their bags and dancing with the crew. Charlie stood aside, wiping his face with a cool cloth. The cruise director caught up with Nan. "Heard you 4 had an adventure this morning. Everyone okay? Looks like Mr. McAllister is favoring his knee more than last night. Dr. Jace is really good. You should go check in with her. She likes company. I think she gets lonely down there in medical." Mid-twirl, Cincy said, "Mrs. Callister, did you hear the Honu are running by the electric plant? Be sure to take these mainlander types to see them. Can you do that?" Nan caught her arm just as Cincy was about to dance away. "What are you talking about, Cincy?" "Oh, you didn't hear. Seasonal thing from what the Filipinos down in the laundry said. I don't know how they found out. They don't live here either. Anyway, the electric plant, where they purify water and discharge it, apparently it's warmer than the big wide ocean any day. And the Honu things, those big turtles, are in the mood to make baby sea turtles. And why would anybody make whoopee in cold water if they don't have to?" She tossed her head, coppery hair dancing in the warm breeze. "Anyway, from what I heard, the turtles gather this time of year to give each other flowers and flirt and do whatever it is romantic sea turtles do, mating in the warm water, right by the discharge spout. It's just a few hundred feet past the ship's bow." Taking a clipboard from the concierge, Cincy nodded to Tensa, then went on. "You gotta hop a fence, but it's a low one. You don't want to miss it. I was over there myself this morning, and I tell you, those things do just fine, even with those bulky shells on. From what I could tell. But what do I know about turtle love? I barely get any loving myself, most cruises." Hip swaying, the cruise director winked and danced off to welcome another group of returning passengers. "Oh, I want to see that. Can we all go?" Jerria asked eagerly. "Charlie, are you up to scaling a fence, do you think?" "Sure. How about we dump our stuff in the suites and meet in a few minutes? Sail away is still 2 hours off." The group agreed to meet in the courtyard in half an hour. Time enough for a quick change of clothes. A nap could wait. 40 minutes later, Nan hurried out of the angelfish suite, apologizing for keeping the others waiting in the courtyard. "Sorry, I had to tidy up a bit, or we'd have come back to a mess. I don't know what's up with Granby this cruise. Those damp towels were on the floor since last night, and the flowers are dead, dropping petals all over the place. I'll speak to Mason next time I see him. Shall we go find some Honu?" As they walked to the gangway on deck 4, Jerria mentioned that she and Will had encountered Granby coming out of their suite when they returned from the beach. He seemed pretty flustered to me. I wondered what he was doing in there in the middle of the day again. He muttered something about making sure we had fresh pens. Imagine, he can't see wet towels, but is concerned about writing tools? He's not keeping up with his job very well, but I guess he had time to get sunburned. His face was bright red. I don't know what's going on with him. He sure isn't himself this cruise. He's been squirrely ever since we left Long Beach. Charlie, are you sure your knee feels up to a bit of a walk and a fence? Maybe you should stay on board. No way, Nan. I'm not going to miss out. I'm enjoying seeing Hawaii through the eyes of these tourists. Crossing the parking lot, they were dwarfed by the cruise liner. From this perspective, it looked more like a towering building than a ship. Leaving the asphalt, they walked over rough rocks and sand until they found the fence Cincy had mentioned. Only about 18 inches high, the friends easily stepped over the chain-link barrier. Eagerly, Jerria scanned the water below, hoping for a glimpse of the sea turtles. Her mouth gaped as she pointed out over a dozen. Look at that! It's a churning mass of shells and feet. Nan and Charlie sat on a rock overhang, while Will pressed closer to the edge of the rocks to get a better view. There must be close to 30 honu. I've never seen so many in one place. They're probably young if they're mating. Well, I'm not going to look that close. Even a turtle deserves some privacy. But this is awesome, seeing so many, isn't it? The giant sea turtles roiled the water, and Jerria sat entranced. She'd hoped to spot one on this trip. Here were dozens just a few feet from her, roiling in a frenzied mating dance. Hey, did you see that? I'm pretty sure I saw a red circle on that one on the left, its top shell. Oh, hold still, honu. Red circle? Where, Jerria? The others looked where she pointed, but the turtles writhed and swam over and around one another, diving, resurfacing, making it impossible to focus on just one. Wait, I saw it too, Charlie exclaimed. Hang on to my arm, will you? I don't want to fall in. Nan braced her sneaker against the rock and leaned out over the ledge. I see it. Actually, I see several with red circles, up by the neck. Honu have no natural red on them. What could that be? Is it paint? Straining to make out details on the mass of rolling sea life proved difficult. Kneeling on the edge of the rock, Will stared into the sea. He'd seen something black on the underbelly of a turtle in the roiling water, but hesitated to speak until he was sure. His suspicion confirmed, he sat back. Nan, you know more about honu than any of us, but I know something about jewelry shopping. And if that's not the same kind of plastic tube that Jerria's necklace came in, stuck on the bottom of a shell of at least 3 turtles, I'll eat my hat. What kind of a lowlife sticks plastic cases onto wild creatures? Seeing Nan's temper flaring, Charlie touched her wrist. You can call somebody about it when we get home. Regardless of the poor turtles, I want to see Will eat a hat. Nudging her husband with a grin, Jerria hoped to ease the tension. Your new hat with the floppy brim, or the old one you wear for golfing? Mine's bigger if you're that hungry. Hey, all! A voice hailed them from the fence. Are you sure it's safe to be over there? Can we join you? Joe and Angela, their bocce teammates, waved from the edge of the parking lot. They motioned them over. Craziest thing, Joe shook his head, settling beside them on a rock. Angela couldn't find the bag of macadamia candy she bought this morning, so I went back down to the rental car to check. Sure enough, it was tucked up under the front seat. Anyway, I was reaching for my key card to get back on the ship maybe 20 minutes ago. A man in a room steward's uniform ran across the pier heading for the crew entrance. I wonder why they don't use the same gangway as passengers. Anyway, the guy was sopping wet, head to toe, squishing shoes and all. Darndest thing. Wiping his forehead, Joe settled his baseball cap on his head. Then that cruise director, the woman with the high heels and crazy energy, pulled me aside like we were best buddies and told me I had to get the wife and come here to see some kind of big turtles partying it up. So here we are." Puzzled by Joe's story, the friends pointed to the water. Joe whistled. "Would you look at that? It's like a nightclub, all that going on. All they're missing is strobe lights and a live band." Time passed faster than they noticed. They jumped as the ship sounded its horn, nearly deafening at this distance. "Ouch," Charlie grumbled. "The horn is designed to be heard out over the sea, but we happen to be in front of the ship. That's the 30-minute warning. We'd better go. It'd be silly to miss the boat when it's right there." He winced as he stood. "You know, I think I might go visit Dr. Jace after all. Maybe she has a knee brace I could borrow. It's stiffened up sitting that long." Nan offered to go with her husband. Will supported Charlie's arm as they made their way across the parking lot and up the slanted gangway. On the way to the cabin, Will paused to watch a golf simulator game in the atrium. "Take your time. I plan to watch the ship pull away from the dock from our balcony, like a lady of leisure. Just allow time to dress for dinner." Jerria knew he'd be engrossed as long as the game was on. He was always looking for ways to improve his golf swing. Chapter 42, Day 8, On Board Ocean Haven. Seething at the sharp scolding the hotel director leveled at him, Granby lowered his chin. Mason was right. The contract clearly stated all crew members must be in proper uniform in passenger areas, as well as on shore during leave. Trailing seawater across the pier while wearing a soaked uniform in front of a couple dozen passengers was unacceptable. He hoped the captain wouldn't be informed. Bad enough to have his pay docked for the infraction. Captain Storkman might well fire him on the spot. Granby was embarrassed, too, by the averted eyes of other crew members on deck 2, knowing they'd overheard the scolding. Mason was Jamaican, but his typical jovial manner fell away when anyone in his department failed to live up to his strict standards. It wasn't Granby's fault, though. He legitimately had 2 hours off, and if he chose to spend his free time looking for sea turtles, it was his own business. He'd overheard the Filipinos in the crew mess talking about the big turtles by the electric plant this morning. He knew he had to take a chance. It wasn't one of the dead drop points, but he had nothing to lose. The trouble hit when he leaned too far over the rocky ledge by the electric plant's discharge. Excited to see not just one but several marked turtles, he slipped up to his waist in the warm water when he reached to tackle the closest honu. With mating on its mind, the frenzied giant tried to pull the man into the ocean. Granby was soaked, frightened too. The big reptiles were much stronger than he. Pulling himself up onto the rocks to avoid the other turtles getting any ideas, he heard voices. Those nosy passengers from the Ultra Suites ruined his day at both ends. He knew for a fact they had had a very early start to their day. Why weren't they napping? Desperate to avoid being caught, he thought fast. Half running, stooped over under the rocky ledge, he pulled himself up several yards past the fence. He made it to the parking lot without anyone seeing him. But getting back on board was another matter. If only he'd had a few more minutes. Changing swiftly into a dry uniform, his last clean one, Granby slipped out of his cabin. He had to find that silly woman's necklace no matter what. The spoiled ultra-sweet passengers did nothing but eat. He was certain they would stop for a snack once they boarded the ship, after taking a turn watching the turtles. His turtles! Crossing the ultra-sweet courtyard, Jerria breathed in the stillness, unbroken by a couple of people sunbathing and reading. She idly wondered about the sad young woman in the yellow drawfish suite, the one who missed her kids. She hadn't seen her lately, not even at dinner. Maybe she'd drop in on her. Sometimes a sympathetic ear made all the difference. Jerria stopped to greet the blind veterinarian turned preacher sitting by the pool in the suite's courtyard. They'd shared a dinner table, and she remembered he'd spoken of his home in North Georgia. Weather was always a safe topic. He said the experts were forecasting another severe winter. Last year, the ice storms outside Atlanta made national news. Sipping his drink, he drawled, "I might just stay on board next week. These hoity-toity suites rarely fill up. Who's to notice a couple of stowaways?" Chuckling, Jerria excused herself and swung open the door to the parrotfish suite. The ultra-sweet passengers were down to earth, not at all intimidating as she'd thought at first. Dropping her sun hat on the table, she noticed the stateroom hadn't been made up, even this late in the day. The duvet was half on the floor, and their shoes were scattered in front of the large closet. A chill washed over her. What was going on here? "Anyone here?" she called timidly, setting her beach bag by the door. "It's probably just maintenance checking on something or other." Granby rushed out of the bathroom, glaring at her disdainfully. "You again! You spoil everything." Pushing Jerria roughly against the wall, he growled, "I will have the diamonds. You'll see." Before she could find her voice, he was gone. Jerria leaned against the cool tiled wall, trying to slow her breathing, wondering what on earth she had done to trigger such malice. And what was Granby talking about? She stood up tall. No question now. She'd definitely report his behavior. Bad enough he wasn't doing his job. Threatening passengers was simply unacceptable. Reaching for the phone, she dialed the hotel director's direct number. If Mason wasn't the right person to complain to, he'd tell her who was. Before he picked up, she heard Will laughing in the exclusive courtyard, followed by the southern man's voice. She'd make it a quick call, hoping he'd stop to talk before returning to the suite. He was already concerned. No need to worry him further. "Yes, this is Mason," came the hotel director's cheerful voice on the first ring. "How can I assist you? I trust all is well?" "Actually, no, Mason. I'm pretty shook up. I admit, I have a concern about our—" Her voice broke off as she heard Will opening the suite's door. Jerria scrambled, changing the subject so he wouldn't overhear her fears. Our dinner plans. The menu. I was hoping the peach sundae would be available tonight." Puzzled, the hotel director replied, "Why, I don't know, Mrs. Danson, but I'd assume so. It's just ice cream, and we always have that on board. I could have a runner deliver a menu to your suite, if you like, to verify tonight's dessert offerings." "Oh, no, that won't be necessary. I'm being silly, I guess. Thank you, Mason." Handshaking, Jerria set the phone on the desk and turned to Will. "Back so soon?" "Golf game taken over by kids' crew, making pizzas in the atrium." Will glanced at a paper on the piano. "Thought we might take in the trivia game in the lounge before dinner. Pretty good team, you and I. Could watch sail away through those big windows." "Sure, that sounds fine. Let's try not to be on that blonde fellow's team, though. He forgets it's a game. I thought he'd come to blows last time." "Still not sure if lithium is a metal or an element." Jerria hung back, letting Will enter their suite ahead of her after dinner, apprehensive at what they might find. She was surprised the suite had been made up while they were out, as if she'd imagined the earlier disorder. Pushing open the wide door, Will shrugged. "Just goes to show opposites attract. If I had to live with Betty, one or the other of us would be on the evening news for murder before long. Husband barely gets a word in edgewise. Too bad. Jim seems an interesting sort. Badly henpecked." Will picked up a china plate with 4 glossy fruit tarts arranged on a lacy doily. "Interested in a second dessert, Jerria? Could eat them on the balcony." Realizing she was not listening, Will set the plate on the sideboard. "What are you doing? Prowling around the place like a cat?" Absently, Jerria came out of the third bedroom, satisfied that all was as it should be. "Look, tarts for us. Let's take them out on the balcony, shall we?" Baffled, Will followed her out onto the teak deck with plate in hand. Resting his arm on the railing, he frowned. "Didn't even hear me. Something on your mind, honey?" "Oh, I'm just a little jumpy. Maybe the accident got to me." Let's talk about tomorrow, shall we? The ship ties up in Hilo at 9 a.m., and the concierge told me she'd take us through the crew gangway to avoid crowds. I could get spoiled by this service, Will. Ooh, this lemon curd tart is my favorite. We'll go to Volcano National Park first. It's farthest. Then make our way back. Nan said we'd most likely miss the ship if we aim for the black sand beach in the same day. But she recommended we hike Akaka Falls if we have time. I'd rather focus on the volcano. Talked to Captain Storkman in the atrium. Said on the last cruise the lava flowing down the mountain at night was the most he'd seen in months. We'll pass Jerry the last tart. Good of him to plan a sail by tomorrow night. No easy way to get there on land. Something oddly primeval about volcanoes, like being there while the earth is still forming itself, going about its business without a thought to us humans. Lying back on a lounge chair, Jerria yawned. I wonder what this volcano smells like. I thought Mount Vesuvius smelled dusty, like under my granny's old sofa. Remember, the one in St. Lucia smelled like Satan's living room, so sulfury it hurt to breathe. But the one in Iceland smelled like burnt caramel. Mount St. Helens always reminds me of a stale campfire, like soggy burnt cedar mixed with wet ash. Will grinned. Had no idea you were taking notes. A connoisseur of volcano scents. Tomorrow's a dry land day. Won't need to carry our swim gear along, right? Dry all day, but we need to wear sturdy shoes. Nan said the Akaka Falls trail can be slippery. Smothering another yawn, Jerria stretched. I loved seeing the turtles, but we didn't get a nap. I'm too old for staying up 20 straight hours. Let's call it a night, honey. Will pulled her up by the hand, catching her in a long embrace. Chapter 43. Day 9. Big Island. Jerria slept poorly, fighting unsettled dreams. Sunlight streaming in at dawn was a relief. She could control her subconscious better during the day. At night, her imagination ran wild, this time with flashes of masked men chasing her through meadows and across sandy beaches. Several times she woke up, sternly telling herself, "It's only a dream. I'm okay." Will rolled over to face her, smiling. "Good morning. Ready for a hike today? What sounds good for breakfast?" Jerria groaned, resenting his cheerfulness. "It's too early to think about food. My stomach doesn't wake up as early as yours." Aching, she pulled her body out of bed and slowly headed for the glass sliding doors. "Oh, come see this." 2 gray whales off the port side of the ship sprouted, breaching not 30 feet from the ship. A giant mammal leapt out of the sea, landing with a mighty splash, flipping its wide tail as if showing off. "I can smell their fishy breath," Jerria marveled with shining eyes. They stood arm in arm until the animals were left in the ship's wake, out of sight. Awed, Jerria was fully alert and excited to tackle the day. She was still talking about the whales as the server presented menus in the Woolly Wizard Lounge a few minutes later. "I can't believe they were that close. They looked like they came from Central Casting just to show off for us." Jim leaned over from an adjacent table, listening in. "Wow. I wish I could see real whales. Betty insists on keeping the balcony curtains shut so the sunlight won't fade the carpet. I told her it's not our carpet. And what's the point of coming to Hawaii if we stay in the dark, like we do at home in New York? But you know how she is. Booking an ultra suite was good enough for her, but I'd enjoy looking outside once in a while, too. Real whales. I can't imagine. What do you folks have planned for today? Do you get off the ship?" Staring, Will realized it was the longest speech he'd heard the man utter. "Of course we're getting off. Plan to drive to Kilauea first, and then to—" His voice trailed off under a venomous glare from Jim's wife, returning from the breakfast buffet set up in the lounge. Slamming her plate down on their table, Betty commanded, "Jim, come with me this instant. I told you we don't need to associate with riffraff. I tell you, the people they call VIPs these days. For all we know, she might be the one who stole my gold bracelet. We're leaving." Sheepishly, Jim lowered his eyes and followed his wife out of the lounge, his breakfast abandoned. The concierge swiftly crossed the room. Tensa apologized profusely to Will and Jerria, but admitted there wasn't much she could do about Betty's rudeness. They shrugged it off. Bumbling humans were everywhere. Tensa returned to her table by the entrance. "Mentioned how much I love you?" Will took Jerria's hand across the table. "Don't know what I did to deserve you." "I don't know what Jim did to deserve her either," she giggled. "That poor man." 4 hours later, Will pulled the car over on Crater Rim Road. Jerria jumped out, eager to take a photo from the overlook above the visitor center. "Would you look at this?" Jerria exclaimed. "It's flat as a lake, but made of volcanic crust. I wish we had time to take that hike, but the ranger said it's 3 hours long. I think I'd feel uneasy anyway. The crust looks fragile with the steam venting through the cracks and all. I can't get over how raw the earth feels here, as if it's not finished yet." "Honey, what does unfinished Hawaii smell like to you? You were wondering, remember?" Sweet, like hot maple syrup, concentrated and earthy, like a baked sweet potato, but a little smoky at the same time. It's an oddly comforting odor, but I guess taking a deep breath of the crevices wouldn't be smart. With all the warning signs back there, I overheard a ranger say the air can be dangerous, depending on the wind. Ready to head to Akaka Falls yet? Could stay longer if you want, so long as lunch comes along pretty soon. "How can you be hungry already, Will? We just ate breakfast." Glancing at her watch, Jerria startled. "Oops, it's after 2 o'clock. Yes, let's drive toward the falls and see if you can find a place to eat on the way. I could go for some Simon." Shuddering at the thought of noodles swimming in swampy broth with unidentified seafood, Will made up his mind to find a decent burger joint. In Hawaii, Simon was available everywhere, but a good burger joint was worth the hunt. Snagging one of Will's French fries a few minutes later, Jerria commented, "I'm glad we walked through the lava tubes. I couldn't help comparing these to the ones at Ape Caves by Mount St. Helens. These are a lot smoother, wider, and more tame. They even had electric lights. And no chance of getting stuck in a small passage big enough to walk through upright. Downright civilized. Thought of Jeff the first time we took the kids to the Ape Caves." Jerria burst out laughing at the memory. He was what, maybe 7 years old? That deep voice of his sounded totally convincing when he began yelling for everyone to get out of the caves. Run for their lives. The volcano was going to blow. He had them convinced the lava was coming up fast. The funniest part was those 3 old ladies scaling the walls to get to the entrance, boosting each other up the rocks instead of waiting a turn on the ladder. They moved pretty quick for their age. "Not my fault, honey. Was helping the girls over the fallen rock and couldn't shut him up fast enough. No one thought to look to see who was speaking. Even without the echo, his deep voice sounded like the voice of God. Wondered at the time if Jeff would go into show business, be an actor, or maybe an announcer." Sobering, Jerria scooped up the last pink shrimp from her Simon. "He's going to be a great vet, Will. He has a big heart, and he's not the least bit squeamish. I'm proud of each of the kids. I'm just surprised how fast they flew the coop. I thought Jeff would be home another couple of years at least." Shifting in her seat, Jerria's brow furrowed. "I'm not sure what I'll do with myself once we get home, Will. Real estate doesn't seem like enough anymore. Maybe I could volunteer at the school, or I might look into a new hobby or something." "Anything but knocking down walls in the house, like Jean when her last daughter got married. Not up to that. Maybe take a class at the college? Smithson puts out an adult ed catalog every semester. Happy to go with you to any class, or you could go alone, maybe make new friends." "Any class?" she teased. "How does weaving class sound? Or a pottery course?" tangling strings and mucking about in mud? Guess I love you that much. Chapter 44, Day 9, Big Island. Jerria rested her arms on the railing, catching her breath. Her lungs burned, and in Akaka Falls's warm mist, even perspiring didn't cool her. Will had insisted on ignoring the signs, making the uneven path harder. Posted placards advised walking the loop clockwise from the parking lot. Will wanted to go counterclockwise. Taking her hand, he flashed that grin of his, so like their sons. Don't want to follow the crowd. Let's make our own way. He had a point. Slow-moving tourists heading left, clogging the path. Within a few hundred feet, the wisdom of whatever local agency had posted the signs was apparent. The path climbed at a steady but steep angle, and those obediently following the signs were walking downhill, not up. No matter, the waterfall was gorgeous, and there was nothing wrong with stopping to rest a few times while she admired it. She wished Will would have the courtesy to at least act a little winded, however. No matter how severe the incline, Will kept putting one foot in front of the other, as steadily as if he was on level ground, same as he lived the rest of his life. It really wasn't fair. Reaching up to brush her hair from her face, Jerria startled as Will grabbed her arm. "Don't move. Want this shot." Leaning to the right, Will aimed his camera, framing her face with the falls behind her. "Hair looks like a halo, honey, with perfect tiny drops of glittery mist on every strand and curl. Look like a watercolor in a children's book. Some fairy or sprite. Hold still." Fairy or sprite? Jerria threw back her head, laughing at the image in her mind. Hawaii must be having an effect on Will. He wasn't easily given to poetic thoughts. He snapped a few more photos, catching her mid-laughter, with the pounding waterfall behind her. Holding hands, they finished the path. Jerria wiped the clouded face of her watch on her damp blouse as they neared the parking lot. "We're about 17 minutes from the ship, the map says. Still seems funny using time instead of miles. Do you think we can stop at the Big Island Candy Company? It's almost on the way." "Far be it from me to stand between a woman and chocolate. Can't you put that watch somewhere?" "And miss the ship? You know I like knowing what time it is." "Love you for keeping us on track, Jerria, but being stranded here wouldn't be a bad fate." Carrying a shopping bag loaded with macadamia candy and dried fruits a while later, Will slid his keycard and opened the door to the Ultra Sweets courtyard. Head down, Jerria walked into the back of him, not noticing his sudden stop. Turning, he abruptly pushed her back into the wide corridor. "Something's going on. Let's wait out here a few minutes. Candy, honey?" Jerria strained to see around him, but he pulled the courtyard door closed. "What is it, Will? Is someone hurt? Is it Granby? I meant to tell you." Chapter 45. Before Will could answer, the hotel director opened the heavy door and motioned for them to enter the courtyard. "Ah, there you are, Mr. and Mrs. Danson. Not to worry, nothing is amiss. The staff is merely assembling to make up the suites. For some unknown reason, Granby has not done his duty, and none of the ultra suites have been made up, although it is very late in the day." Mason shook his head ruefully. "Please accept my sincere apologies for this unacceptable lapse in service. Perhaps you will rest by the pool while your stateroom is made ready for your use. I assure you we are making all haste." A waiter glided to them, offering cold drinks on a small tray. "Where's Granby?" Jerria accepted the iced lemonade. "Is he sick, or what?" "I'm so sorry I cannot answer that." The hotel director shook his head. "Mind you, I'd tell you if I knew, but the steward hasn't been seen since early this morning. He had 3 hours of scheduled time off, but has not rejoined the ship as of yet, so far as we know. We were not made aware of his unfortunate situation until the butler delivered the afternoon canapes. Please excuse me, I see Mr. and Mrs. Crosby returning." As the hotel director bustled off to greet the returning guest, Jerria turned to Will. I wonder what's up with Granby. I told you he was acting strange. I hope he isn't sick or hurt somewhere. Probably not. Would have called the ship if he was in trouble, right? Not so bad, having to sprawl on lounge chairs while staff scrambles to make up our suite. Jerria agreed with her laid-back husband, propping her feet on a cushion. I could get used to this, no doubt, but... Hoping to divert her thoughts, Will asked, Now what's the plan for this evening? Captain Storkman talked about a drive-by of the lava flow. What else, honey? Pulling the daily ship's log out of her tote bag, Jerria scanned her notes. Let's see. Another cocktail party at 6. This one's for the ship's loyalty program. All the returning passengers. I'm okay with skipping that one if you are. It'll probably be crowded. Dinner tonight is in the main dining room, unless you feel like booking something else. I'm willing to dress up, but I'm not wearing heels after all that hiking. I need to talk to you about... Mason interrupted to tell them their suite was ready, apologizing again. Thanking him, Will and Jerria gathered their bags and opened the suite's door. I wonder what will happen to Granby. I'd be just fine if they reassigned him after all this. As I was saying, the ship will sail by Kilauea around 9:30, and everyone who's mentioned it says the lava flow is something to see. Easy evening, then. We'll move to open the sliding glass doors. Have time for a dip in the hot tub. Take advantage, we won't have this at home. Kicking off her shoes, Jerria joined Will on the balcony. So long as we are on time for dinner, that sounds great to me. An hour later, conversation at the dining table centered on the missing stateroom steward. Jerria absently fingered her sparkling necklace, listening to the other passengers speculating on where Granby might have gone. The necklace was extra glittery after the scrubbing she had given it. Getting all the face cream out of the crevices required the sacrifice of a toothbrush. Good thing she always packed a spare. I heard Granby came on board right before sail away. He told Cincy he'd been visiting his sick aunt. No, I heard a crew member say he was sick in the medical office all afternoon. Never stepped foot off the ship. Well, I heard he was having an affair with an island girl, and Will had teased her for burying the necklace in the face cream jar. But he wasn't the one who was scared out of his skin by the steward. Sometimes Will's unflappable attitude was too much. Feeling the back of her neck tighten up, pretending a headache, Jerria interrupted the idle chatter. What did you think of the port today? What did you all do? Instantly, the conversation improved. Lacey showed off her new earrings, silver dangles with opals. Marveling at the black sand beach they'd visited, the couple from Georgia described their afternoon. Nan shook her head when they mentioned they'd filled a jar with sand to take home, but didn't warn them about Pele's inability to share. Jerria noticed Jim's hangdog expression as the other passengers compared notes. Staying in a stateroom with curtains drawn was no way to enjoy Hawaii. She thought about inviting the New Yorker to join them to watch the sail-by of the volcano, but knew that would only be met by more resistance from his wife. Charlie commented that the comedy act at 7:30 was worthwhile, and several couples agreed to go to the show together after dessert. Jim looked longingly after them as he followed Betty to their suite, dodging her rapid-fire snappish remarks like pellets from a toy gun. Chapter 46. Leaving the comedy show, Jerria was still giggling. That bit about the stairs on board was so true. My stomach hurts from laughing. Hey, do you think we'll be able to watch the lava flow from our balconies? They said we'd be able to see it about half an hour from now. Charlie pushed the elevator button. No, from your balcony you'd only be able to see the lava for a couple of minutes while the ship makes a U-turn. The best spot is up on the open deck where you can get a 360-degree view. It's spectacular, seeing the red-hot lava flowing down the mountainside. We'll join you, okay? Before the elevator doors opened, a piped whistle filled the ship. An alert. Cincy's voice came over the speakers. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Cincy here. It can't be helped. That rain squall the second officer tried to dodge through the dinner hour picked up steam. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, but have you people looked outside lately? It's raining cats and dogs and I don't know what all, coming down like a bucket upended. Yes, Pele closed down her show early tonight. The upshot is you can't see your hand in front of your foot, as my dad always says. A soft chuckle flowed over the loudspeaker. You'd like my dad. He's a lot like me. Sorry to say, you also can't see Kilauea's lava flowing down the mountain in this mess. Although I gotta tell you, if we could, it'd be even more spectacular than usual, what with the steam when it hits the ocean and all. So go about your evening, enjoy the live music around the ship, and accept my apologies. But remember, it's not my fault. Blame Pele if you need to take it out on somebody. Those are her thick clouds blocking the view. Will put his arm around Jerria's slumped shoulders. Sorry, honey. Know you were looking forward to the lava show. Seeing Jerria's crestfallen expression, Nan suggested, how about a board game? The courtyard cabinet has a pretty good variety. We could order room service snacks and play on our balcony. The rain won't reach the table. Disappointed, Jerria agreed. Good plan. There's no reason to waste the evening. How about you choose the game and we'll meet at your place soon. I want to put on something more comfortable. In the suite, Jerria kicked off her shoes and set her cubic zirconium necklace on the bathroom counter. Will picked up the phone, ordering pizza and a fruit tray. As Jerria hung up the flowered wrap she'd worn to dinner, the alert pipes sounded again. She rushed to prop open the door to the courtyard. The announcement was louder out there. Sensei's distinctive Midwest twang filled the courtyard. Pele must have had a change of heart. More likely her sister shouted her down. She and Pele have been on the outs for who knows how long. Whichever, folks, the captain tells me the cloud cover is breaking up, and by the time we reach Kilauea, we should have a fine view of the lava racing to the sea. Imagine that. You don't see melted rocks in Omaha, or wherever you call home. You don't want to miss it. Troop on up to the upper decks. We'll be in sight in about 6 minutes. Will barked, "Cancel that order," into the phone. Charlie's head popped out of the suite next door. The games will wait, right? Let's head up to deck 14. Jerria scrambled to slip on her green flip-flops, heart pounding in her haste. In under a minute they were on the staircase, along with other passengers bent on staking out a good location. As the Ocean Haven slowly maneuvered close to the inky black shoreline, its passengers jockeyed for position at the rails on the port side. Barely visible, the big island's mountainous coast was a contrast of gray against a darker gray sky. An awed hush washed over the crowd as the first red-hot lava came into view. The molten river burbled and twisted as it flowed relentlessly down the mountain, its orange glow billowing into plumes of white steam as it reached the cold Black Sea. Sulfur fumes reached the ship's decks like dragon's breath. I've never seen anything like this. The island is getting bigger right in front of us, Jerria whispered, clasping Will's hand. The captain slowed the massive ship to a crawl, tracing a wide arc. As one, the passengers crossed to the starboard side of the ship, anxious to not miss a minute of nature's performance. Her engines at quarter speed, the ship passed by the lava river, picking up speed as it headed out into the open sea. Not realizing they'd been holding their collective breath, everyone all talked at once. Excited voices filled the stairwells and corridors as passengers waited for elevators. Jerria stood at the ship's rail, the warm breeze in her hair, the dark sea below. The salty smell of the waves mixed with the scorched lava odor sunk deep into her nostrils. She'd remember this night forever. Will pulled Jerria to a teak lounge chair. Wait for the crowds to disperse. Good spot? Charlie and Nan joined them, agreeing they were in no rush to return to their staterooms. Smiling in the warm night air, Jerria exclaimed, "I'm still stunned. I'm so glad the clouds lifted." Charlie beamed, as proud as if he'd produced the lava himself. It really is something, and seeing it from the ship gives a good view of it. People sometimes try to see it from shore, but it's extremely dangerous. They end up on the evening news a few times a year. We're at an ideal spot here, safe on the ship, yet close enough to see well. It really is a sight, isn't it? Oh, yes. I wish our kids could see it. Fat raindrops unexpectedly pelted the open deck, sending the remaining passengers hurrying indoors. Laughing, they rushed across the deck into the stairway, down to the exclusive courtyard. Wailing filled the courtyard as Will pushed open the heavy glass door. Lacey howled. "I know I set my ring right here. I did. I know I did. We were just gone a few minutes." Her husband closed the yellow Drawfish Suite's door, muffling the young woman's cries. Will shook his head. "That is one high-strung young woman. Is it too late for that game?" "Sounds good, but it's pretty blustery outside all of a sudden. Let's play in our suite, okay?" "We'll be there in a minute," Jerria said. "My blouse is soaked. I tell you, it doesn't rain like this at home. I wish it did. In Oregon, it drips and drizzles for weeks on end. In Hawaii, it rains." Charlie went to choose a board game from the cabinet by the pool. Not a minute later, he dropped the game box when he heard Jerria shout. He ran through the Parrotfish Suite's open door. Wide-eyed, Jerria insisted, "I left my necklace on the bathroom counter. I'm positive I did. I took it off so it wouldn't tangle in my wrap. I turned to hang the wrap up when Cincy made the announcement, and then we ran to meet Nan and Charlie. I'm absolutely sure I set it here, next to your razor. Where could it be? Why would anyone take it? It's only cubic zirconium." Tears streamed down her face. "Will, I love that necklace, and I want it back. Stop telling me it must be somewhere else. I know exactly where I left it. How could it disappear? Who could have taken it?" Charlie offered to help, but there was nothing he could do. Game forgotten, he returned to his suite, leaving Will to comfort Jerria. It was strange the way things kept vanishing. Betty had complained about losing a watch, too. Will made a call to the ship's security officer, who promised a thorough search would be made in the morning. It seemed odd that both Jerria's necklace and Lacey's ring would disappear at the same time, at a time when no crew member was scheduled to be working in the suites area. Had another passenger broken into both suites during the lava sail-by? Chapter 47. Day 10. Kauai. By the time the sun rose, Jerria had managed only an hour of fitful sleep. Although Will assured her the suite's door was securely locked, along with the balcony door, she'd been on edge all night. "Have to be a trained trapeze artist to get in that door from anywhere but our balcony," he joked the previous night. But she didn't even smile at his attempt at humor. Rolling over as Will came out of the bathroom, she told him, "I don't feel like getting up, and I sure don't feel like breakfast. Will you please close the curtains? That sunlight is too bright. My head is throbbing. Please bring me an aspirin and be sure to put the Do Not Disturb sign on the door when you go." Turning over in bed, she punched her pillow. Will left as she asked, but he didn't go to breakfast. He knocked on the angelfish door. "Sorry to barge in so early," he said as Nan opened their door. But Jerria is really shook up. Barely slept, and not herself this morning. "Know you said you were going to stay on the ship today, but need your help." "Of course, we'll do whatever we can. Come in." Nan pulled her robe around her as Charlie came from the balcony. Both sat in the living room by Will. "You need to file a formal complaint with Captain Storkman if you haven't already. There have been too many unexplained things going on for it to be coincidence. But what can we do for Jerria? She was really upset last night." "Worse this morning." Will's brow furrowed. "Spirits deflated. Says she sees no point in getting off the ship unless it's to go to an airport to fly home. Had no idea that necklace would spoil her trip. Wanted her to make memories, but not this kind." The three put their heads together. "Can always tell when she's sad at home," Will told them. Fills the house with sacred music, choirs, and symphonies. Raises her spirits every time. Anywhere we can find that on shore? Easy. Today's Sunday, you know. Attending a local church service was first on the agenda, they agreed, followed by a luau brunch. A leisurely drive to Honolulu might take her mind off her lost necklace. The Nepali Coast Trail would be a pleasant stop, even if Jerria didn't feel up to a hike. Thanking his friends for being willing to spend the day with them, Will left their suite as Charlie reached for his cell phone. Captain Storkman stood outside the parrotfish suite, hand poised to ring the doorbell, but stopped when he saw Will step out of the angelfish suite next door. Concern across his brow, the captain asked about Jerria. He assured Will the ship was being searched, and every crew member questioned about their whereabouts last evening. Perhaps someone had seen something out of the ordinary. "Unacceptable," he growled. "I will not have a thief on my ship. And I'm afraid that is what we have on board. Be it a crew member or passenger, they must be stopped." Will told the captain their plans for the day. The captain agreed getting away from the ship was best while the search was going on. Chapter 48. Get up, you lazy sinner. Need the sheets for tablecloths, and it's almost time for dinner." Intoning the playful rhyme Jerria used to rouse their young kids on school mornings brought no response from her. Will tugged at the blanket covering his wife's head. She moaned. Kids always laughed. Must not have the touch. Get up. Nan and Charlie will be here soon, eager to show us Kauai. So pull yourself together, honey. "Oh, Will, I'm not up to going anywhere today. Just let me lie here. You go with them." "Can't do that. On their way." "What's that you always tell Amy when she doesn't want to do something?" "Oh, yes. Act as if. Today, honey, please, act as if you're delighted to be here. Lying in bed will only make you feel worse. Get dressed." Groaning, Jerria flung the bedding back. "You're not going to give up, are you? Okay, I'll get up. But I'm telling you, it's an act. Do I have time to fix my hair at least?" "Sure, no rush." Will caught her in a hug. "Getting away from the ship will do you good. Fix your hair, get dressed, take your time." He glanced at the door as the doorbell chimed. "But hurry, honey." Alone in the bathroom, Jerria dabbed face cream in an attempt to hide the dark circles from tossing and turning all night. Tears filled her eyes, and she wished she'd left the pretty necklace buried in the cream. Who am I fooling? At my age, I can't hide wrinkles or dark circles either. Sighing, she slipped on a pleasant smile and a green and blue striped cotton dress, one she had bought at the swap meet in Honolulu. Word had spread through the senior staff about the thefts in the ultra suites, and they were eager to help however they could. Tensa had the 4 guests off the ship before the passengers' gangway was secured. Meeting them by the pool, the concierge had led them through the cruise route. First, down a freight elevator hidden behind the bar in the courtyard, along the cruise passage called I-75, past the storerooms, and out the provisions loading dock on Deck 2. An agent from the car rental company drove to the gangway as he saw them approach. Glancing up, Will waved at passengers lining the rail, waiting to disembark. "Slipping off like this, they must think we're celebrities. Part of the act, honey. Let me get the car door for you." Jerria didn't feel like being a tourist today. Had she been alone, she would have lost herself in a light novel, wasting the day and feeling sorry for herself. It took all her effort to keep a pleasant expression on her face. Her husband and friends had plans, but she was not even interested enough to ask what they were. When the car slowed after a short drive, she looked up as Will pulled the car into a parking spot. "Where are we? A church?" Organ music wafted through the small square building's open windows. "Come along, it's Sunday, even on vacation." Nan opened Jerria's car door. "And we're 5 minutes early, too." They joined the stream of smiling worshipers streaming into the plain white church. Welcoming nods and soft alohas greeted them. Jerria smiled at a little girl no older than 2, dressed in a bright ruffled dress, holding fast to her mother's hand. The child offered a shy wave of her pudgy hand. "She's exquisite. How did her mother get her to hold still long enough for those braids?" Jerria noticed she, Will, and Charlie appeared to be the only non-Polynesians. Warmed by the welcoming greetings, smiles, and outreached hands, tension flowed out of her body. The scent of fresh flowers and candle wax filled the air. A dark-eyed usher escorted them to a padded pew 6 rows from the front. Smiling broadly, he indicated the seats with a flourish. "Finest kind of seats for you, yeah?" he whispered loudly. "You be closer to God when you sit in the front. The angels, they can't even see way in the back, yeah? Be sure to stay after. We got a kalua pig in the imu. Plenty to share." The congregation rose as the organ hit a strong note. In a rush of sound, voices blended in perfect harmony. Never had Jerria heard a hymn sung with this much spirit. Glancing around the chapel, she smiled, seeing every person enthusiastically singing and swaying to the chords, from the teens to a wizened old man to the tiny girl she'd seen in the parking lot. The brightly colored mu'u-mu'u, or flowered dresses the women wore, filled the church with a vivid kaleidoscope of color. Most of the women wore flower leis or shell necklaces. The men and boys wore white shirts, black ties, and traditional lava-lava, knee-length black cloth knotted around their waists, their version of Sunday best. Jerria felt underdressed, colorless in comparison, in her striped cotton shirt dress. A pretty teen with orchids in her hair turned around to hand her a worn hymnal, already open to page 56. Harmonizing, the familiar words of the old hymn soothed her soul. 2 more hymns followed in rapid succession before an old woman stood to offer a prayer. The preacher moved to the microphone, bellowing, "Aloha!" As the congregation chorused "Aloha" in response, the back of her neck relaxed, like macrame cords loosening. Will knew her well. Worshipping was just what she needed today. An hour later, the notes of the closing hymn faded. Immediately, friendly Polynesians crowded around the visitors, draping flowered leis on their shoulders, warmly welcoming them, inviting them to join them for a feast in the yard behind the church. Overwhelmed by the hugs and smiles, Jerria whispered to Nan, "Do they mean it? Or are they just being polite? What did you have planned?" "Oh, they're sincere, all right. In fact, they'll be disappointed if we leave without eating. I guarantee it'll beat the restaurant we had in mind. In these small churches, food is a competitive event, with the families trying to outdo one another." Will looked to Jerria for her response. A small boy, about age 6, tugged on his shirt sleeve. Will smiled at the child in clean white shirt, black tie, and lava-lava, a miniature version of the older men. "Come on, Uncle. You gotta eat, and we be singing." Jerria smiled. "More singing? We'd love to join you." Already the strains of drums and ukulele filtered through the open windows. A game of tag broke out, children's laughter and shouts bringing a smile to Jerria's face. The boy grasped Will's hand, pulling him toward the wide wooden doors. Catching a vision of Will holding his own grandchild's hand someday, she blinked. Getting old wasn't so bad. Chapter 49. Kauai. "That was no sedate church picnic," Jerria exclaimed as they settled in the car almost 2 hours later, waving out the window. "I never feel that welcome at home, even in our own congregation. The music, the dancing, the families all so happy. And that food! Nan, you were right. It all tasted like they were trying to outcook one another. I wish we sang out like that at home. Thanks, all of you. This is just what I needed today." Nan smiled, satisfied. "Hawaiians can sing, I grant you that. Polynesians are not raised with the restraint the Howleys have. I've seen children being hushed on the mainland for singing too loudly or playing too wildly. In Hawaii, the kiki are indulged, considered a gift from God, and while they can be rowdy, they're happy. As to singing, no one bothers being self-conscious. Singing is about raising your voice, not sounding professional. That may be, but I've never heard such incredible 4-part harmony. Music just burst out of them. I loved it. Patting her stomach, Jerria sighed. I see why some women wear the old-fashioned mu'u-mu'u. If I ate like that on a regular basis, I wouldn't be able to wear anything with a waistband either. I was careful to take only small portions, but there was so much to taste. Where are we going now? I hope it involves a nap. No naps. You said you can rest at home, remember? We're off for a nice, quiet Sunday drive, Charlie grinned, then a peaceful 11-mile hike up the Nepali coast. Laughing, Jerria grumbled, You better be joking after all I ate. Puff the Magic Dragon was stuck in Will's mind as he followed signs to Hanalei. Soon he found himself humming under his breath. Before long, they set aside inhibitions and sang aloud. Well, we're not locals except Nan, but I say we sounded great. I'm surprised I remembered all 6 verses. I haven't sung it since the kids were little. Jerria looked up from the map she'd found in the glove box. It says here the road to Hanalei has 12 one-lane bridges. How can that be? The locals like it that way. It cuts down on tourists. Only the dedicated ones venture this far off the main drag, Nan explained. There's not much in Hanalei. Only a couple hundred people live there. But it's beautiful, and I think you'll love it. Wait till you see the lighthouse. We'll drive to the Nepali Coast trailhead next. We'll skip the full hike. It's only 11 miles, but it takes at least 2 days. Indicating a narrow covered bridge, Nan warned, Slow down, Will. There are no guardrails here. Did you know the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie was made out there? We'll visit the cave where Jack Sparrow found the Fountain of Youth. I can't imagine how they brought a whole film crew out on this narrow road. Wait, didn't say anything about the Fountain of Youth, Nan. Would have sped up Jerria's lazy morning had we known about that. Will swerved the car to the left, dodging a flock of hens. Those must be the wild jungle fowl Captain Storkman warned us about. Be glad it was chickens and not Nene. Wild geese are huge and just about as tame. They cross the roads in flocks like that, Charlie said. We've wrecked enough rental cars on this trip. Look at that lighthouse. With the waves crashing, a boat needs all the help it can get. Careful, this bridge is only wooden slats. This road is more trail than a street. There's a place that sells pineapple slushes up ahead. Let's get some to drink as we walk around the town. Noticing her headache was gone, Jerria sat back, enjoying the light conversation around her. She touched her neck. Silly of me to get so upset about a necklace, even though it was beautiful. In less than a week, she'd be home again. Better enjoy Hawaii while she could. Standing next to a sign insisting this was the Nepali trailhead an hour later, Jerria dubiously eyed Charlie. You're kidding, right? That's not a hiking trail. It's a dry waterfall. Look at those boulders. You aren't really going to climb that with your knee brace on, are you? No. I'll wait here on the beach while you 3 walk a little. You have to brag that you took the Nepali trail, even if it's only a mile or so. Nan pointed out a bold sign, its black flag warning of riptides. Charlie, the currents are strong today, so stay out of the water. I don't want to come back and find you washed out to Japan. I guess if I was washed out to Japan, you wouldn't find me at all, Charlie teased. Go ahead, I'll be fine. Why do I keep finding myself climbing steep trails? I'm not a mountain goat, Jerria grumbled mildly. Come on, this is much prettier than Diamond Head, and we won't go too far. Except for bragging rights, there's really no reason to go the whole trail. There's absolutely nothing at the end, just a turnaround to come straight back. Climb on up there, and you'll get a taste of the scenery. Clambering over huge boulders, the three of them picked their way slowly up the steep grade. After a few minutes, Jerria stopped to catch her breath. These plants are amazing. I have a philodendron in the living room at home, but the leaves on this are 100 times bigger. Will, step back. You're making me nervous that close to the ledge. Honey, look at the ocean. Nan, what is that? Will took aim with his camera. Turning, Nan stared over the edge. Hammerhead shark. Unless they're with a baby, they seldom go in shallow water, so I'd guess it's about 20 feet deep there. Amazing, isn't it, to see the ocean so clear? Gorgeous. Stepping aside to let oncoming hikers pass, Jerry observed, "Have you noticed every single hiker coming back down is dirty, to the knees at least? Most are bleeding, too, knees or shins. That man had his arm in a bandana sling. It must be pretty rough ahead." Yes, the trail is rugged, and most hikers manage to fall a few times. It's part of the experience, I guess. Nan bent to empty sand from her shoe. I never tire of this place. The waves crashing on the white sand is a beautiful thing, isn't it? Captain Storkman makes a point of sailing by the Nepali coast as the ship pulls out, so you'll get a good view of how winding and narrow this trail is from that vantage point later on. Let's go around that next corner, then head back. Downhill will be easier. Gingerly, Jerria placed her feet, trying to avoid tumbling on the steep path. Her shirt dress wasn't really appropriate hiking wear, and her sandals slipped on the sharp rocks. She was relieved to reach the bottom intact. There! I can say I hiked the Nepali trail, if anyone asks. I don't have to admit it was under half a mile, right? Pass me some water, Will. Charlie directed Will down a side road to a smaller parking lot, and they climbed out of the car. A group of teens passed them, carrying dripping snorkel gear coming out of the cave's mouth as they walked toward its entrance. The cave's opening, at least 90 feet high, quickly narrowed to a glistening blue pool after 100 feet or so. This is spooky. A feeling of déjà vu, like I've seen all this before. Let's see. In the Pirates movie, Jack Sparrow went down this part over here, around this same rock formation, and walked right down into knee-deep water to the Fountain of Youth, Nan contributed. Don't get any ideas. This pool is at least 25 feet deep, and it goes way back under that rock wall. I've brought my classes here on field trips. In the movie, it was just a handspan deep, but it's really big enough to scuba dive in. Hollywood took some liberties. Honey, don't need a Fountain of Youth. Will took Jerria's hand. Beautiful to me, and wouldn't want you to trade life's experiences for a younger face. Love you just this way. I love you too, Will. This cave's amazing. I can't get over the colors dancing on the walls, the way the reflected sunlight plays on the water. I can feel my soul absorbing the calm. I'm not sure I'd step in a Fountain of Youth, even if it was real. I'm finally figuring out who I am and what I want to do with my life. I sure don't want to start over, getting sucked into a legend. Speaking of legends, are you ready to go hear a dragon? We thought you'd enjoy Spouting Horn Park, since it's on our way, Charlie suggested. Afterwards, I know a great place for fried mahi-mahi sandwiches by the Lihue waterfall. Best anywhere. How can you even think about food? I'm never going to be hungry again, Jerria groaned. But a dragon sounds interesting. Is it Puff's friend? It's a lizard, not a dragon, Nan corrected. Spouting Horn is a blowhole, and when the tide is right, it's pretty loud. It's every bit as loud as a dragon. It roars and hisses, and lizards don't do that, Charlie argued cheerfully as the group came out into the brilliant sunshine. Make up your own mind when we get there. Nan can tell you the legend behind the Puipu rocks while we drive south. She's a better storyteller than I. Buckling her seatbelt, Nan began the story. Long ago in the old times, a giant lizard, a mo'o, guarded this lovely beach. everyone was afraid of the mo'o, named Kaikapu, because it had a bad habit of eating anyone who came to swim or fish here. Naturally, the ancient people needed the shore to get food. You can see it was a problem, and even the wise old ones couldn't find a solution. One day, a small boy, you know how they are, disobeyed his mother and went in the water. The mo'o took out after little Liko, while his friends screamed on the beach, drawing the villagers to the shore. The boy had a sharp stick. As the lizard opened its mouth to eat the child, Liko rammed the stick at the lizard, swam under the lava ledge on the beach, and popped out a small hole to safety. The big lizard tried to follow him, but it got stuck in the rocks. That thunder you'll hear is Kaikapu, breathing and roaring in anger. Mothers use the story to remind their keiki to think before acting. Standing on the smooth lava rocks of Spouting Horn a few minutes later, Jerria raised her voice to make herself heard over the pounding water. "It's too loud to be a lizard. I'm with Charlie. It sounds like a dragon to me. I can easily imagine it breathing and snarling. And what a gorgeous beach!" Pointing offshore, Will called over the din of the rushing blowhole. "Are those whales out there, past those rocks? See them?" "Good eye, Will. Those are gray whales. They pass by here on their way to Alaska. Hawaii is the southernmost point on their migration. They give birth here and then head north to eat. They don't eat on the trip. Adults can lose a third of their body weight. It's still early. By December, there'll be a lot more." Charlie grinned. "Listen to me. I sound like a professor after living with a marine biologist for all these years. I can understand spending the winter in Hawaii, but Alaska is a good 3,000 miles from here. That's a long way to go for dinner. That reminds me, we don't want to spoil our appetite before dinner with Armando and Soli. But you have to try the fish and chips. How about we get a couple of plates to share? We'll call it an appetizer." Enthralled by the breaching whales, Jerria frowned. "Hold your horses, guys. When will we ever get a chance to see whales like this again?" Will winked at Charlie, thankful his wife was distracted. "No rush. Still 3 hours before sail away." Gray whales spouted and flipped their flukes in the waves off the point. For over 20 minutes the two couples sat enjoying the show. Over the roar of the blowhole, Jerria heard voices, distant, faint, calling over and over. She couldn't make out the words. Was it her name? Recalling Nan's warning about hearing voices on a deserted beach, a chill ran down her spine, although the hot sun beat down. She couldn't shake the feeling of unseen eyes watching her. Afraid her trembling hands would betray her, Jerria shifted her weight on the rock. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a large group of bicyclists waving cheerfully, shouting greetings as they rode past. Hoping Will hadn't noticed, Jerria slowed her breathing, waving at their fellow passengers. "I'm impressed. They said they planned to ride in every port, and they're keeping up with it. I'm not that ambitious, even at home, much less on vacation." "Don't think about how many calories they're burning," Nan smiled ruefully. "I think some fish and chips by a double waterfall is just what we need. Don't you agree?" Will pulled Jerria up by the hand. "Absolutely. Can't get fresh mahi-mahi at home. No loss, mind you. Wonder who first decided an ugly, slimy thing from the ocean was food." After driving a short distance, they staked out a picnic table under a palm tree. Sharing a couple of plates of crunchy mahi-mahi and chips, along with the ubiquitous macaroni salad, Will reached for another paper napkin. "Good call, Charlie. Not big on seafood, but that wasn't fishy tasting at all. And not a vegetable in sight." Jerria sat back, wiping her hands. "Thanks, all of you, for cheering me up today. This is much better than pulling the covers back over my head, which is what I planned to do this morning." Plus, I avoided dealing with the new room steward. Wonder if the new one knows how to pick up towels from the bathroom, Will snorted. So long as he doesn't pick up our jewelry, I'd be happy. I still can't believe my necklace is gone. Come on, Jerria. Nan patted her friend's arm. It was beautiful, but at least it wasn't valuable. Imagine had it been real diamonds. Even so, I'm sure Armando spent the day getting to the bottom of this. Don't let it spoil your cruise. Nothing will spoil this trip, Jerria declared, returning to the car. It's unnerving, though, to think of a thief in our cabin, rummaging through our stuff. Poor Lacey. No one took her seriously. I'm going to shake it off. I'm so glad we're here. Today has been delightful. I'll never forget that singing this morning. What do you think, Will? If you and I sang that enthusiastically in church at home, would anybody join in? If we sang like that at home, people would think we'd taken up drinking. Chapter 50. Day 10. Slamming a heaped card against a wall in the ship's vast laundry room, Granby swore under his breath. Thwarted again. As he expected, he'd been reassigned, and now he had no access to the ultra suites. No way to pilfer valuables. No way to make up the money he was losing. Why had he let that woman make him lose his temper? He regretted ever talking to the smugglers in the first place. It had seemed so easy, the way the man described it. All he had to do was pick up a specific number of diamond pendants from a forklift driver in Long Beach and exchange them for cash in the black tubes glued to marked sea turtles. He'd put the pendants in the black tubes, keep a portion of the cash, and pass along the rest when the ship ported in Honolulu at the end of the cruise. It never crossed his mind to keep the gems or extra money. These people were not to be messed with. They made sure he knew that. The man explained the turtles rested on predictable beaches. Granby memorized the sites on a hand-drawn map, figuring out which he could reach when he had a few hours off duty in port. Knowing what became of the diamonds or where they came from didn't concern him. He knew of 2 crew members on other cruise ships who were involved. If there were others, he didn't want to know. He just had to do his part. The trouble began in Long Beach, when the forklift driver gave him only 6 necklaces. Granby had expected 8. They almost came to blows over it on embarkation day. Even if the Honu cooperated, even if he found them all, he wouldn't have enough money to send to his wife this time. Dumping a heap of damp, striped pool towels into a conveyor, Granby strained to figure out a way to get more money to send home. Wait. That woman. The way she flaunts that pendant, wearing it in front of me like common kukui nuts. She must be part of the smugglers. She has to be in on it. Why else would she make sure I saw the necklace? Pushing buttons on the huge washer to add detergent, his mind raced. She must be part of it. She has to be. Now it all made sense. In an ultra suite, she'd have a run of the ship, even access to the captain. If she had one diamond pendant, she must have others. Before long, the Ocean Haven came into view, and Will steered the car into a parking place, pocketing the keys. He and Charlie gathered the bags from the trunk while the women went on ahead. Mason, the hotel director, greeted them as they climbed the passenger gangway. I trust you have enjoyed the day. I wish to inform you Granby has been reassigned to the laundry department due to his dereliction of duty. He is on probation as well. I will introduce you to Jenley, your new steward, at your convenience. Will and Jerria thanked him. Opening the door to the parrotfish suite, Will called out, "Itty-bitty sandwiches, plus 2 notes, and the place looks perfect, like when we arrived on day 1. Even filled the fruit basket. Notice the towel giraffe on the bed?" Sinking into the soft chair, Jerria reached for the plate of finger sandwiches. Cream cheese and roasted sweet pepper. It even smells fresher in here. I admit I missed the towel animals. We always had them on our other cruises. We have fresh flowers, too. Those roses were looking pretty sad. Read the notes, please. From Captain Storkman. Says he and Soli are looking forward to dining with us tonight, but doesn't want Granby to be the topic of discussion. Assigned a new steward. Mason said that already, and hopes the ship's high standards will be maintained. Apologies again for the kerfuffle. Is that a real word, do you think? Writing style is very formal, like a manual. Oh, this part's interesting. Said both Francisco and Granby were questioned and both denied being in the ultra suites part of the ship last night. Will eyed the plate. Pass the sandwiches, honey. Is that one roast beef? It could be. Jerria slid the china plate to Will. Is that all it said? Read the other note, please. Slitting the square envelope, Will bit his sandwich, then said aloud, From Chef Jeremy. Man's handwriting is as delicate as his desserts. Says he spent the morning deep-sea fishing. Listen to this, Jerria. Says he is proud to announce he caught a very fine opakapaka, and he wishes to present it for the captain's dinner this evening. Guess we're supposed to be honored. It's good of him to share his catch, but what exactly is for dinner? Says opakapaka is also known as crimson snapper. In parentheses, he wrote perfect for non-fish lovers. Is he picking on me? Jerria laughed. I told you they'd notice you avoid any seafood he prepares. A good chef takes his food personally. You'd better at least give it a try tonight. I'm thinking about soaking in the hot tub before dinner. I'm getting spoiled having one right on our own balcony. Interested in joining me, Will? Want to track down Joe and see if he found that sports bar on shore, the one he was talking about last night. Compare scores from the game last night. Oregon Ducks fans are everywhere. Get a head start, honey. Be back before you know it. Locking the door behind Will, Jerria let her smile fade. Exhausted from the effort of not letting Will or their friends see her worry, a few minutes to herself in the private hot tub was just what she needed. Slipping her dress off, she pulled on her blue and gold swimsuit. As she adjusted the straps, she heard the door latch click. Wow, you're back quick, she smiled, picking up a towel as she rounded the corner to greet Will. Heart in her throat, she gasped, Granby, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be in here. Her mind worked in slow motion. He must still have a master key. Stunned, Jerria dropped the towel and ducked as the cabin steward lunged at her, menace flashing in his black eyes. Although she saw his fist coming, Jerria was staggered by the lightning bolt of pain coursing through her jaw. Screaming, Jerria dropped to the floor, rolling herself into a protective ball. The man straddled her back, grasping at her throat. Where have you hidden the diamonds? I know you have them. You can't keep them from me. Where are they? Flailing her arms, trying to get him off her bare back, she gasped, What are you talking about? I don't have any diamonds. Increasing the pressure of his hands on her neck, Granby roared, Give them to me. I must have them. Open the safe. As the cabin steward gouged his fingers into her windpipe, Jerria saw stars as the world blinked on and off. She fought with all of her strength, but he was stronger. In their struggle, neither heard the door fly open. Arms swinging like a boxer, Will lunged, leaping on top of the steward, pummeling his face, grunting. Gasping for breath, Jerria rolled away, kicking at Granby. Fists thudding into flesh, the men's bodies crashing into the coffee table, the desk, the chair rolling across the tile floor, staggering back upright again. Blood spattering at each blow. Choking, head whirling through the pain searing her jaw, Jerria crawled toward a heavy crystal vase. As the men twisted and punches flew, she couldn't focus enough to take aim at Granby. Granby broke free, bolting for the open door. Voices in the courtyard shouted. He darted through the crew-only passage, the door slamming behind him. A sharp crashing of doors and feet running across the courtyard was the last sound Jerria heard as the suite tilted. Spinning, the blackness enveloped her. Glittery crystal shards spewed through a shaft of bright sunlight as the vase slipped from her grasp, shattering as it hit the tile. Chapter 51, Day 10. Cradling Jerria's limp body in his arms, Will shouted, "Help! Someone call for help!" Seconds later, Charlie, Nan, and the veterinarian rushed in. Calling for security and the doctor, Nan shouted into the phone. A 911 call on the ship alerted every senior officer at once. The vet knelt to check Jerria, urging her to lie still. She stirred, moaning, opening her eyes as Dr. Jace sprinted in. Charlie pulled Will away from Jerria. "Come on, man. Let the doctor check her out." Handing him a washcloth, he said, "Your lip is dripping blood. Mop it up so you don't scare your wife. We'll get to the bottom of this." Jerria struggled to sit up, holding her head. "Will, are you okay? Oh, you're bleeding." Will held her hand, his bloodied knuckles already swelling. "So sorry I wasn't here to protect you." "Your timing was pretty good." She grimaced, her jaw hurt too much to smile. "And I see your old college wrestling moves came back." "Like riding a bike." Will released a breath. If she could tease him, she'd be okay. On her radio, Dr. Jace called the medical office, ordering her suture bag be brought to the suite. Nan ran to bring ice for compresses. Except for ugly bruises forming on her neck and jawbone, and a rising lump from her head hitting the marble floor, Jerria seemed unhurt. Dr. Jace examined Will next, fairly certain his ribs were cracked. He'd require a few sutures on his lip and chin, and the doctor promised a brag-worthy shiner. Captain Storkman rushed in, slipping his walkie-talkie into his pocket. "I'm so sorry this happened. I feel responsible. Oh, my friends, my heart is in agony for you. Doctor, do you have all you need? I already called for a search for Granby. It seems he was allowed to disembark the ship before it was known he had assaulted you, Jerria. I will certainly address the security guards at the gangway. A running crew member should have got their attention. The authorities have been alerted. A search is on for him in port. I cannot tell you how terrible I feel about this incident. What can I do for you?" Gingerly, Jerria pulled herself up into a chair with Dr. Jace's support. The room still spun, but slower. Intent on not fainting, she brushed aside the captain's concern. "It's not your fault. I suppose this incident will generate a lot of paperwork for you. Does this mean our dinner date is off, Armando?" The captain smiled. "You are a trooper, Jerria. If you are up to dinner, certainly. Hosting will be my pleasure. I hope you will excuse me now. I must contact the main office, as well as speaking with the local police. To think this happened on my ship. I hurt in places I forgot I had. Maybe I should try again for the hot tub. I'm dressed for it." Glancing down at her swimsuit, Jerria shook her head. "Of all the outfits to be seen in, I wish I had at least grabbed my beach cover-up." Nan shook her head, glancing up as the doorbell sounded. "This is hardly the time to be thinking about modesty. You weren't planning on an attack, after all. I'll get the door." The doctor's assistant pushed past a young woman at the door and promptly unfolded a suture kit on the end table. Dr. Jace sat Will in a shaft of sunlight to better examine his split lip. The other woman wore a uniform and an uncertain expression. "I'm Jenley, your new room steward. May I introduce myself?" Catching sight of the overturned furniture, the blood and broken crystal shards strewn across the floor, her eyes widened. "I assure you, the suite was made up an hour ago. I'll get my things and set it to rights." She turned on her heels and left. Jerria giggled, touching her chin gingerly. "Goodness, I hope she doesn't think we make this kind of mess on a regular basis. Dr. Jace, are you almost done sewing up my husband? Nice work, by the way. Do you quilt?" Chapter 52. Jerria surveyed herself in the mirror, blotting tears that threatened to fall. "I can't do it, Will. My hair looks good, and I like my dress, but I can't go into the dining room looking like this. The makeup covered the bruise on my jaw pretty well, but would you look at my neck? Everyone will stare at me. Let's order room service, okay? Whatever you want, honey, but the others will worry if we don't show up. Beautiful, even with red marks on your neck. I don't know if you can even eat with your lip all battered and sewn up. I think... Jerria's voice trailed off as she heard the doorbell's chime. Are you expecting anyone, Will? Will opened the door and took a step back as Cincy breezed in. Jerria's heart sunk. She couldn't face Cincy's high energy now. It took all she had to keep up a brave front for Will. Staring critically at Jerria's face, the cruise director broke into a wide smile. Oh, we can work with this. Captain told me you two had a knockdown drag-out, and I expected much worse. Bad enough, mind you. You didn't come on vacation to get beat up, now did you? Captain said to tell you he's going to be late getting to your fancy dinner, by the way. He's been on the horn, calling everyone from the governor on down. The head office doesn't take incident lightly. Rough day, I tell you. I bet that hurts like heck. But my brothers used to come home looking a whole lot worse, let me tell you. Winking at Will, Cincy smiled. You, Mr. Danson, you're a guy. And frankly, no one notices you, even though you're pretty good looking in that sharp suit. If nothing else, other men on the ship might envy your fat lip, if they even see it. But you, Mrs. Danson, well, I know a woman's got to look her best, or you might not even want to go out at all. Let me look at you. Circling Jerria, Cincy nodded in satisfaction. Good job on the makeup. I can hardly see the welt on your jaw, and only because I was looking for it. Looks sore, too. It's a doozy. You poor thing. You don't want makeup to rub off on that gorgeous dress. So the bruises on your neck are a problem. What are those, anyway? Fingerprints? Makes me sick to think that happened to you nice folks. I'll beat up that Granby myself if I ever see him again. She frowned. The captain's livid. He runs a calm ship, plus he likes you two. He doesn't warm up to just anybody. Oh, just so you know, the crew's talking about this like crazy. But Captain Storkman put a gag order on the whole crew and staff. We're not to even hint at this in front of guests. I doubt most of the passengers even know anything happened. So if you feel like the whole ship is talking about you, it's not true. Only the ones with uniforms on. She lowered her voice. If I were you, I'd want to know every little detail. And you may notice I don't wear a uniform, so here's the 411. Granby is still AWOL. The security team tore apart his cabin. They found a wad of cash, if you can believe the painting crew, and some jewelry hidden in his laundry. Gossipy bunch, but they do overhear a lot. I'll grant them that, since they work all over the ship. Hells is in a world of trouble. Seems Granby was acting squirrely for a couple of weeks, but his cabin mate never reported it. They call the crime fighters in Hawaii 5-0, like the old TV show. And you can believe they're on it in force. Cincy snapped her fingers. Tell you what, I have a silk scarf that will go great with your dress, Mrs. Danson. Wait right here. She darted out the door, her heels clicking across the tile. Will, did you hear that? It sounds like they're investigating. Jerria sagged into a side chair, worn out from the cruise director's vigor. Also sounds like a whirlwind. That woman is exhausting. Sure you feel up to dinner, honey? Will patted his lip gently. He had a built-in excuse to skip the fish Chef Jeremy had caught. Maybe the chef would make him some broth. His stomach rumbled. No, he'd find a way to eat something, even if it hurt to hold a fork with his battered hands. I swear, she moves like she has roller skates. How did she get back that fast? Groaning, Jerria stood up to open the door as the doorbell rang again. Oh, Nan, I thought you were Cincy. Come in. Save us all. I can't keep up with Cincy, and I sure don't want to try to be her. I'm just checking on you two. I'd certainly understand if you're not up to dinner. Oh, Jerria, your dress is beautiful. So there's my answer. Will, your eye looks terrible. Do your ribs hurt? Thanks, Will scowled. Only when I laugh, as they say. Good thing we got the major hikes out of the way early in the cruise. Not up to a workout. I can't believe this happened. A cruise ship always seemed like a safe place to me, until now. I know, right? If I needed to get beat up, any major city would do. Jerria rubbed her jaw absently. We should have complained about Granby much earlier. I just didn't want to spoil the cruise after Will put so much effort into it for me. I felt uneasy about him since the first day. Cincy tapped on the open door. "Oh, hi, Mrs. Callister. I was telling Miss Danson here I can fix her up so well the other passengers won't suspect a thing. Watch this." Cincy whipped out a flowing pink and gold scarf and twisted it over Jerria's shoulders. Tying a strategic knot at her throat, she stepped back to admire her work. "What do you think?" Jerria moved into the hallway. Surprised, she turned to see herself in the full-length mirror. "You can't even tell." "Thanks, Cincy." Nan agreed. "The scarf's swirling lines complement your dress like it was made for it. You look stunning." Cincy nodded, satisfied. "You do look great, Mrs. D. Consider the scarf a gift. I've never worn it, and that color looks a lot better on you than on me. Pink clashes with red hair. That's what all the magazines say. Bet it was too pretty to leave on the rack. I guess I bought it for you without even knowing it." Her hand on the doorknob, the cruise director smiled. "Can you believe Chef Jeremy ordered me out of his galley a while ago? He said he was making some super special delicacy for the captain's table tonight. He called me a distraction, if you can believe that. I swiped a cheese roll on my way out, though. It was delicious." With a perky wave, the cruise director let herself out. Concerned, Nan asked, "Are you sure you're up to dinner? You've been through a lot." Jerria squared her shoulders, determined not to let Nan or Will know about the continuing waves of dizziness. "Let's go. It'll take my mind off things. We can't do anything about, well, any of it, so we may as well relax and eat a good meal. I just hope people don't stare at us. We're walking wounded, we two." Will held her hand as they walked next door to meet Charlie, his heart aching. Sensing her pain, he knew she was trying not to cause him to worry. He shuddered to think what would have happened had he not returned to the suite when he had. Good thing he'd decided to change his shirt before meeting Joe. Chapter 53. Sully Storkman stood to greet them as the maitre d' guided them to the captain's table. She gently hugged Jerria as the waiter pulled out their chairs. "Oh, my dear, I am so sorry to hear of your trouble. It's absolutely sickening. I wish I had a magic wand to make it all better. Armando is running late, but he should join us shortly. Please, come sit." Taking his seat carefully so as not to jar his ribs, Will remarked, "Could have used a magic wand myself earlier, or another weapon." Charlie sipped his water and asked, "That's a thought. If you could have a magic wand, would you take it?" Choosing a cheese roll from the bread basket, Jerria answered, "I sometimes wished I had a magic wand when the kids were growing up. I think their little disappointments hurt me every bit as much as it did them. If I could have smacked someone upside the head with a trail of glitter, rather than see them cry, I'd have taken it in a New York minute." She took an appreciative bite, chewing carefully. "Cincy's right. This bread is wonderful." Will gently squeezed Jerria's shoulder. "Been awed over the years, honey. No matter what life throws at you, take it in stride, even a right hook. Strong woman. Love you much." Tears welled in Jerria's eyes. She sniffed, tilting her head up so the tears wouldn't fall. "I'm lucky to have you in my life, too, Will. Oh, the violinists are coming to play for us." Faces of the other passengers turned to follow the trio as they made their way from the dais, circling the captain's table. Jerria smiled at them as each made eye contact with her and Will while they played Greensleeves. She knew they were aware of the assault and appreciated their effort to cheer them up. It was a small gesture, but Jerria valued it, enjoying the lilting notes that filled the room. Taking deep bows at the end of the piece, the three violinists returned to their places, soft applause drifting across the dining room. Jerria sensed an undercurrent of support. Every waiter and staff member seemed to be aware of their situation, offering smiles and nods, while not leaving their post in the bustling dining room. Even the usually stiff maitre d' gently patted her shoulder as he seated her. Kind people are all around. I mustn't let one bad one spoil everything. But how can I get through the rest of this cruise? Stepping past the wait station, Chef Jeremy approached the round table with a smile and a small bow. Dressed in his chef's whites with towering toque, he made an imposing entrance. "Good evening. I had a phone call from Captain Storkman. He regrets to tell you he has been delayed, but asked that I begin dinner service. I will outline the menu." Turning to Jerria and Will, compassion shone in his blue eyes. "Mr. and Mrs. Danson, may I first express my dismay over the unfortunate incident? My heart was truly broken to think of such a thing. I consulted Dr. Jace regarding this evening's menu. She assures me you are able to eat anything you please, but I can quickly prepare softer food if you so desire." Will and Jerria thanked him, opting to go with his planned menu. Chef Jeremy beamed. He whisked out small handwritten menu cards from his apron pocket, quickly placing one at each of the 6 place settings. As the chef described each course, Jerria read along, realizing she was actually hungry. "Good. The nausea is subsiding. My face aches, but I think I can eat. Sleeping? That's another matter. Until Granby is caught, how can I close my eyes?" Chef Jeremy described each course with great dignity. He nodded at Will and Jerria as he read the salad course. "Spinach is exceptionally nutritious. The additional iron will speed your healing. I also added a poultry course for extra protein." Jerria sipped her bisque, glancing around the shimmer dining room. The captain's table was directly under the largest chandelier in the center of the room, affording a clear view of every corner of the venue. "The other passengers don't seem to be staring at us. I guess Cincy was right." She hoped Captain Storkman would show up soon. Perhaps he'd bring news. A trio of waiters swept away the soup course and delivered warm green bean and apple beignets with cinnamon sauce. Will eyed the thumb-sized fried bread suspiciously. Venturing a bite, his eyes brightened. "Like a cinnamon donut in the middle of dinner." "You realize that has vegetables in it, right?" Jerria teased. "Oh, here comes the captain." Pausing to kiss his wife, Captain Storkman took his seat, apologizing for being late. The head waiter hurried to pour water for him. Yes, thank you, Casson. Please bring me whatever I missed. I am quite hungry. I was unable to get away from the phone until just now." Unfolding his linen napkin, the captain turned to Jerria and Will. "Have you had time to rest? I trust you will call upon the medical staff as needed. I am still shocked such a thing occurred on my ship. Jerria, your scarf is most becoming," he said, as the waiter brought his soup, followed by a plate of hot beignets. "This looks delicious, thank you. Please, Armando, we're anxious to learn where things stand. What can you tell us about the investigation?" Charlie leaned across the table, forking 2 olives onto his plate. "I do not wish to overshadow the meal. I know Chef Jeremy has prepared a treat. His boasting about the size of the fish he caught even reached the bridge. Every time I heard another member of my staff recount it, the fish grew larger." The captain's smile faded. "Nevertheless, I owe you an update after the trauma you suffered on my watch. I can tell you the senior staff has been abuzz all afternoon. Granby, as you may know, was able to disembark immediately after the assault. Jumped ship, as they say. The police on Kauai are searching for him." He dabbed his mustache. "In my conversations with the authorities, I learned that the Major Crimes Department, the elite police force on the islands, has broken an international jewel theft ring, smuggling stolen diamonds. The group's main contacts are suspected to be cabin stewards on several cruise ships. The police believe Granby may be heavily involved in the smuggling operation. I am dismayed to think one of my crew would betray our trust. Most distressing." Solicitous waiters moved in, careful not to disturb the captain, not wanting to be seen eavesdropping. They quickly served the salad course, warm spinach salad with feta and cubed pumpkin. Jerria lightly kicked Will's ankle under the tablecloth. If Jeremy planned a menu with their recovery in mind, Will could darn well eat his vegetables. He winked at her, picking up his salad fork. Captain Storkman paused, fork in midair. The police believe low-level couriers pick up diamonds, trading them for cash at specified points along the ship's routes. I understand a significant amount of American currency was found in Granby's cabin, along with a sack of small jewelry. I'm aware of several reports of lost items. We suspect Granby has been robbing passengers as well. His cabin mate, Hells, is under investigation, although he seems to have had no part in any of this. I expect my crew and staff to be more alert than Hells has shown himself to be. When Granby began keeping odd hours, Hells should have made a report. Jerria's head throbbed, and the relentless noise of the dining room made it worse. Dr. Jace had given her pain pills, but warned they would make her drowsy. Jerria had left them on the night table in the suite. She wished she'd taken at least one. A cold compress on her jaw would feel good, too. Chewing hurt. Glancing down at the scarf Sensi had given her, she hoped she looked better than she felt. She realized the captain's wife had asked her a question. "Sorry, I was wool gathering. What did you say?" Zoli chuckled. "Wool gathering. What a delightful mental image. We were speculating on where the room steward might be hiding at this moment. Where does one hide out on an unfamiliar island?" "So long as he isn't hiding out on our place, it's okay with me," Charlie interjected. Waimea Canyon has a lot of hiding places, Nan offered. It's called the Grand Canyon of the Pacific. "Soli, we're going there tomorrow, and there's room in the rental car. Are you free to come with us?" "I'd love that, but I booked a catamaran tour. You'll have to tell me about it later." Laughing lightly, Soli Storkman recounted a performance she'd attended on shore that afternoon. Tiny dancers, no more than 5 or 6 years old, in full Polynesian regalia, dancing and drumming like experts. Delightful. "Our daughters took Polynesian dance lessons from the time they were 3 years old," Nan contributed. "It's best to teach them before they're old enough to think they can't learn the complicated steps." Conversation lightened among the 6 friends as the discussion turned to places they'd visited on the island. Chef Jeremy approached the table, followed by a sous chef pushing a linen-draped trolley. With a flourish, the captain displayed an enlarged photograph showing him wearing a bold flowered shirt and a broad grin, proudly holding up a large fish with a deep-sea fishing boat as the background. "May I show you my catch? 18 pounds is the largest opakapaka recorded off Kauai. Mine weighed in at 16¼ pounds. Mr. Danson, your waiter tells me you dislike seafood. I urge you to try this delicate fish, but I also prepared a chicken dish to follow. Please enjoy." "This is wonderful," Will exclaimed in surprise, taking a small bite. "The rice is a funny green color, but this fish is really tasty." Chef Jeremy, hovering anxiously, nodded in satisfaction. Shortly after the chef returned to the galley, the head of security approached the round table. Apologizing for the interruption, he bent over the captain, whispering, handing him a folded paper. Captain Storkman read the note, blotted his lips with his napkin, and pushed his chair back, bending to kiss his wife's cheek. "I ask your indulgence," Captain Storkman stood. "I have things to attend to which cannot wait. Please enjoy your dinner." With a curt nod, the captain turned to walk away, but stepped back to the table. "Jerria, Will, I regret to inform you the police wish to question you, especially tomorrow morning before disembarkation." "Us? Why us especially?" Jerria stammered. "I expect a mistake has been made, but it seems your necklace closely resembled the description of the stolen gems. Good evening." Jerria's heart sank. With only 1 day left before the cruise ended in Honolulu, she didn't want to spend any time being interviewed by police. Taking another bite of fish, her appetite was gone. It tasted like cardboard. As the others talked, she picked at her food. Dessert was served with flair, but even the beautifully plated delicacy didn't rouse Jerria from her dark thoughts. "If you don't mind, I think I'll skip the production show. I have a headache, and I can't handle loud music tonight. Good night, everyone." Jerria moved through the bustling dining room. Even knowing Granby wasn't on the ship, she felt uneasy returning to her suite. Hurrying to catch up with her, Will took her hand. "How about we go sit under the stars on the top deck?" "Okay, I guess. I'm probably not fit company, though." The tears she had kept inside threatened to spill over. "Oh, Will." Pulling her into a deserted stairwell, Will wrapped his arms around her. "Need a good cry? Wearing an absorbent shirt. Welcome to it, honey." She sniffed through her tears. "You don't need mascara streaks on your clean shirt, but thanks for the offer. I feel so churned up. My heart hurts." "Wish I could make it better, honey. Granby must have been desperate to link up with a crime ring like this. Almost feel sorry for him until I move and my ribs hurt again. Too old for wrestling." "We're getting older, almost grandparents after all. I need to put this out of my mind. Maybe lying on a lounge chair on the balcony will help. What do you say?" Wiping her eyes, Jerria held Will's hand as they waited for the glass elevator. "Anything to see your smile again." Returning to the parrotfish suite, Jerria's stomach lurched as she slid her keycard into the door slot. "Granby is long gone. I'm safe. I don't feel safe at all." Soft lighting filled the suite. Jenley had left the wide balcony doors open, and the sound of waves lapping against the side of the ship drew Jerria out onto the balcony. Arms resting on the teak railing, she gazed at the moon's reflection on the water. "Dr. Jace left us some pain pills. Not big on medicine, but might rest better if we hurt less." "I agree. After the accident on Haleakala, I ached a lot worse the following day than the day it happened." She debated about telling Will she was sure she'd seen Granby's face in the other car. What difference would it make at this point? "Come sit by me, Will. Hawaii has more stars than we have at home." Chapter 54, Day 11, Kauai. Morning sunlight streamed onto the suite's floor. From the bed, Jerria's eye caught something glittery at the base of the sideboard. Crystal, the vase, Granby, police interview this morning. It all came back to her. She moaned, longing to be home. Hearing her, Will came in from the living room. "Good morning, honey. Breakfast will be here soon. Thought you'd like to eat on the balcony. Home in a few days, and it'll be too cold to eat outside there. Ordered berries, pastry, and a prosciutto omelet for you. Good day for comfort food, yes?" Sitting up, Jerria groaned. "Do I have to face today? I ache all over. Oh, your split lip looks sore. I've never seen that many colors in one bruise before." Will took her hand as he sat on the edge of the bed, smiling ruefully. "Might want to avoid mirrors yourself, honey. Or call Cincy to work her magic again. Overheard Charlie and Nan talking on their balcony this morning, on their cell phones, planning today. Sounds like they know everyone on Kauai. Let's not worry them, okay? I'm willing to go along with them today, but first we have to deal with the police. I'm dreading it. It's good of them to spend the day with us, though. Charlie said they usually stay on board both days when the ship ports in Kauai." The doorbell chimed. Will shut the bedroom door behind him as he went to answer it. Jerria gingerly stood up and headed for the closet. "What can I wear that won't hurt?" Will was back a minute later. "Messenger, note from Captain Storkman. Police will be here in 50 minutes. Ask us to meet them in the art gallery, deserted this time of day." Jerria reached for her soft blue top and tan linen slacks as the doorbell rang again. "It'll take me longer than that to conceal these bruises with makeup. I'm not fit to be seen." Will swung open the suite's wide door, letting Francisco wheel the breakfast trolley in. Stopping to apologize for not recognizing Granby was a threat sooner, Francisco set breakfast on the balcony's teak table, then excused himself. Will caught his wife tenderly in a hug, taking care not to squeeze her. "Been quite a trip. Sorry insisted on coming. Camping next vacation, okay?" "No, you don't need to feel bad, Will. No one could have predicted a trip like this. I admit I'd feel a lot safer if Granby wasn't out there somewhere. He knows the ship's itinerary. How do we know he won't try to hurt us again?" "Maybe the police will be able to tell us more. Saw them come up the gangway while you were doing your hair." A few minutes later, Jerria pushed aside the remains of her omelet and shrugged. "Let's get it over with." Standing, Will reached for her hand. "Lot of fuss for a cubic zirconium pendant. Now, had it been real, well, that'd be a different story. Hope this interview won't take long." Tensa stood up from a deck chair in the courtyard as they stepped out of the suite. "Good morning. I didn't wish to disturb you, but I will escort you to the art gallery, if you're ready. May I say how badly I personally feel about this situation? You're supposed to relax on a vacation, not be robbed and assaulted, and on the ocean haven of all places." Jerria felt the eyes of other passengers on her and Will as they made their way through the ship to the art gallery. Many had seen the 3 uniformed officers walk up the gangway. An undercurrent of suspicion flowed through the ship. Reaching the art gallery, Tensa closed the heavy beveled glass doors behind them. Thanking them for coming in, 2 uniformed officers greeted Jerria and Will. A 3rd officer walked Lacey to the door. Lacey sniffed into a tissue, not making eye contact. A pang of guilt rolled uncomfortably in Jerria's chest. She should have taken the young woman's cries more seriously. Folding her glasses, one of the officers invited them to take a seat by the wide window. "Mahalo, and thank you for coming in. I'm Officer Kononaku. I hear you've had a rough time. I'm sorry for that." Pulling out a notepad, Officer Kononaku assured them. "By now, I assume you know what happened. Most curious to me is the method of dead drop, the points where the stolen diamonds were exchanged for currency. Every child in school learns the great sea turtles, the honu, have predictable migration routes, resting on the same beaches at fairly predictable intervals. The smugglers secured small black containers on the undershells of the juvenile turtles, containing the jewels or cash, to be retrieved by low-level couriers. We believe this is where the room steward was involved. I understand you have one of these tubes in your possession. Of course, you're not suspected in any of this. I'm so sorry you got dragged into it, but we know you're not involved. Please, begin by telling me about your room steward, especially any irregularities you may have noticed." With a sidelong glance at Will, Jerria took a breath. "Back in Long Beach, before the cruise began, we saw our cabin steward on the pier, arguing with a forklift driver. We had a problem with the cabin safe later on, and I set a trap with our shampoo bottles." 35 minutes later they stood, and Officer Kononaku shook each of their hands in turn. "Mahalo. Thank you. With your information on top of what we already knew, we should be able to round up Grandy and the other 2 fugitives. We'll notify you." Pulling a business card from her notebook, she handed it to Jerria. "If you plan to go on shore today, you should stop here. It's my cousin's chocolate shop, right outside Waimea's east entrance." As soon as they stepped into the hall, Will turned to Jerria. "Never said Granby was the one who hit the car at Haleaka. Told Officer Kononaku you saw his face. Why didn't you tell me?" Jerria lowered her eyes. "I'm sorry, Will. I didn't want to worry you more. And I wasn't sure. It's over now. Come on, let's find Nan and Charlie. It's our last port day, and I really don't want to think about it any more, okay?" Seeing tears in her eyes, Will relented, putting his arm around her shoulder as they waited for an elevator. "Can't believe you kept that to yourself. Hope they have something mild planned, not up to mountain climbing today. Jerria grimaced. You deserve it after all the uphill hikes you've led me on this trip. Chapter 55, Day 11, Waimea, Kauai. Nan and Charlie waited in the courtyard for them. Oh, there you are, Charlie said. Tensa said to call her when we're ready to get off. She'll take us out through the crew gangway again. Are you up to going ashore? Nan patted Jerria's arm. We want to hear about the police interview on the way. We planned a lazy day. Waimea Canyon has beautiful hiking trails, but we'll just drive to several of the overlooks. After what you two have been through, we're taking it easy today. I called my friend across the island. He's a glass blower, and he invited us to his studio. I've been thinking about taking classes from him. Emotionally drained, Jerria smiled, determined not to upset her friends. I'll have plenty of time to rest once we're home again. Sounds great. Let me grab my tote bag. Somebody call the concierge and tell her we're ready. In the suite, Jerria paused to glance at her reflection in the full-length mirror. She felt older, years older than she had just 2 weeks earlier, and vulnerable. Her whole life, she'd been in control, able to decide her path. Perhaps it was an illusion. Jerria picked up the green tote bag, casting a last glance at the mirror. Tensa met the four at the entrance to the Woolly Wizard, escorting them through the crew elevator and out the second gangway, past long lines of disembarking passengers. Some stared at them, probably wondering why they had a personal escort past the line waiting to get off the ship. The bicyclists waved jauntily, unloading their bikes from the ship's hold. Jerria felt oddly disconnected from the normal goings-on of the busy ship. The ocean haven towered over the passengers like a city building as they walked down the short pier to the waiting rental car. They were silent until Will started the engine. Good of you to spend the day with us. Police officer mentioned a local chocolate company by Waimea Canyon. Have you heard of it? Will asked Charlie and Nan. Jerry has had a rough time, and they say chocolate is good for what ails you. Honey, where's that business card? Taking the card from Jerria, Charlie nodded. Great minds think alike. Nan already suggested we stop there today. I called ahead, and Iz offered a demonstration later this morning. Sound good? Are samples involved? Count me in. Jerria was grateful to have friends who tried to make her happy. It helped, too, that they seemed to know just about everyone on the island. Kauai is beautiful. There's a natural feeling to it, a lot less hectic than Oahu. Nan nodded. Did you know there's a law here that no building can be constructed taller than a palm tree? Concrete will never conceal Kauai's beauty. The coconut palm gets pretty tall, but that's still 3 stories at most. Kauai will never get as overgrown as Hilo or Honolulu. Watch out for those nene, Will. Like Central Park, Will swerved to avoid 3 fat geese in the road. New York City built up around it, but the green space in the middle will be there forever. Turn left up here. We're almost to Waimea Canyon. It's not as deep as the Grand Canyon, but wait till you see the colors. The light this time of day is just right to highlight the oxidized iron in the soil. Nan slipped into her lecturing professor's voice. Will, pull over at this overlook, please. Let me get my camera. I want to figure out the timer on it so I can get a picture of all of us with the red and orange background. Jerria reached into her bag. I can't get over how vast it is. It's not like I'm going to forget this trip no matter what, but I want this shot. They stopped several more times, and Jerria took photo after photo, awed by the vastness of the canyon. Being with friends and her husband pushed the events of the ship far from her mind. As Will said, the theft was out of their hands. She wished she had taken a photo of the necklace, though. Her daughters would want a description when they heard the story, and a picture would be easier than telling them about it. On the other hand, maybe she could convince Will not to tell the kids about the theft at all. How many times had her kids whitewashed an adventure of their own so as not to worry their mother? Checking his watch, Charlie pulled her out of her reverie. "We're supposed to meet the chocolatier in 15 minutes. We'd better head that direction." Walking toward the car, Will asked, "Any good Mexican restaurants on the island?" Jerria elbowed him before Nan could answer. "Last time you ordered enchiladas in Honolulu, you were sick for 2 days, remember?" Turning to Nan, she shrugged. "I warned him. Mexican food cooked by Filipinos in Polynesia was not a good recipe." Nan chuckled. "You're out of luck, Will. I don't know of a single Mexican place on the island. But Charlie suggested this morning that we go to his golf partner's place for lunch. He's from Brazil. Close enough?" "Don't even know what Brazilians eat. Better fill up on chocolate. It's probably good for me. Grows on trees, right? Like fruit?" A short drive later, Charlie directed Will into a gravel parking lot in front of a small storefront. Surfboards, painted like dipped candies, lined the front wall. Jerria's mouth watered even before they opened the door. A thin Hawaiian man with long braids and a chocolate-spattered apron rounded the glass display counter. Clapping Charlie's shoulders, he greeted them with a wide smile. "Callister's my favorite customers. Aloha. Glad to see you. Brought new friends for me to meet?" Staring at Will's black eye and split lip, he said, "Prize fighter, maybe?" Will grinned. "Would you believe I'm basically peaceful?" Charlie introduced Will and Jerria. "This is Kaipo, but everyone calls him Iz. He's as good with a ukulele as the famous musician of the same name, but a lot skinnier. Humbler, too," Iz grinned. "Put these apron on, then we're going to dig in. I set aside some dried mango to dip first, then we'll move on to the lemon and papaya truffles I made before the sun came up today. If you want, I'll show you how to make tiny fondant pineapples." Within minutes, the friends had mastered the art of chocolate dipping, taking care that the chocolate coating wasn't too thin or too thick. Jerria laughingly accused Will of making mistakes intentionally so he could eat the mistakes. "Worked for the kids," he defended himself through a mouthful of candy. "Selective ignorance got them out of all sorts of things." With a skill honed from years of making birthday cakes and fancy cupcakes for the kids, Jerria picked up the intricate fondant details quickly. Iz hugged her. "You catch on quick. If you ever need a job, sister, you got one here." Thanking Iz, they left with hands full of little boxes of dipped candies, the old man in the rearview mirror waving as they drove away. Chapter 56. Day 11. Kauai. Jerria gazed out the window as Charlie directed Will to Dan's place for lunch. Right on the beach, the picnic table sprawled onto the sand, covered by flowing linen canopies, palm trees swaying in the warm breeze. 2 ukulele players and a drum wafted their music across the sand, the effect purely Hawaiian. A pretty beach, friends, Will at her side. What could be better? Stepping out of the car, she bumped her arm on the doorframe. Pain shot across her shoulder, a sharp reminder that all was not as idyllic as it seemed. She told Will to order something for her while she found the ladies' room. Washing her hands, Jerria glanced at the mirror. Her jaw showed a deep purple bruise under her makeup, and her eyes looked dull. "There's not enough makeup to cover the way I feel. I guess I'll be uneasy until Granby is caught." Tossing a paper towel in the can, she adjusted a smile on her lips and closed the bathroom door behind her. Charlie introduced her to Dan, a former botany professor from the university. Joking, he told her Dan was either the best golfer or the worst scorekeeper on the island. Dan defended himself, laughing. "Yeah, I'm no golf pro, but I can cook. How about I make you lunch? Save you the trouble of ordering from a menu." Met with high fives, he ducked into the kitchen. Lunch on the beach. Can't do this at home. Will took Jerria's hand under the table. 6 surfers caught a wave offshore. Soon a waiter brought heaping plates to their picnic table, followed by Dan. "Hope you don't mind if I join you. Missed breakfast today. You're going to love the butter coconut shrimp. This one is a fusion of Indian and Hawaiian chicken. And here's a traditional long noodle with..." Teasing his friends for being on a ship just a few miles from their home, Dan asked about the cruise. He laughed when Charlie told him about Joe and the bocce game on the ship. He shook his head in disbelief, hearing about the dog lady. No one mentioned the thefts. Watching Jerria brush back her hair, ruffled by the ocean breeze, Will's heart warmed. Anyone looking would think she was engaged in the warm conversation, but he sensed pain behind her smile. This cruise was supposed to be a relaxing trip for her, to take her mind off Jeff leaving for college. It certainly provided a distraction, but not in the way he intended. On a ship the size of the Ocean Haven, he wondered, why us? Did Granby really think he'd get away with it? What drove a young father to link up with a crime ring in the first place? Jerria showed off her tanned arm, laughing. "It'll be faded by Thanksgiving, but it looks good now, doesn't it?" Dan stood to take their empty plates, brushing aside Will's attempt to pay for the meal. "I'll call you Ohana, like Nan says. Friends of this duffer are friends of mine. Here, let me get you a box of homemade malasada for the road." Back in the car, Will reached for a pineapple-filled donut. "This is one Hawaiian tradition I can sink my teeth into. Beats poi all to heck." Actually, malasada are Portuguese. Nan passed him a paper napkin. "We Hawaiians just made them better by adding fillings. The coconut ones are the best, I think." Driving along the shore to Kaumakani, Nan directed Will to the glass studio. "Wait till you see the delicate work Akoni does. I'm taking private lessons with him soon. I'll never be as skilled as he is, but I'd like to make something of blown glass. Maybe a vase. How hard can an open-ended form be?" Will pulled into the parking lot by a plain cement block building with a glass-bricked front. A sign made of an old surfboard read, "Akoni Lono, Master Glassmith." Unsure what to expect, Jerria was taken aback by the heat as they slid open the studio's door. All eyes were drawn to the glowing furnace. Even with the wide doors on the back wall slid open, the heat washed over them like a wave. With his black dreadlocks tied behind him, the big Hawaiian dwarfed his guests. Hate to meet him in a dark alley. Ruefully, her thoughts turned to mild-looking Granby, who had nearly cost her her life. Twice. You can't tell a book by its cover. Looking up from his work, Akoni set his blowtube on the bench, a wad of glowing glass on the end. After introductions, Akoni gave them a quick tour of his workshop, describing the process. "This furnace reaches 2,400 degrees. Too hot to cook my lunch," he grinned. "And yes, I gave it a try." Akoni wound a ball of melted glass from the crucible onto the end of the long tube, turning it to keep it symmetrical. He demonstrated, blowing out a swirling yellow bubble with a wave of glittery gold inside in under a minute. Expertly snipping off the ball with diamond-cut scissors, he set the hot glass aside to cool on an insulated pad. With a deft twist of his hand, he spun another fist-sized glob of molten glass onto the end of the blowtube. "Who wants to try first?" Will nudged Jerria forward. Balancing the heavy hollow rod, she blew into the tube. Hard and steady she blew as Akoni instructed, yet nothing happened. "This is harder than it looks." She blew harder, turning the long tube, keeping the liquid glass centered. Her face reddening from the strain and heat, Jerria was rewarded with a small bubble forming in the glass. Slowly, the glowing glass took form, hollowing itself into a shiny sphere. Akoni stepped forward, taking the blowtube from her. With an expert twist, he cut it free, forming a loop at the top in one motion. Setting the ball aside to cool, he declared, "Finest kind fishing net float. It'll be cool enough for you to take home with you. Who's next?" 2 hours passed, with each taking turns trying their hand. Jerria circled the studio as Charlie took a turn. Akoni's work was beautiful. At last, she chose an asymmetrical oval bowl with eddies of green and blue through it, reminding her of the ocean. This will be ideal on the coffee table at home, at least until the baby is big enough to pull it down. Time passed swiftly. Charlie glanced at the glass clock on the wall. Nan and I want to show you our favorite spot to swim on this side of the island. This time of year, we may even see minke and gray whales before it's time to get back on the ship. Are we ready to go? Akoni gave them each a box and bubble wrap to pack their fishing floats, or kindergarten-type blobs, as Will called his masterpiece. Jerria paid for her beautiful bowl, wondering how she'd get it home unbroken. I'll carry it on my lap on the plane if I have to. The artist walked them to their car. Thanking Akoni, they set their treasures carefully in the trunk of the car. Nan, see you next Tuesday at 1 o'clock. Best teacher in the islands. Nan waved with a smile. Thanks, Akoni. I can't wait. As Will backed the car onto the road, Jerria turned over the business card Akoni had pressed into her hand as she passed him in the doorway. Squinting to make out the artist's penciled handwriting, she recognized a quote by Christopher Robin to Winnie the Pooh on the back, the same one Amy had framed in her bedroom at home. You are braver than you believe, stronger than you seem, and smarter than you think. Stand tall, sister. Chapter 57. Kauai. Nan directed Will to Kekaha Beach on the south side of Kauai. The late afternoon sun cast bright streaks of light across the calm cove. They found a cabana to change into swimwear and met back on the sandy beach. Nan surveyed her husband and friends. Far be it from me to criticize, but you three look like you've been in a battle with all those bruises. Charlie, when did you get that ugly scrape on your ribs? Is it from the car accident? Yes, but it doesn't hurt. Stop gawking at us, Nan. Salt water helps healing. You always say that. He ran and splashed into the water. Come on in. Bobbing in the warm water, Nan asked, You two travel quite a bit, right? Where would you go next if you could travel anywhere? New Zealand. Will shook water from his hair. Charlie said he'd like to return to Italy, while Nan voted for New England in the autumn. Leaves didn't turn color in Hawaii. Jerria, what about you? Pondering, Jerria replied, Will and I have been to every state in the Union and all over Europe. I'd like to spend a week in Iceland, but the place I liked most was Alaska. I felt a connection there, like a part of my heart took root. I'd like to go back someday. I think a cruise is the easiest way to see a lot of Alaska, but I'm not sure I have another cruise in me. This one hasn't been exactly restful. Nan pointed out minke whales, feeding and spouting a few hundred feet offshore. It makes me feel a part of the earth sharing the same water with such giants. Turning her attention back, she smiled. We've thoroughly enjoyed getting to know you two. If you ever do decide to go on another cruise, let us know, and we'll go along with you. We'll even get you a discount since we have stock in the company. Thanks. That'd be great, because I'm pretty sure we're spoiled now. How could we go back to a tiny, dark inside cabin after having an ultra suite? Jerria glanced at her waterproof watch. Speaking of which, we'd better head back soon. It'd be bad to miss the ship on the last night. Wonder if Captain Storkman will have any news for us. Palm trees waved in the breeze as they drove back to the ship. They hadn't bothered to change out of swimsuits, just slipping shirts on over their damp suits. Shifting on the seat, Jerria asked, What kind of penalty will Granby get if he's ever found, do you think? Soberly, Nan replied, I expect it'll be harsh. I feel sorry for him in a way. He's just a young father trying to provide for his family, but he got greedy. He's probably scared, too, on the run today. I feel more sorry for his wife. If he goes to jail, she'll probably have to move in with her parents. Much as we love our grandchildren, I wouldn't want that. Charlie shook his head. It's a bad situation no matter how you slice it. Soon, Will pulled into the parking lot beside the Ocean Haven. Carrying chocolates and blown glass, tote bags over their shoulders, they headed toward the gangway. Streamers and balloons created a party atmosphere welcoming passengers back on board. Midas Whale's music filled the pier, while crew members circulated with trays of fruits and chilled drinks. Jubilant at achieving their goal of riding 26 miles in every port, the cyclists celebrated in an impromptu line dance, congratulating one another with joyful whoops. Will set down his bags, sweeping Jerria into his arms. "Not too bruised to dance, honey? Love you more than I can say." Burying her face in his shoulder, Jerria whispered, "I love you, Will, so much. This has been quite a trip, hasn't it?" Chapter 58. Don't look now. Will twisted to face Cincy, dancing over on her green-striped high heels. Without missing a step, the cruise director beamed at them. "Welcome back, folks. I have a message from the captain. He said not to tell you the police found Granby and the 2 crew members from that other ship, just to ask you to call the bridge when you get back so he can tell you what the police said." "Oops." Abashed, Cindy frowned. "Don't let on you know, okay? He wanted to tell you himself. Pretend I just said he has good news. Tell you what, I'll call him myself and let him know you'll be on your way to your suite in a few minutes. No rush, though. You're still on vacation. And what a trip it has been for you." Since he grabbed a cold juice off a passing tray, handed it to a young girl, and danced away, catching a teenaged passenger by the hand. "I finally warmed up to Cincy," Jerria smiled fondly after the flamboyant woman. "She's a little abrasive, but her heart is bigger than her body. Come on, I want to get dressed before we meet Armando." Climbing the gangway for the last time, Jerria listened for the distinctive bonk as her keycard was scanned. Only last week, that same sound filled her with excitement. Today, it had an air of finality. Other passengers jostled past them through security and down the ship's wide passageway to the public areas. Will pressed the elevator button. They rode in silence, subdued. "This is silly," Jerria burst out as the elevator's glass door slid open. "Isn't this what I wanted? With Granby caught, I'm safe. I can relax. So tell me why I feel so awful." There was no reply. Shoulders slumped, Jerria slid her keycard into the suite's door. She let out a yelp. Will, Charlie, and Nan crowded in behind her. An enormous floral arrangement graced the glass coffee table, a yellow envelope tucked in between the blooms. 6 vibrant helium balloons tied to the table leg wafted above it. "Oh, it smells like heaven in here. Who's it from? Will, open the envelope." Slitting open the envelope, Will scanned it silently, his blue eyes wide. He handed it to Jerria. "Not going to believe me. Look for yourself." Skimming the letter, Jerria gasped and passed it to Nan. Charlie read aloud as he peered over her shoulder. "Lifetime free cruises for 2. Anywhere Amsterdam Cruise Line goes, in appreciation for helping uncover an international smuggling plot involving a crew member." Wow! I guess the crew line takes public relations seriously. A tap came at the open door. Captain Storkman stepped in. "Indeed they do. The head office is most insistent that I express our gratitude for your help in the matter. I'm just sorry you were hurt in the process. Since he apologized to me for spilling the beans, whatever that means, I confess I understand about 80% of her vernacular. At any rate, I assume she told you Granby has been apprehended, along with crew members from 2 other ships. The police tell me they will be tried here in Hawaii, under international law. I am not sure if they will be charged under maritime law as well." Taking a seat in the cream-colored chair, he scowled. "In another era, these perpetrators would be swiftly hanged under pirate law. By now, I assume you know what happened. I admit it was a creative plan, utilizing sea turtles to transfer diamonds and cash. Who would suspect a sea creature of being a dead-drop box after all? The world does not need that kind of creative thinking. I feel badly that your vacation was spoiled. If you know any way to make it up to you, you have only to ask. Will grinned. Free cruises helps ease the pain, must say. Spoke earlier with Nan and Charlie about where to go next. Alaska, here we come. Sinking onto the sofa, Jerria spoke slowly. Armando, you know what I'd like? I'd like you and Soli and Nan and Charlie to join us for dinner on our balcony this evening. It's our last night on board, and I need a happy memory to round out this cruise. Can you do that, Captain? A warm smile spread across Armando Storkman's face. Indeed, Soli and I will be honored. I shall address Chef Jeremy myself regarding the menu. He has taken a liking to you, and I am certain he will be pleased to prepare a special repast. Thank you, Jerria. Nan, Charlie, you'll come too, won't you? Jerria asked hopefully. Mahalo, of course we'll be here. You're Ohana, remember? Will interrupted. Can I have a say in this? Jerria raised her eyebrows. Will, you don't want to have dinner with our friends? No, not that. Just want to say in the menu for once. Tired of highfalutin foods. Can I talk to the chef myself? Laughing, Jerria hugged him. Go ahead. You can order tailgating food for all I care. I just want good people around me. Chapter 59. Nan and Charlie took their boxes to their suite, promising to be back in time for dinner. While Jerria dozed in the shade on their balcony, Will called the executive chef, who invited him to the galley to plan the menu. Initially amused by Will's request, Chef Jeremy promised a fine meal. Francisco set the table on the wide balcony with crisp linen and great care. Insisting he should have known what he was up to, he still blamed himself for Granby's actions. It's a butler's job to keep on top of things. Jerria and Will welcomed their guest as the sun dipped low in the sky. Soli, radiant in a green silk dress, admired the pink and lemon-yellow shell flowers in Jerria's hair, purchased at the swap meet. Will proudly showed her the blown glass floats he and Jerria had made that afternoon. Jerria passed icy goblets of passion orange guava juice, Will's new favorite drink. Moving on to the teak balcony, the friends settled into their seats as Francisco wheeled in a linen-covered trolley. With a flourish, he presented each diner with a formal handwritten menu, signed by Chef Jeremy. As each bowed their head to read, amused glances were replaced by chuckles. Laughing, Jerria patted Will's arm. You've outdone yourself this time. I wasn't serious when I said you could order tailgating food. Chef didn't mind. Happy to have a break from fancy cuisine. Captain Storkman grinned. Indeed, I was not aware our chef could concoct such an array, but I am eager to try it all. Francisco, you may serve, please. With all the aplomb of any fine dining experience, the butler passed platters, family style, bite-sized pizza, chicken wings, cheese dip, chips and salsa, small stuffed potato skins. He withdrew into the suite to prepare the second course, leaving the friends to enjoy the unexpected finger foods. I can't believe this trip is almost over. Jerria dipped a chip into the hot cheese dip. It's been a wild cruise, but I'm so glad we met you all. Taking the last bite of her pizza square, Soli wiped her hands delicately on one of the small hot towels Francisco had placed in finger bowls around the table, nodding. Yes, I am too, and I hope we can keep in touch. Did you say you plan to stay one night in Honolulu before you fly home? Charlie, Nan, are you flying straight to Kauai when we dock tomorrow? Charlie sat back as Francisco presented the soup course in small china cups. Yes, our flight is at 10 o'clock, so we'll have to get an early start. Must admit I'm tired after seeing so much of Hawaii. We'll set down a chicken wing bone. Breakneck pace, but a wonderful trip. Jerry is the best traveling partner a man could have. Zoli smiled. From what I heard, you saw more and did more than any other passengers on board. Francisco, what is this, please? Pasta in a cup? Chef Jeremy explained, Mrs. Storkman, that chili in Ohio is served on top of cooked spaghetti noodles, topped with sharp cheddar and yellow onions. Chef said Cincinnati chili is a nod to our cruise director who calls that region home. Ah, if it has to do with Cincy, I'll ask no more questions. Captain Storkman tasted his chili. Unfamiliar, but I like it. Cincy can be a bit much, even abrasive at times. But she has a good heart, and passengers love her after a day or two. I have learned to disregard any complaints about her the first few days of any voyage, because I know by day 3, she invariably wins over even the most contrary passengers. I've watched her pull reluctant passengers into the thick of things, and soon they're having the time of their lives. Cruising, of course, is all about making memories. I admit she blew us away at first. She's not like any other cruise director we've met, but you're right, she's wonderful. Jerria set her spoon down. One of the memories I'll take home was of Cincy helping me hide the ugly bruises on my neck. If she hadn't steamrolled in with that lovely scarf and some encouragement, I might have holed up the rest of the cruise. What was it she told you, honey, about no one caring enough about other people to even notice them? Words of wisdom in a homespun fashion. Well, she quoted Eleanor Roosevelt. You wouldn't worry so much about what others think of you if you realized how seldom they do. It wasn't the most eloquent thing to say, but she made me feel better. Delicious aromas wafted over the table as the butler removed silvery cloches, unveiling pulled pork sandwiches on pretzel rolls with waffle fries. Elegant baby endive cups heaped with colorful coleslaw rounded out the plates. Chef Jeremy apparently reads the same nutrition articles as Jerria, Will shrugged. Insisted a meal has to include a vegetable. Coleslaw is a vegetable, right? Bright stars filled the sky as the sunset faded. Jerria found herself torn, wishing the cruise could go on, wanting to put it behind her, grateful for new friends, longing to be home. Startled out of her thoughts, she turned back to the conversation. Chef has a sense of humor. Dessert was his idea, Will chuckled. Look, the Honu even have candy eyes. Francisco uncovered a bubbling Hawaiian chocolate volcano cake, flowing with orange cream lava, surrounded by caramel turtles, walnut legs peeking out from under chocolate turtle shells. Turtles, of all things! Well, it certainly is a memory of this trip, and Chef knows it. Jerria blinked as Francisco served the dessert. A couple of weeks ago, I longed to see just one Honu. Now I think I've seen enough to last a lifetime. I still can't believe you uncovered a major crime ring. Some smart producer should make a movie out of this. They'd probably make millions. Whoever thought about the Honu making consistent stops being used for drop boxes was a genius. Evil, but smart. Nan licked her fork. I'm grateful the Honu are all right. I worried about them having a growth or disease on their bottom shell. I was already making a list of people to call when we got home. Now the only one who's upset by it will be Pele. Those are her Honu, you know. Soli bit a candy turtle. Hawaiians are more connected to the earth than anyone I know. After all that's happened, would you take this cruise again? Charlie asked. Nan and I use this itinerary as transportation back and forth to the mainland to visit our daughter's family, but I don't think we'll take it for granted in the future. But you will be back, won't you? Captain Storkman sipped his water. I would hope you are not turned against the cruise line. This has not been a typical cruise for certain. Starting in Long Beach when the security cameras parts were delayed. I should have known this voyage would be a series of missteps. Now, Armando, you couldn't predict some of the crazy things that happened. Soli patted his arm. How could you know a cabin steward was mixed up in high crime? Giggling, Jerria added, or the dog lady. You can't predict that. Well, I guess I spotted trouble when I first heard the dog yipping in the terminal before we boarded. She was bad news. Of course you'll see us again, Charlie sipped his water. We already booked cruises for next March. Our daughter has a convention. Nan and I plan to take the grandsons to the Grand Canyon while she and her husband are away. It's not Waimea Canyon, but it'll do. Charlie speared the last candy turtle. Whatever became of the old woman with the dragonfly hats? I didn't see her after Maui. Captain Storkman blotted his lips with his napkin. Sad ending, I'm afraid. Mason reported she collapsed while dancing on the pier, requiring hospitalization. Understand her sons were notified and planned to fly to the islands. I knew it. See, Will? I told you she should have had daughters to keep her in line. Poor woman. I hope she gets the care she needs. Jerria set her fork down. It's been a wild trip, but I'm taking home new friendships and some happy memories, too. It's probably well we didn't know it was coming. We'd have stayed home and missed all this. The three couples lingered over dessert, enjoying the peaceful waves lapping at the ship's superstructure. As stars dominated the night sky, the Storkmans and Callisters took their leave, promising to meet in the morning before the ship was cleared to disembark. Chapter 60. Ocean Haven. Jerria and Will sat on the edge of the hot tub, their feet in the warm water, silent, content in one another's company. Across the balcony, Francisco finished clearing the table after dinner, softly whistling. Approaching hesitantly, the butler ventured, "Please, Mrs. Danson, may I pack your things and Mr. Danson's as well? I feel terrible about not protecting you from Granby. I should have known he was up to no good. The least I can do is assure your belongings are cared for, freeing you to enjoy your last evening on board. I can tag your luggage to be sent directly to your home." Realizing this service would ease the butler's mind, Jerria nodded. "We'd appreciate that, Francisco, thank you. We'll be staying a day in Honolulu, so give me a minute to set aside some overnight things." As Francisco packed their suitcases, Jerria spoke softly to Will. "I feel funny standing around while he packs our stuff, and I want to see the whole sky one last time. Want to go to the top deck with me?" Knowing the second show would be letting out of the theater any minute, they detoured up the exterior metal staircase to avoid crowds. Holding hands in the dimly lit stairway, Jerria smiled. "For a few days, the ship felt threatening to me. I was serious about flying home early. But for Nan and Charlie, I would have. Now it feels safe, like a haven on the ocean. I'm going to miss it, Will." "Will be good to be home, too. Let the dust settle. Baby'll be here before we know it. Thanksgiving, then Jeff home for Christmas. We'll cruise again, honey, any time you want to." Reaching the top deck, they reclined in deck chairs away from the ship's light. "If we stayed here all night, would anyone notice, Will? I think I'm too wired to sleep. Oh, did you see that? A shooting star." They lay back, watching more meteorites arc across the starry sky, holding hands in the dim light. Jerria stifled yawns, finally admitting she was sleepy enough to return to the suite. Chapter 61. Disembarkation Day, Honolulu. After a leisurely breakfast served on the balcony, Jerry and Will checked the suite to be sure nothing had been left behind, picked up their overnight bags, and pulled the door behind them for the last time. Nan and Charlie were just closing their suite's door. Tinsa waited in the courtyard, ready to escort them through the crew gangway, avoiding the disembarking crowds. She called to Joe and Angela, returning from breakfast, assuring them she'd be back to escort them as well. Nan and Jerria hugged while the men shook hands. "Aloha, Ahana. We don't say goodbye. Let us know when you want to cruise to Alaska, and we'll make time to go with you. Take care. Travel safely. Stay in touch. Aloha." Hours later, Jerria sat on a seawall on Waikiki, gazing at the ocean haven docked across Honolulu Harbor. Down the beach, tourists basted in suntan oil sprawled on bright towels, hungry for a sunburn to prove they spent their vacation in Hawaii. Children laughed as they splashed in the waves. Brave souls took on the waist-high crest, wobbling on surfboards under instructors' watchful eyes. Carrying 2 green plastic shave ice cups, Will handed her one and sat down beside her. "Ship will be heading back to California after dark. Never had a cruise with so many ups and downs. Honey, shave ice vendor said the swap meet is open until dusk today. Interested in finding another piece of jewelry?" Digging her long plastic spoon into the fruity ice, Jerria shook her head so hard her curls bounced. "No, thank you. We'd better let it go. I don't need a necklace to know you love me. From now on, I'll be content with mass-produced accessories. You never know what belongs to Pele." And as Sensei said, Pele doesn't share well. Staring in amazement, she exclaimed, "Will Danson, is that what I think it is? You eating sweet beans in your shave ice?" Chapter 62. Hat's Mill, Oregon. Autumn came abruptly to Hat's Mill, then changed its mind, sending another few days of sunshine before the gloom of winter would set in for good. Only last week, Jerria pulled the last dead tendrils of spent plants from her garden. Bright acorn squash, red potatoes, corn, and long beans she had frozen weeks earlier would round out Thanksgiving dinner day after tomorrow. The colored leaves had long since blown off the maple trees lining the driveway. Oregon's windstorms had come early. Still, this afternoon was surprisingly warm enough to sit on the long porch with the baby. Jerria, well remembering the fatigue of new motherhood, had sent Rissa to take a nap an hour ago. Sheepishly, her husband Mark asked if he might rest too. A hungry baby in the night woke both parents, after all. Cradling her newborn grandson in her arms, Jerria stepped onto the front porch, delighted to have little Roland to herself. She hoped the new parents would stop calling the baby Rowdy before the nickname stuck. Little boys were wild enough. He wouldn't need encouragement. They'd figure it out. Cuddling him close, she sank into her bentwood rocker. Wrapped in a yellow flannel quilt she'd made for his mother 24 years ago, the baby was plenty warm. With the soft, ducky print quilt folded around his face, he looked like a porcelain doll. Roland stared at her with bright, steel-colored eyes, blowing bubbles with his buttonhole-sized lips. Contentment settled over Jerria, soft as the baby's blanket. Her world was just as she liked it, orderly and calm. "We'll have a lot of time to get acquainted, little one." Jerria patted the baby's back. "But for now, why don't you take a nap? You're warm and dry and fed and loved. So sleep, precious grandson." In the background, she heard Will, Sierra, and Matthew in the living room, working a jigsaw puzzle on the corner table. She heard Rissa's voice coming down the stairs, rising in laughter. Earlier, Matthew had set the satellite TV to record the endless Thanksgiving Day football games. Glancing at her arm against the baby's blanket, she noticed her tan had faded. The hand-blown glass bowl from a Coney shop in Kauai sat in its place of honor on the shelf in by the door. Mark had admired her glass ball and the one Will made, hung on fishing line in the hallway, where they caught the light from the wide south window. Hawaii seemed so long ago. Amy called an hour ago to say they had landed. Allowing for traffic in the city, she and Trace would be here in about 40 minutes. Jerria looked forward to having her daughter home and the long weekend to get to know her fiancé better. Amy had asked Jerria not to make any pies for Thanksgiving dinner this year, insisting she wanted to make a pumpkin ricotta dessert she'd seen in a magazine. Happy to relinquish some of the responsibility, Jerria suspected her daughter was eager to impress her young man. Nothing wrong with that. Jerria rocked slowly, the baby warm against her shoulder. Smiling, she thought back to the excitement in Jeff's voice this morning as he described sitting in on his first necropsy, on the phone. Shuddering, she tried to focus on his enthusiastic voice, not the details of dissecting the goat. He'd asked her to mail his ski jacket. Although winter hadn't settled into central New York, he was cold. Working in the barns before dawn was a dream job for Jeff, freeing up the rest of the day for studying and classes. She would put his favorite soap in the box when she mailed his coat. Working in smelly barns, he'd need it. Jerria wished Jeff could be home with the family for Thanksgiving, but it was silly to fly across the continent for a weekend. His roommate's family had invited him home for Thanksgiving dinner. He'd be home over Christmas for 3 weeks between semesters. She missed him, but he was doing well, and that's what mattered. And really, it's nice to have time to myself now. With more free time, she explored textile shops, seeking yarns for her new loom. Last Thursday, she'd bought some soft alpaca yarn from Peru at a little shop in Troutdale. She already planned to buy musk ox yarn on their cruise to Alaska next summer. Through the bare tree branches, Jerria glimpsed a FedEx truck coming down the lane. As it turned into her driveway, she rose, carefully setting little Roland on the rocker's seat. Hoping to close the deal on that ranch over on the ridge before the end of the year, she hadn't expected the closing papers to come this soon. "2 for you, Mrs. Danson," the uniformed woman called. "I need your autograph." The driver balanced 2 boxes expertly on her clipboard as she met Jerria on the bottom step. "This one's heavy for its size. Might be an early Christmas gift." Chuckling, Jerria reached for the offered pen. "No one's that organized, are they? Happy Thanksgiving." Curious, Jerria hefted the boxes as the truck pulled onto the lane. The heavier one was the size of a shoebox, the other light bulb box-sized, and about the same weight. Both were heavily insured, both addressed to her, both with Hawaii return addresses. Sitting on the top step in a swath of sunshine, she pulled at the tape on the heavier box. Digging through the bubble wrap, Jerria paused to read the watercolored card in the box. Had Nan painted it? "Aloha. Our friend Akoni made this for you as a memento of your Hawaiian cruise. We told him you'd never forget it, with or without this. Let's hope our next cruise together in July will be uneventful. Alaska doesn't have sea turtles, does it? Happy Thanksgiving, Nan and Charlie." Carefully pulling back the protective wrapping, Jerria discovered a hand-blown glass honu. Holding it up to the sunlight, she drew in a breath, admiring the gold and green swirls in the glass. Nan must have told Akoni about the thefts during her glass-blowing classes. Idly turning the turtle in her hand, Jerria wondered how Granby was holding up. Federal prison was tough for a young man. Nan called her last Friday, saying the trial was all over the local news. She heard Granby was remorseful, even sobbing at the trial, but the judge lumped him in with the other smugglers, delivering a harsh sentence, not caring that he wasn't a career criminal. To send a message, but to whom Jerria didn't know. She shook the smaller box. No sound. What could require this much insurance? Slitting the box with her fingernail, she pulled back a wad of pale tissue. Inside was a smaller box, also taped shut. Puzzled, she ripped it open. A pendant. Her cubic zirconium pendant, spilled into her hand, glinting in the afternoon sunlight. Will clasping it on her in the dusk on Waikiki. Dinner at the captain's table. Hiding it in fear in the face cream jar. The man on Diamond Head admiring the necklace. Granby's hands on her throat, demanding it, not knowing it was fake. Unconsciously, her hand stroked her throat. An innocent gift, it had brought turmoil and bad luck. Maybe it was from Pele after all, like Cincy warned. Maybe she should just seal up the box and send it back, like tourists did with sand and stones taken from Hawaii. Will would never know. Closing her hand around the gleaming stones, Jerria unfolded the enclosed paper. Hawaii Major Crimes letterhead. Mrs. Stanson, with our investigation of case number 34489-90-8.6 concluded, we are returning your necklace to you. Thank you again for your cooperation in this matter. The letter was signed by M. Konunaku, the officer who had taken her statement on the ship. Jerria strained to make out the longhand on the bottom of the page. By the way, it's not cubic zirconium. These are real diamonds. You better get it appraised. Aloha, Officer M.K. Stunned, she read the note again, then a third time. Will! Stay tuned for a bonus first chapter of Murder on Deck.
Thanks for listening to Peril in Paradise by Deb Graham. I hope you enjoyed it. Take a moment to subscribe to my channel so you won't miss any upcoming books. And please comment below, I'm interested in your thoughts. All of my books are available on Amazon in ebook and paperback formats. They make great gifts.